Can they hear us?
I think they can.
Hello, everyone. Welcome.
Hi there.
Are you ready for Big 20 number 4?
I am so ready.
I am as ready as I need to be. I can't say the same for all our players. 20 games is a lot of games. You only get 30 days to learn 20 games. So I know for a fact that despite putting in lots and lots of free time, some people just are going in pretty cold on some of these games. But some fiends, some dedicated monsters have optimized their 20 game runs to kind of a scary level. So we'll see how they do. I am one of your hosts, Mythical 9. Joining me today on commentary is MTI.
Hello.
You can find him at twitch.tv/MTI, one word, and not the letters MTI.
Nope, although a lot of people call me that.
Yeah. And also on the levers and knobs making the broadcast happen is our very own Feasel.
Hi, how you guys doing?
We're doing good.
Wait, do I have the wrong thing? Yeah, okay, I had the stream muted. So that's... Oh, you're coming in through the commentary feed. That's interesting. All right. Anyway, took care of that. We're good. And later on, we will be joined by Blecky. And I don't know, maybe we'll try to rope in some single game experts here and there to talk a little bit about some of these games in detail.
Yes, it would definitely be a lot of fun, ideal for some of these games here. So, but yeah, you mentioned that there are, dedicated people who have optimized many or all of these games, and it is really interesting that for every Big 20, what usually ends up happening is, new strats are discovered and new records are set. Like, I believe as a direct result of it being in this Big 20 Die Hard, a clip was discovered where you essentially no longer do the frantic gun everybody down end game. Instead, you just kind of zip through a wall or clip through a wall, and it's like, oh, hey, what up, Hans? And he's like, oh, hi, how's it going?
Yeah. He was just minding his business in his office, and then suddenly John McClane bursts through the wall.
He just phases through the wall, and he's like, yo, what? That ain't cool, man.
He keeps his cool, though. He goes right into the cutscene like normal.
He really does, yeah.
That Hans is a professional.
He's the consummate professional, that Hans.
So I am very happy to report that this is the biggest of the Big 20s so far. We're looking at 47 entrants officially right now. And it looks like Jake Hopper is also going to be on his way to make it 48. So we're so close to 50 entrants. The last race we had was mouse wheel scrolling. Where was it? Someone said it.
It was 30 something, I think.
Yeah. No, I wanted it to be so cool having that number at hand. It was Cartina Cap. Maybe it was up in the top. Yeah, there it is. Last time was 37, but before that was 31.
Yeah, that's a good 20 to 25% jump in viewership there. Very nice.
Man, that's awesome to see. So we're gonna do our best to cover all possibly 50 of these guys. How this is gonna work is we're probably gonna focus on the guys who are in the lead. So you're probably gonna see a lot of Yogi and Toad.
Yeah. Absolutely, they are undoubtedly the two favorites in this, I would say. Both based on past results and from what I've heard based on basically PBs in practice. No real surprise there, so.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who, they're like, what do you mean PB, like you already did the race and like.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, guess what? Some people have learned all the games and have just been doing full race attempts. Yeah. That's where they're at.
Yeah, exactly.
So we will be showing the top players, but we're also going to try to be targeting players who we know are experts at their game. You know, these 20 games were chosen by Bad Breaks, and there's no restrictions on who can enter. So if he happened to choose a game list where you had the world record in all 20 games, you'd probably do pretty well for yourself.
Yeah, you'd probably do. Yeah.
We're good.
Though he's not in it, people have noted that were the Mexican runner to enter one of these and put in a little bit of practice, he would likely do very well, just because of the whole NES Mania thing that he has going on.
Yeah, absolutely. Halfway through every NES game ever, probably gonna know a thing or two about a lot of the games on this list.
Yes.
Speaking of the game list, I can go ahead and post that. Though I guess I just read them. I'll post it and read it, and you can read along. How about that?
All right.
First up, you're going to be seeing Mario Bros, which is not Super Mario Brothers. It is this the arcade thing you may recognize from Mario Brothers 3 when you would go to the other person's spot in 2-player mode, and you would get into a fight. It's basically that.
Yeah. Among many other later Mario games, it also tends to have it as like a separate option. You can just go ahead and play Mario Brothers if you feel like it.
We got North and South, which is I think for a long time it was like the fastest speedrun on SDA, and then Clue came along.
I don't know if I'd say a long time relative to SDA's history, but yeah, it was for a time. It was the quickest run on the site.
So that works well for this 20. Yeah, you're like, oh man, I need to learn 20 games, and then you start learning North and South, and 30 minutes later, you're like, I think I got it.
Yeah, that is the good thing about the. There's always one or two of those that type of game in the Big 20. We were like, oh man, and then you realize, oh, it's like a 2-minute long game if you bother to learn it. So
we're actually running out of time here, so I'm going to fly through the rest of these games. Okay. We got the Karate Kid, Die Hard, like we talked about, Clue Land, Puss in Boots, River City Ransom, now we're getting to some games, Dr. Mario, Solomon's Key, Snake, Rattle, and Roll, Adventures of Tom Sawyer, Tiny Toon Adventures, Robo Warrior, Guerrilla War, Bionic Commando, Metal Storm, The Cryon Conquest, Gremlins 2, Zelda 2, and finishing up with Rygar as game number 20. Now, we are getting to the end of the countdown. Actually, it's probably over by now. And we are seeing quite a few people ready in this race room, but judging from past experience, 50 people will not ready up by one.
They will not all ready up on it.
So we're down to 6 more.
Yep, 6 left. I'm gonna go grab a soda while we wait here.
All right,
I'll be right back.
But we will start very soon. Plunger. Is this a raid?
Looks like it's a plumber raid.
Welcome, plumber raiders. That was the working title for the first Indiana Jones film, but they changed it at the last minute. Three remaining.
All right. Well, when they're all going, give me the countdown so that I can start the timer.
All right. Lots of people in the race who are unfamiliar with SRL. They don't care. They're jumping into this awesome event feet first. And that's great to see. So everyone's helping them out, letting them know.
All right, but yes, we as noted, there are people who have been, practicing all 20 games, doing full runs heavily, and then, the skill level goes right down the line, I'm sure, to people who are going to be trying this, totally blind or almost blind, where they know none of the strats, have never played some of the games before, and that's always interesting to see, kind of fun to speculate what some of the big sticking points are going to be for someone who's going that route. So,
yep, we have had players go in mostly blind. I think Nighty, when he learned a couple things, like he learned Strider, because you can do some zips and beat that game in 6 minutes, or you can not do some zips, run around and get lost, and it'll take a couple hours.
Yep.
So I think someone clued him into like, hey, look, here's what you want to know about. But he went in super blind on a lot of games and still had a time under 8 hours for one of these things.
Very nice.
Very good. Of course, we have seen players end up in the 26, 27 hour range who have gone in cold. So we probably won't cover the entire race, should that happen again. But we will definitely go quite a ways here. The top times, I think we're looking at about 3 hours, but
probably a little less than 3 hours if all goes well. Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll keep going and cover everyone, as many people as we can as they come across the line, and then eventually we'll probably just raid whoever's left.
Yeah. And as others have noted, we'll be focusing on probably the top 3 runners, and then the others will be swapping in and out, either just as kind of single game experts make it to their game, or just whatever else we feel like putting up on there, whatever and whoever else.
Yep, and we could use your help. If you see something going on somewhere in one of these 50 streams that is not up on stream, you can let us know, because it's really hard. Like my computer can only handle seeing about 4 or 5 streams at once.
Right, likewise here.
Yeah.
The $400 Walmart laptop that wasn't super great when I bought it, and that was close to 4 years ago now. So, so yeah, watching many streams at once, a bit of a challenge here, but.
How's the radio process going?
Oh, Bad Break's just ready to.
Bad Break's we're getting started here, folks.
The race will begin in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, let's go. We in there.
Big 20 number 4 is officially underway.
It is upon us.
Everyone. We got ourselves some Mario Brothers to kick this off. There is some stream delay, so there's the hype gets ruined a little bit here, but everyone is now officially underway.
Yep.
Mario Brothers, of course, the introduction of the POW block to the series.
Also, the introduction of one Luigi Mario. This was his first appearance in the Mario series.
Yeah, brother of Mario.
Yes.
As we all know.
Of course.
So you're going to see these guys using the POW block quite a bit early on. Don't need the coins, just need to kill the enemies, bop them, and then kick them.
Yep. Some of the enemies later on will actually require 2 bops before you kick them. And if you take too long, they kind of get back up angrier and faster, if you're familiar with Bubble Bobble. Very much the same concept. Or any number of other arcade games that, if you have the bop then eliminate mechanic, if you take too long on the eliminate, they come back angrier.
Seeing some 8.5s there on the bonus round. That's what you're hoping for. 8.6, I think, if you're absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
The controls are a little bad compared to what you'd expect in a Mario game. Basically, turning around left to right is a big hassle, and you have very little jump control in this game. So if you're seeing some clumsy movements, it's
right. It's just as likely it's the game.
It's mostly players making sure that they get where they need to go. there's a bit of routing involved with these levels here, picking out which guys you're going to kill ahead of time.
Yeah, you see here, these are the enemies, these crabs that they take 2 hits to knock over, so...
And then it's these flies that I guess return in Super Mario Land.
Yeah, actually.
I didn't put that together, but yeah.
Yeah, these kind of weird misshapen turtles do look a lot more like the ones in
Also,
SNL.
yeah, there's that as well. The Koopa Troopas, I guess, that they became. But those guys, they also look a lot closer to the Super Mario Land version then.
Yeah, they're not made of bombs though.
No, that is true.
What a weird design decision there. Let's make the turtle shell made of bombs.
Yeah,
But
I think the
That
story
whole
was they.
game is kind of one giant weird design decision, really.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, you don't have a fireball. You have like a super ball.
Yeah, you have the bouncy ball. Yeah.
I think basically they tried to do the turtle shell and were having trouble programming it, so they
So
said,
they
"Well, let's
had
just
it
make them
blow
explode
up
instead." Yeah.
I kind of like that. Yeah.
So we're seeing 6.6 from Jaguar and 6.1.
6.1 from
From
Yogi.
Yogi.
Yeah, those
So-
appear to be your leaders early on here. Toad just making it to that bonus level there. But this appears to be ice physics, so that's always a good time.
Yeah, this game already kind of plays like it's on ice physics, mostly
Yeah.
midair. I think is what it feels like.
Mm.
Having ice physics on the ground as well is no fun.
Right. No, 20 game endurance LOZ cards fan. I'm just watching the best of NES chat. Yeah, he just corrected himself. He initially said it's a 20-day endurance.
Whew.
Yeah, wow.
We're gonna need a whole team of commentators for that.
Yeah. I'm not ready.
Once Blecky gets here, we'll just make him do all the commentary while we relax.
I think
Yeah.
he could probably do it too.
Probably
Yeah,
can pull
he
it
really
off.
could.
Yeah, Blacky's knowledge is really amazing. So
Well, I'm starting to see some north and south here.
all right, yeah. Yogi is at least on stream, the first person making it to north and south.
Jaguar King struggling with this last crab a little bit here, but he takes a well-timed death to warp to the top of the screen, and is right there to deal with the crab, and is now tied with Toad actually.
Well, we got game switches from Toad and Jaguar King, but Andy is still working on this.
He's struggling a little bit here. Yeah, he's on phase 10 here. So, so north and south is it's a Civil War sim, kind of a simple one, especially when you break it down to its speedrun component here. If you do it right, you essentially fight 2 battles and win the Civil War. As the South, I will point
Yeah.
out.
Yeah,
That's
it's
the
faster
optimal
to
strat.
play as the South. There's the Battle of Middle Left and the Battle of Middle Right.
Middle left, yes. The Battle of the Midwest.
So I think the controls you can be the soldier or the cavalry or the cannon,
Yeah, you can kind of switch back and forth, I think, actually.
and the goal is to be the cavalry and kill everything. Then you can pick up the stragglers as the soldiers. You can also lure guys into this canyon in the second battle here. They can kill themselves. Looks like Yogi's having a bit of trouble. He still has 1 cavalry guy left. Now he needs to track down this soldier and that
Yeah, the
last
soldiers
horse.
hanging out there. Yep.
So what's he going to do here? He is going to switch to the horse.
Okay.
So he is done. The South wins.
The South is the. It'll probably go by too fast here, but it's. Oh, yep, there it is. I like how the game tells you if you win as the South. You clearly didn't take history at school.
I'm tempted to drop a Donald Trump reference for some reason here. And I think I'm going to avoid it. I think I'm just going to start talking about Karate Kid. Toad and Yogi are moving along, and now Jaguar King has joined them. Karate Kid starts with this sort of martial arts tournament thing where you just kick dudes in the face a couple times, and then you play the game for real.
Yeah, that, by the way, I took the martial art Tang Soo Do for about 10 years growing up. Wow. And I can tell you, kick people in the face repeatedly until they fall over. That is exactly how real martial arts sparring tournaments actually work.
Yeah. First person to 10 face kicks.
Yep. So a bit more seriously, this game actually, what it does is it's the end of the original Karate Kid and then kind of the plot of Karate Kid 2. And what you are probably going to see here, ideally, Yogi has it kind of half set up here, is there's basically a sprite limit in Karate Kid where there will only be 2 enemies on the screen at most at any particular time. So what you ideally want to do is get both of the enemies behind you and just kind of go fast enough that they stay kind of on the edge of the screen but don't go entirely off of it, and the end result of that will be that no enemies ever spawn in front of you, essentially. So
you run to the right.
Yep. You go right.
As you can see on Toad's screen there, things get really out of hand if an enemy does manage to catch up to you, though. You get this... I don't think there's pretty much any iframes, and you get knocked around and lose control of your character. So if you get guys on the left and right of you, it's really easy to just die all of a sudden.
Yes, absolutely, or get knocked into a pit if one happens to be nearby. During his practice yesterday, Toad noted that the Karate Kid is the best pinball game the Big 20 has ever seen, as a direct result of that bouncing back and forth kind of between enemies. So...
Man, there are so many streams up here. I was like, well, let's see what some of these other guys are getting up to. And then I'm like, all right, first, just let me minimize 12 of these.
Right, yeah. I'm watching a couple people, Seawolf1 and Darkwing Duck, also on the Karate Kid. Seawolf, he's in the karate tournament here, the first level. I believe that's level 2 that Darkwing Duck is on. So...
Darkwing Duck, one of the people who has managed to practice pretty much all the games, was moving on to full game attempts. I think his PB was around 310.
About 310, I think, yeah. I mentioned earlier, before the race actually started, that Toad and Yogi were the favorites, both based on past results and earlier, their practice for this one. I believe, from what Toad said, and maybe... that's not up to date, but I believe he and Yogi were the only 2 people that managed to get sub 3 hours in their practice attempts for this, so.
I'll be looking for them to repeat such a process.
Yes.
Some of these guys actually get to the point where they're trying to get a PB on all 20 games. It's less about how they do in the race and more about, like, well, what is the best I actually can do?
Right, they'll just start resetting if
right.
It's too bad. So here we see Toad luring 2 of the enemies into a point where he can jump over them and then just have them follow him, which is what you want to do in this last level in particular, because the enemies actually start taking multiple hits in the final stage here. So.
Let me go ahead and provide... For people with monstrous computers who want to look at...
want to look at 40-something streams.
Yeah. You can go to that link. And you can also, if you've got a favorite person that you want to see how they're doing, you can go ahead and pull their stream up. Prissy as well has moved on to Karate Kid. I've been casting a lot of Mega Man 2 tournament matches, so Prissy has definitely been on my radar as a very, very, very strong Mega Man 2 player. And... I'm looking forward to seeing what they can come up with here for this 20-game race. Looks like they're not too far behind.
So that we have Seawolf on the stream, I'm going to change my speedrun.tv link here.
Yep, I'm going to try to rotate in, to keep the top 2 or 3. You guys in chat, if you see that somebody else has pulled ahead of the top 2 or 3 that we've got on the screen, just let me know. And I'll try to rotate in some of the other people.
Yes, absolutely. Because as we mentioned, some of our computers, we can't really... Well, number one, that's a lot of streams to keep track of, even if our computers could handle it. But my computer certainly can't handle it, so...
All right, so we got Die Hard on stream here. This is game number 4. Sort of infamous after AGDQ, I want to say 2013.
That was 2013, yes.
Kurt Q, I believe, brought this game to everyone's attention and said, look what a stupid speedrun this is.
Yep.
So there are some locks in the Nakatomi Plaza that unlock based off of in-game timer. And those are basically get your progress in the game. So all you want to do is advance the in-game timer as fast as you can to unlock all those doors. Yes. So that's what these guys are doing. The fastest way to do that is basically every time you go up or down a floor on these stairs, the game deducts a certain amount of time. It says, oh, it took John this many minutes to climb the stairs. And then in a weird sort of point of realism, they include a foot health meter because you don't have shoes, which is part of the thing.
Right. That's actually this is part of the based on the movie. This game actually has a surprising amount of attention to detail in put into it. But yes, there is a foot health meter, as you mentioned, and so the lower your foot health, basically, the slower you walk around if you were to play the game, normally. But B, the more time is deducted as you go up and down these stairs. So the strategy is basically get your foot health down as low as possible and then get your cardio workout in by repeatedly going up and down stairs to advance the timer. We mentioned, potential trouble spots for blind players. And actually, if you don't know that, I would actually think this might be the first Die Hard here. It might be the first, kind of big stopping point for a lot of blind players, just because it is so kind of counterintuitive and not at all how you're intended to play the game. So, also, I believe you only get one life and no continues in Die Hard as well.
So that once you get to the top floor and you advance the in-game timer, the goal is to kill Hans.
Yep.
But there's 40 guards or 40 crooks, I think it says in the menu are between you and him. So the speedrun used to be a manic fight against all 40 guys at the top floor or whatever it is. And that changed when the Big 20 came around because a whole bunch of people fired this game up and started actually giving it some attention. And it was a combination of Toad and Rot Dog who discovered that you can go into this elevator here, hold right, close the door, and zoop right into the boss room. So Hans, completely unfazed at you phasing into his office, holds her hostage. You fight him for the win, and there it is. Jaguar King is the first out of Die Hard with Yogi. Or no, second. Seawolf actually, or Toad rather was
Toad,
first into Clu Clu Land rather, which is our next game. Very strange game.
Yeah, there's a in one of the old, I want to say Nintendo Power guides, if you remember the Mario Mania guide. I believe it was Shigeru Miyamoto gave an interview where he was talking about how you basically back in the day arcades you never really knew what was gonna take off and what wasn't. Like Donkey Kong, they didn't know it was gonna be the giant, essentially Nintendo making hit that it was. And I bring this up because in that same interview he noted that everyone at Nintendo thought Clu Clu Land was gonna be the next big thing. And their test location for it reported a grand total of 3 quarters inserted into it. So, you never know. 50% of the time, it works every time. So as for Clu Clu Land itself, you play as this, I don't even know what it is, frankly. But your goal is to...
Clu Clu.
Clu Clu. Okay, that makes sense.
Made that up.
It is his land, after all. So you're basically trying to uncover these hidden rubies or whatever they are and make little patterns. But the patterns can change between playthroughs too. So it's not, there is some randomness involved in this.
Yeah, there's a certain preset number of patterns based off of the stage. So the background colors are a good way to tell what stage you're on, and then you have a set of like, all right, I think there's 5 blue levels. So as you start to uncover them, you get an idea of, oh, this is this blue level. So now I know what the picture is. A bit of memorization there, but the biggest thing about this game is controlling it.
Yes.
Basically, how this works is you either press left or right to sort of stick out your hand, and that will grab a pole if it's there, and that will start to spin you around the pole. And I believe that sort of tank control style doesn't change based off of which way you're facing, or maybe it does. Either way, it's a really, really bizarre thing. A lot of players struggled with getting used to the controls in this game.
Right, and it's these. You'll notice also these little these enemy portals that a lot of the time will kind of double as eyes in the pattern. But the enemy portals are also a bit strange in that you can kind of turn through them, but you cannot walk straight into them, or else you will die. As you see Toad there, turning through that particular, turning through one of them multiple times, like that right there. We have all 4 of the people on our stream. They're on various points in Clu Clu Land.
You can also shoot out shockwaves to stun enemies.
Yeah. Cartina Cow apparently mentioning that you can actually get stuck in between 2 of the bouncy rubber walls and just can't get out. That's pretty terrible.
Some of these patterns seem to be suggestions of things at best. I think by the time Toad uncovers this pattern, you'll see it's not really anything at all. It's just...
Right, it's just some walls. Yeah, there you go.
He's through.
Yep, looks like Toad is our first player on to...
Puss in Boots.
Puss in Boots next? Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Action-packed platformer.
Oh, yes. People sometimes criticize the Sonic series as being hold right to win. There are several levels where he is going to hold right to win. That is not an exaggeration.
Yeah.
So,
in terms of speed tech, you can jump in a lot of these side-scrolling levels, and that's faster than walking.
That's actually faster, yep.
And you also want to be shooting so that things in front of you die. But yeah, you're basically just rhythmically doing this jump attack, jump attack, jump attack, hold right, and then you get to some auto-scrollers.
Yep.
Then you do it again. Then there's another auto-scroller. Then you do it again. Then there's another auto-scroller. Then there's a vertical stage, and then I think there's another auto-scroller.
That sounds like my kind of speed game right
there.
Yeah, it's definitely some good high-quality speed gaming.
Yeah, just mash and attack in this boat. Eventually things come from behind. Looks like Toad's not even going to stop to deal with them. Just going to tank the damage.
He's just not even going to care.
I was going to say, like, oh, now you have to do something else. Left and attack. But nope. You don't even have to do that.
Hold right to win.
This pirate boat jumps over you. Bet you didn't see that coming. Fortunately, you can shoot upwards, so bad move on the boat's part.
Right, yeah. We have a lightning here. So, Puss in Boots is based on a very old kind of fairy tale. A couple years ago, the character Puss in Boots from the Shrek series got his own movie, which my brother-in-law actually worked on.
Wow.
So there's my little brush with fame. Yeah, my brother-in-law is, I believe he's a lead animator now, or a lead effects animator for DreamWorks. So. He's actually worked on a couple of, he's worked on a couple of the later Shrek movies, How to Train Your Dragon, Home.
Is he part of a team of like 200 people?
It's a lot of people, yeah. Those credits go on for a while, so. But yeah, or I guess my wife's family and I, We're those geeks who sit through the credits of DreamWorks movies looking for his name. So.
I don't think that's geeky. That's just
just
love.
Being a supportive family. Yeah. Nice name drop, bro. Yeah. Yep. Humble brag. So.
Oh man, Team Pixar, look out!
Uh-oh.
Starting shit in chat.
Yeah.
We got lots of Puss in Boots here. Lots of hopping up and down. You go faster in cars even when you jump.
Yeah. I'm not even gonna try to explain it. Magical world wandering cat. Can I say?
Yeah, they actually do make an effort to change up the background based on Puss in Boots' adventure around the world.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, such worldly travel involves crossing great distances in a short amount of time, so they decided to solve that by making him get into various vehicles, and that's how you end up with these auto-scroller sections here.
Right.
So the players are trucking, planing, and boating along here through what is probably a bit of a needed break after Clu Clu Land, I think. Time to readjust to platformers again. And this actually does get kind of hard. There is a vertical stage that is a problem because as easy as going to the right and jumping and attacking is, once you actually have to start playing the game,
making precise jumps,
controlling your character with purpose, suddenly the game actually is quite hard. So I won't be surprised if we see some players struggling with the vertical section coming up near the end of the game. I think Toad's pretty close here, not quite. So these Britain guards here are pretty relentless. You'll see them like jumping up from behind there. He actually has to stop and take care of them.
So all four of our players here. Yep. On Puss in Boots. Quick update on a couple other people. Darkwing Duck also on Puss in Boots. And M Cravenator TV currently on Clu Clu Land. It's like, I'm not exactly sure what level that is, but it's not level 5, I know that. So. Let's see what else we've got going on here.
I think Mother Brain may have jumped into the lead. I'm investigating this report.
Very interesting.
But Mother Brain has been very active in the Skype group and encouraging people. I see him still on Puss in Boots here.
Okay, yeah.
But he's not too far behind the leaders, at the very least. Why am I suddenly seeing so many fewer people than I was before? Too many streams, man. My computer.
Yeah. Many streams.
So I'm going to check in on Bad Bricks and White Hat. Bad Bricks, of course, the organizer of this big race. And
shout-outs to Bad Bricks for kind of coming up with the idea that this, and then there have actually been a couple other similar races for other systems. There have been, I believe, 2 Tiny 10 races for Game Boy games. And then a couple months back, there was also the Master 15, a series of 15 Master System games, which is also fun to watch. Yeah.
Hope they do that again.
Yeah.
So it looks like White Hat and Cochise are on Karate Kid.
Okay.
And Bad Breaks is on Clu Clu Land. So, Bad Breaks normally does very well in these things, but he did not get a chance to practice this time, so he is going to be winging it on a number of games. And we're rooting for him as tournament organizer and part of the Best of Nest team, but his work is cut out for him here. There's going to be some tough games coming up for him. Mr. PUBG has been putting in a lot of practice time. I saw for just a moment, was on Die Hard before I got mad. Hooray. So we're seeing the vertical stages of Puss in Boots here.
Yep. I see Toad here moving on to River City Ransom, which that might be another potential stopping point for blind players. Not that it's necessarily a super difficult game, but although it is, Toad was not a fan of the speedrun strats. But it's the rare beat 'em up that is not linear. There is some kind of backtracking involved, and if you're not sort of paying attention to, where you've been and where people tell you to go, you may end up playing it for much longer than you really need to. So.
Right. That's the way you have to play this game. If you're going in blind, is you have to kill everything on every screen, every enemy on every screen to see where the boss appears. And then once you do get a boss that appears and you kill it, then you've got to go back and do that same thing again. Kill every enemy on every other screen to see which one got triggered. And it's just a lot of going back and forth and killing random mobs over and over. But these guys, most of the people in this race, I think, at least know the locations of the bosses and the orders to do them, even if they haven't necessarily practiced all the speed strats.
Right.
And like you said, it's not really all that hard a game. It's just a matter of knowing where to go.
Right. But because of the routing more so than the actual difficulty, this is one of those games where, I think it's a potential hold-up point for blind players. If you contrast that to the previous Big 20 had Ninja Gaiden 2 and Batman near the end, which are, if you've never played those games before, you are just going to be stuck on them for a while because they're just so hard. So.
Primal 85 finding out there are no infinite continues in Karate Kid.
Oh, yep.
Looks like Canophone took a moment to type in chat while he was doing the airplane in Puss in Boots. But moving on here, we're into River City Ransom.
Yeah.
Do you think we're going to see Stone Hands more than Dragon Feet here?
Probably.
I think so, yeah. Now, is there a reason for that? Is Stone Hands actually any faster than Dragon Feet?
No, they're the same. The only reason to prefer Stone Hands is that you can keep your jump kick.
Okay.
I gotta be honest with you, I don't ever use the jump kick, so...
Right, okay.
But that's a reason to, and otherwise it's basically the same effectiveness.
Okay. Yeah.
There was some discussion about hitboxes, and Stone Hands is kind of placed further back. Oops. And Dragon Feet is further out, but I don't know if that's true. That's just the way it looks.
No, that is. The Dragon Feet hits further out, and the Stone Hands are closer. So if you're used to one, don't go switching over to the other.
Right, okay. So we see Toad there taking out Rocco, and amusingly he says something to the effect of, "You got past Moose? Moose is the first boss that you don't ever actually have to fight in this game." But then, if you paid attention, after he took out Rocco did say something to the effect of, "Blade is waiting in Sherman Park," which now Toad is backtracking to, Sherman Park. And if you don't beat Rocco before this, Blade is not here. I think it's just some, random mob of common enemies at that point. Also, I'm not sure if you're intending on swapping out streams or what's going on, but I just see a black screen on the bottom left. So.
Oh, that's just the commentator viewer.
Right.
I'll fix that.
Okay.
Navigating these this warehouse, jumping on these boxes is a little annoying. You have
Yeah,
a
that's
very
actually-
big delay.
That is actually kind of a... Especially if you're trying to do the jump from the kind of first box straight up to the next level. That's actually a fairly tricky jump. We have a Darkwing Duck also on our CR.
Yeah, we should definitely show him on there. Former record holder, took it from Fiesel, actually. Fiesel had this record for a long time, and then Dragon Dark, or not Dragon Dark, Darkwing Duck.
Darkwing Duck, yeah.
The other DD
Yeah.
who gets grumpy and is good at speed games.
Yes.
He was determined to take even more records from Fiesel, so he set out. And no, that's not true. But he did. He did take the record for this game for a little bit, and then I think Cap and Goof took it from him. But still, Darkwing Duck knows what he's doing when it comes to River City Ransom. So we'll do our best to get him on stream here. There's a couple of games I think that Darkwing Duck is pretty familiar with in this race. So you're seeing a lot of this just dash into Stonehands, deals with pretty much everything. You can use items at the beginning before you get Stonehands, but yeah, after that it's just Stonehands all day. You're probably going to see these guys detour to pick up something that will boost their willpower. This game is famous for having sort of RPG elements to them. You can go shopping and pick up items and abilities and raise your stats. So the willpower stat lets you get up from being knocked down in a situation that would normally kill you. So very likely, mostly for the last two bosses, is where that will really help. And yeah, you can see these guys shopping for a leg of lamb there. That's going to raise their willpower. You can also go to the sauna and see some 8-bit butt. But it's a little slower. And this is a PG-13 stream, so...
Right.
Yep, Lamb Leg would be faster, and it gives you a bonus to Stonehands, I believe, so...
Goes it up your punch stat as well, or whatever it's called. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, there's actually a number of different stats in this game that you will in all likelihood not see in at least these top tier competitors.
Right, there's in all these towns, all these shops, there's whole menus full of things that you can buy that up different stats, and you've got over a dozen different stats that control different aspects of your game, like how fast you get up, how fast you move, your attacking abilities for punches, kicks, and everything. So there's a lot of different things you can do to upgrade your character. They certainly went crazy with the RPG elements to it. But yeah, in the speedrun, all you really need is some sort of triple attack technique, either the punch or the kick, and that's really it. You can basically knock down most of these enemies unless they get you cornered. You don't really need to worry about the enemy attacking you back, assuming you've done everything correctly. I see Toad right there, about to get knocked down with 0 health, and goes into his inventory and uses the lamb leg right before he hits the ground.
Wow. We saw Yogi actually getting beat up by just some mooks outside River City High here. There's a bit of randomness as to what gangs you get when you get to certain parts of the game. Some of them are more aggressive or stronger or whatever, and got some ones he did not want to see there.
Right, some of them use weapons more than others. Some of them, if you're playing 2-player, they will focus in more on one of Alex or Ryan. There's actually quite a bit of variety there.
Jaguar King doing a really good job of killing both the Dragon Twins at once. Very tricky to do.
Jaguar King actually...
Wow,
now I believe.
Jaguar King picking up both twins. Once you lose track of them like that, it's really bad.
Yeah.
If one hits you, the other one's going to get another hit in, and you're pretty much just dead. So to lose track of one of them like that and pick them back up again, is super clutch there from Jaguar.
It's very, very risky. And we got Toad gets the cutscene skip there. What happens is you knock the guys down enough so that they're down to one last knockdown, and then you get one Dragon Twin and then the other in order, and one of them dying while the other one is about to print his death message out ends up canceling both of the death messages. So it's a neat little trick. It saves a little bit of time, actually a pretty significant amount of time. But it's very tricky to get these guys lined up so you can do more damage to one than the other. Yeah, see right there you saw that Yogi the Monk had a great fight against the twins, but you see this little dialogue that's playing out right here. That's because he killed them both simultaneously instead of staggering the kills.
Yep.
Well, we got at least Toad and Jaguar King on to Dr. Mario. Anybody else get to Dr. Mario, or is Yogi going to be the third person to get there?
I don't know, chat can let us know, but you're right, Toad caught right up to Jaguar King with that cutscene skip there, right at the end of River City Ransom. We'll see how Dr. Mario goes. I mean, I would say it's a puzzle game. Play the puzzle game, that's it.
It's pretty simple, but, you know, Dr. Mario's hard to do fast.
There's some stuff going on here.
I've mentioned this before, but way back at Classic Games Done Quick, Essentia's Dr. Mario run might be my favorite run of that first marathon, just because, you know, a lot of the other games, like Final Fantasy VI, that she also ran at CGDQ, it's like, okay, yeah, that's cool, but I could see a point where, you know, if I were to put it in the practice, I could do that. Like, Dr. Mario, I could just never play that fast, or play it fast. Like, my brain just does not work that way, so...
Right.
But yeah, puzzle games actually difficult to do quickly. So
yeah, person to watch here is actually Yogi. Yogi actually was so determined to win this Big 20 race that he started guessing at games that were likely to be in the next Big 20 and practicing them ahead of time. And Dr. Mario was one of the games. He guessed Dr. Mario was going to be in the one, so he learned it. And he figured out actually that if you reset like crazy and you mash start, you actually are going to be somewhat consistent at mashing through the menus and starting the game. So you end up getting repeatable RNG seeds, basically. So he was like, I'm getting these same patterns again and again. So you're going to see some rather insane luck, basically, coming out of Yogi as he plays. And this is all planned. He has basically routed out Dr. Mario. So if the stars start to align for him a little bit, that's why they actually have been aligned. He knows exactly what all these pieces are and where they're going to go. And I think he may have maybe prepared for like one of a couple different patterns. But you can see he got into the game very quickly, did not take too long to get the seed he was looking for. And now he's got it. I bet he's going to start making up some major ground on these other two guys. Already caught up to the same level as them. In terms of speed tech, though, for Dr. Mario, you want to line up... Well, first of all, how the game works is you want to line up 4 the same color to eliminate the viruses. It has to be horizontal or vertical, not diagonal. But for speed tech, you want to minimize the dropping animation after you take out a virus. The other half of the pills fall down, as you can see. So you want to be taking out ones at the bottom first, if you can, to minimize how far the pieces fall. If you have a dead piece you can't use, you want to use it to build a tower for the other things to drop down onto. Little things like that. And of course, just, making maximum use out of your pieces, using both halves of the pill if you can. Things like that. Looks like Yogi is about to pass up Jaguar King here.
Yeah. We were mentioning this before. We were mentioning how he's kind of looked at the seeds and...
So Yogi taking out the bottom one there before the top one, because otherwise those pieces would have to fall all the way down. But on the last clear, the pieces don't go anywhere. It just... you moved on to the next level, so... yeah, you want to clear those the higher one last for sure. Looks like Yogi with a bit of mistake there. No, actually, nope. He had it. It was all planned.
I'm sure he planned the whole thing out. Yep.
So we got 3 people on the here.
Yeah, Yogi has definitely made up some ground here. Passing up Jaguar King for, I'm presuming, second place here.
This goal is just to level 5 for Dr. Mario.
Yes.
Though it gets complicated pretty quickly.
It does, and also I believe the rules for this Big 20 are if you game over, you have to start back from level 0, if I remember what I read correctly. And I may not.
Ooh, Toad moving that pill incorrectly. The way the pills rotate when they're next to a column is a little weird, a little annoying. So Toad actually losing a bit of control here, but manages to save it with a pill underneath. So I think he's going to be okay, but that could have been a really bad situation for him. Meanwhile, here's Yogi with his godlike patterns.
Yep.
Just showing up, taking out a row of 5 with a double pill at the bottom of the screen.
Moving along.
Toad's got all his blues done. He's just got yellows and reds, so every pill here with a blue is wasted potential for him.
Yep. Oh, and there's the double blue. Yep.
Trying to figure out where's the best place I can stick this thing. I guess he does have that one blue at the bottom, so.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Wow, those double yellows lining up for Toad. Look at Yogi flying here. I think he's got less viruses than Toad now, so Yogi has officially taken the lead with his Dr. Mario RNG manipulation shenanigans here.
Yes.
It's legal. It's part of the game. It's part of the race. He put the time in to figure that stuff out, and he's given himself a pretty big advantage here because of it. Going to build up to this last one from underneath here.
And there we go. Yogi on to the next game, Solomon's Key.
Yogi is actually very famous for coming up with kind of out-of-the-box solutions for things like that, particularly with manipulating RNG or coming up with cues that you wouldn't expect, audio cues and visual cues to make things happen that a lot of players would have just dismissed as, impossible. And
right.
So I consider that Yogi's kind of calling card, in addition to just being pretty good at games.
Right, he, that is kind of the speedrunning ideal, is how do you deal with RNG? Well, you eliminate it, or you manipulate it kind of in your favor. So, who among us would not like to be able to do that?
So we're moving on to Solomon's Key here. Very cool game. Very unfair if you're trying to get the best ending, if I recall. There's some nonsense. Ooh, Yogi there, messing up that room. That's going to put him back here by almost a whole stage here. Yeah, he's pretty much neck and neck with Toad now.
Yeah, I believe there's one of these stages Toad mentioned. It's actually possible if you go too fast. I don't know if it's this stage. But essentially, you can be too good at the game, and if you go too fast, you wind up running into a dragon or something. So you can tell I mostly know this game as being the predecessor to Fire and Ice, which plays very similarly.
Yeah, this game is it's very cool, quite long actually,
yes.
And it gets pretty difficult pretty quick. And well, first of all, because of the unique way of the controls, and you can place blocks, but only in these 4 places, and you can jump and manipulate where those blocks come in a little bit, but for the most part, you're at the mercy of the controls in a lot of ways. So getting used to that takes some time, and then after that, even once you master the controls, you got pretty good control over Dana here. The levels just kind of get devilishly hard.
Right. They do so pretty quickly too.
Yeah. So luckily the players don't have to go too far here through Solomon's Key, which they're thankful for, I'm sure.
Right.
So Yogi's earned himself a bit of a lead with a faster level 6, I believe it was. using this fireball to take care of some of these ghosts, whereas Toad is just going to use these blocks to repel them.
Checking out the race chat. Some sad news. We have our first forfeit from the race.
Oh no.
They haven't put in a comment or anything yet to say why, so I'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, but the name in question is Horror Film Kid, who I think I recognize from the previous Big 20.
He was, and he got pretty far. I don't remember if he actually finished, but I remember he got pretty far in it last time.
All these guys have made it to Solomon's Key here.
Yep.
Ooh, Yogi taking a risky fall there through those enemies, but he comes out okay. Toad gonna do the same. He's through. You can see there Yogi making that block from sort of an extra block away. You do have a bit of wiggle room. If you get right to the edge of a tile and use your wand, you can make blocks that are one away like that. It's not terribly precise, but it takes some finesse to get right. So doing some of these stages quickly when that stuff is involved in the route is actually quite a challenge. You can also do some fun things like jumping around enemies. They don't occupy all of the tiles that they're on, so you can edge into the corner of one. Use that to kind of jump over them in situations where you wouldn't think it would be possible. And Yogi and Toad just flying there, still neck and neck as they move into a little game called Snake, Rattle, and Roll.
Yeah, this is a little game. Not very many levels to it. Only 11 stages.
Long, no.
Yeah, not very long. It's the speed run. You can do it in like 8 minutes. It's a pretty fast game. They're only doing the first 4 stages here, so that's not even up to the point where it gets difficult. So they're just gonna deal with some isometric controls, a few jumps, memorizing a few Pibbly routing details. You know which Pibblies to get where. But the purpose of this game, if you've never seen this before, your purpose in this game is to make your snake long enough to tip the scale at the end of the level. So you have to eat these little balls that are called Nibbly Pibblies. And every 4 Pibbly points that you get extends your snake by 1 segment. And when your snake has enough segments, you'll get to this scale that you see at the end of the stage. Right there, Yogi's is approaching it. You see the scale up there at the top.
There.
He's got to farm a little bit because he got hit. You get hit and your snake gets shorter, so you don't want that to happen in your speed run.
No.
Or elsewhere.
Or elsewhere, right.
Right. There are certain enemies that will just kill you instantly as well.
That's right, but a lot of some of the instant kills will lose all of your snake segments and some of them won't. It depends what it is. If you get stomped by the foot, you lose it all. But it looks like both Toad and Yogi really struggling. This level, there should be enough in the fixed drops, like in these little manholes you can pick up Nibbly Pibblies, and there should be enough points in those that you don't have to eat from the dispensers, but both of them having to stop the dispenser at the end and deal with the randomness.
So Horror Film Kid just showed up in the chat and said he rage quit after 30 minutes of Karate Kid, and then the girl falling off the ledge at the end. Yeah, that can happen.
Oh, Karate Kid did it. Well, that's not a surprise. That's one of the ones that people were really cursing coming into this.
Yeah.
A lot of people having trouble with Cryon Conquest, and a lot of people absolutely hating Karate Kid.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Jorf, who actually does very well in these Big 20 races, has been known to just, you know what, if I don't like some of these 20 games, I'm not going to stress over it. So he specifically said, like, it's games like Karate Kid, they're the reason why I'm going to sit this one out.
Yeah.
No continues can be pretty rough. So I checked in with a couple people, Darkwing Duck, I think it was, not Kanonphone. Well, he's on stream, so yes, Kanonphone. But ND and Motherbrain are all in Solomon's Key as well, so quite close. So Sneak, Rattle, and Roll's a Feasel game.
Yes.
Yeah, it was one that I've run.
Yep.
It was yours, all alone for a long time. And then you did some co-op runs, though, actually, at some GDQs, if I recall.
Oh, that's right. I did do a
that's right.
co-op run with PJ. That's right.
Oh, Toad onto a modern-day warrior. His name's Tom Sawyer. He floated down a river on a raft with a black guy. Wee, 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 wee.
Oh, man, if only the game was that fun. It is not.
People who have not seen Rush in concert in the last 10 or so years are wondering what the hell I'm talking about.
I didn't know the reference specifically, but I put it together.
Yes.
That was dead on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
There's a little intro before Tom Sawyer with the South Park kids, and Cartman does not quite get the words right. And he's a little bit too eager to get into the wees. And then, of course, I think it's Kyle points out that, that's Huckleberry Finn who rides down the river on the raft, not Tom Sawyer.
I have seen so many people refer to this game as Huck Finn instead of Tom Sawyer.
I think it mentions somewhere that if you play it two-player alternating or whatever, player 2 actually is Huckleberry Finn.
Oh.
So.
Yep. That's an interesting attention to detail that this game seems to forego in a lot of ways. We were talking about how Die Hard is like kind of strangely faithful to the movie in some weird ways, whereas this game's like, I don't know, giant octopus.
Yeah, sure, why not?
So overall, though, this game is quite difficult. These guys, if they're good enough, and they are so far, Toad and Yogi are making short work of this game. They're making it look, well, you just run to the right, you attack a couple times, big deal. Actually, this game is quite fast-paced. All of the enemies move very quickly and have some very mean patterns. And your attacks have this stupid arc to them, like Friday the 13th, where they just sail over everything, and it's really annoying. So you either need to be attacking from right in front of something, which is dangerous, or from far away, so it's not even on screen yet, so there's a lot of memorization involved in these attacks. And also because you move so fast and they move so fast and your attacks move so fast, it's actually quite precise to do some of these really long-range shots. So watch Jaguar King here. There's a mouse he wants to try to take out as he comes down from this ladder. And look how far away he has to throw this attack. From downtown, manages to snipe it, picks up that heart, and that's of course invincibility, which is going to help out a huge amount, especially during this boss. Poof, goodbye, moving on.
Yep.
Still has the invincibility to go through the rest of the stage. It is very hard to land shots like that. He makes it look easy, but I messed around with this a little bit because of a little show called SGL that we do on, me and Feasel do on Speed Gaming. Sometimes MTI comes out as a player as well. Look it up. Anyway, I thought, like, well, maybe we can have this on the show. And I was like, oh, I don't know, this seems too easy. And then I played it, and I was like, oh my god, this is so difficult. And then turns out all the players know that because it's never been picked. We give players a list of games to vote on. Tom Sawyer always at the bottom of the list. No one wants to play this game, but now 50 people are being made to play it. Bad breaks, you jerk. But it's for our entertainment at the very least. And these guys are making really good headway through this game. The vertical, this raft level is pretty stupid, as you can tell. But once you get back into the platforming, this game is very difficult, and it kind of only gets harder. I guess we can check in on some more people.
Who do I have here? Looks like we have Weapon, WEPEN, on Dr. Mario, and E-Bloody Candy has been struggling with Clu Clu Land for the last little while.
Yeah, that's one where it's just like if your mind doesn't wrap around it,
right,
you just don't get anywhere, right? You just have to get past that hurdle before you can even have a chance at getting through it. So I'm not surprised to see someone get stuck on that game with its weird controls. Denzel Glovington is in River City Ransom. I know he put in some time to practice. Let's look at Soulfad. I remember this name sticking out
Excuse me.
Big 20 number 3. I think he was one of the more blindish players. He's on River City Ransom. Is minus 20 minutes on PB pace so far.
Okay. Well, always good.
Yeah, his PB was 7 hours, so I'm guessing that was like the one run that he
Probably
did.
the one run through. Yep.
Gonna check in on Enemy. He's a cool guy. He's good at games. Looks like he's mostly blind, so he's still on Clue Clue Land.
Yeah.
Perfectly understandable. I want to check in on Mr. Cab, actually. Mr. Cab 55 has bought all 20 carts for this race.
Oh,
He's doing the breakdown.
he's the breakdown method, yeah.
Yep.
Breakdown. Turbulent Daddy, yes. All those people.
So he's on River City Ransom as well. Though I think he actually said he plans to lose time in this race just from like cleaning carts.
Oh, from like cart switching, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Apparently sometimes we get audio from games that aren't on screen.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's.
Oh,
We're
are we
playing a
just we're
playlist.
just doing a playlist? Okay. Yeah. So that's what's going on there.
Yeah.
But back to Tom Sawyer, we get the monkey boss, where a bunch of monkeys form into a super monkey. That's a thing. And you just jump up and hit him in his stupid face. We got Toad, who's just a little bit past that into this haunted mansion. I think this is a one-hit kill game. I don't know if there's any
Sounds right,
you can pick up
yeah.
an extra hit or anything, but super punishing is the reason why so many people were afraid of this game. But
Right.
Toad
Toad with the
doing
death.
okay. Toad does get hit there as soon as I say he's doing a good job of not getting hit. I think there is a limited lives and limited continue situation going on in Tom Sawyer as well.
It strikes me as being vaguely familiar, yes. I haven't played it since I was about 6 years old myself, so.
If you had somehow remembered that from
Yeah, I know.
6-year-old MTI, I would have been quite impressed. So Toad dealing with that witch boss. You remember when Tom Sawyer fights the witch in the haunted mansion?
Yeah, it's the same time he floats down a river on a raft with a black guy.
Yeah, that's the next
yeah.
verse actually is about.
Yeah.
There's a bit about the giant crocodile, and then it talks about
Yes.
the witch. So Toad actually abusing this boss's hitbox here to get inside him a little bit, jump up and hit this weird demonic staff thing from behind. Do I need to read Tom Sawyer? Is there stuff going on there I didn't know about with the demons and the cloud paradise?
I think if you've played the game, it's equivalent to reading the book, so you don't really need
Yeah,
to.
it's 100% faithful. So, you watch the game, you get the full Tom Sawyer experience.
I really wish, oh, this is bad. I'm blanking on the author of Tom Sawyer.
Not going to tell you. Don't help him. Don't tell
No,
him.
no, I feel uncultured. Oh. It was, of course, Edgar Allan Poe who wrote.
It was J.R.R. Tolkien.
Edgar Allan Poe, that would explain, the haunted house and whatnot. though.
Yeah,
That would make more sense if this was a Poe story that this game was based off of.
Tom Sawyer as written by Edgar Allan Poe.
Just creepy
Yes.
and weird.
Samuel Clemens. Okay.
By the way, if anyone wants to watch that video I mentioned earlier, just do a YouTube search for, Rush Tom Sawyer South Park, and you should find it pretty easily. So,
Look at people
And then Tom
throwing out
Sawyer
all
fought
these
the giant.
authors.
yes.
At least I know these are mostly authors.
Yes.
Yep, J.K. Rowling, Tom Sawyer, and the legendary giant crocodile.
It's Tom Sawyer and the Giant Peach.
Him, Huckleberry Finn, and Hermione making their way down on the raft.
Yes.
Everyone knows that classic. So this is the part where Tom Sawyer rides a cloud and takes down an army
Yep,
blimp.
giant zeppelin.
Yeah, army blimp, of course.
Yeah.
One of those weaponized blimps that the army uses.
Right.
What a dumb game.
I think you mean the best game. This is the Rocky and Bullwinkle of this Big 20.
Oh man, so Jaguar King, they're missing the balloon. There's balloons and birds that you can just grab that take you through large portions of the level. And I think they actually do it a little bit faster than if you had just walked. So in addition to being, completely free, no execution required, it is indeed a little faster. So Jaguar King missed that balloon and suddenly had to deal with enemies he had no idea how to deal with. Very quickly died to some lightning bolts. So this time he's going to make sure he grabs that balloon. Yogi at this vertical waterfall section here. Vertical platforming, much like Puss in Boots, is quite difficult. Luckily, you don't have to do too much of it. Toad fighting this boss here, where you kind of just attack off screen and hope they run into it.
Good boss design.
Thankfully, the bosses are not too difficult in this game.
Right.
So here's the climactic finish of Tom Sawyer, where he defeats the racist caricature of an Indian riding on the dinosaur to save the girl.
Yep.
As everyone knows. And now Toad is officially first through Tom Sawyer. Moving on to a Konami game called
Yes,
Tiny
Toad
Toons.
getting right onto the friction of the day here. Moving on to Tiny Toons. So Yes.
This game is really cool, actually. You're seeing him do this weird up and down slide thing. That's not just for fun, that's actually the fastest method of movement in this game. It is quite a bit faster than regular running, and the input required for it is quite strange. Once you get up to running speed, you want to press down and I think maybe jump. And that will initiate a slide, and the slide gives you a big speed boost, but it will quickly run out. You will start to slow down, and you're sliding belly first on the ground. It makes sense. But you can jump out of it to keep all of that speed. And in addition to that, you can use Plucky to fly, and that will also maintain your speed. So you're seeing that put to use here by Toad, actually flying over most of the level.
flying over the level, yeah. This has, a kind of floor on the ceiling, if you will. So if you can get up onto the ceiling, you can then just fly and skip huge portions of levels here.
I think the input as well is I think you lose your sliding speed if you hold right, or maybe if you hold run. I can't remember, but you actually need to let go of things that you would assume that you're just always holding when you're moving to the right in order to keep that speed. So. Actually, first we'll talk about this zip here that Toad is doing.
Flip through the wall there. Yep.
It's not as major a time savings as those kinds of things can be. That's just a minor one. And getting it on fourth try as he did, I think pretty much lost about as much as it saved there. But it's possible to get stuck there for quite a bit trying to make that work. So it's good that he got it. But yeah, doing this sliding movement and also reacting to when you lose it and building it up again. That process is pretty tricky. The inputs for it are non-standard, I guess, to say the least. So players had to put in some time to really figure out how to get the most out of Tiny Toons here. And Toad definitely has, because he is flying through this game. Literally.
Yeah, this is, yes, both literally and figuratively. There is one level late in the game where you are not going to be using Plucky. You're going to be using Furball the cat, because he can climb walls, and there's a long vertical segment where that actually becomes very useful. But for most of the game, yeah, he's going to be sticking with Plucky Duck here. And there are actually power-ups that you get that kind of, I guess, transform you into your partner or switch you into your partner. Toad just grabbed one there. And so we see that.
There are some quote-unquote boss fights with Elmira where all you can do is dodge her until the door shows up. No real way to speed it up. Just don't get hit.
Right.
Hey guys, I've jumped in the call just in time for Tiny Toons, which is one of my favorite NES games. It's
Wow,
just really
who's this?
solid.
What? This is Blecky. What's he
It's
doing?
Blecky.
Oh my
What?
god. Welcome.
Yep. Hello, thank you. Yep. As Tom Sawyer finishes up and Tiny Toons. You already described what's so good about Tiny Toons, but man, do I love this game. The sliding mechanic is so cool.
Yeah, it's beautiful when you get it going, right? Like when you're at top speed and you're zooming through the level and you're like, oh man, and then you screw it up and suddenly you have to like stop doing your weird down A inputs
Yeah.
and start looking for a place to get running speed, and then you do B right, and then you switch back into it, and maybe there's an enemy in your way, and so it feels really bad when it goes wrong, but it feels great when it goes right.
And then what are the other? I think you might have said this. I didn't catch it, but was it Furball is able to climb on walls, and what's Dizzy do?
I don't know. I just speedrun doesn't pick him, so I don't know.
Yeah,
He
I
doesn't
don't
exist.
actually know.
I
Like,
think
if
the
had to
whirlwind does
guess-
damage, right?
Yeah, probably. Yeah,
That's
I
right.
imagine he turns into a tornado and can hit things.
And I remember from my blind race, there's a really difficult level at the end, and just where you have to slide under a ton of spikes and dodge other stuff. And I remember some people in the blind race use Dizzy because his spin makes you invulnerable while it's going. So for a first playthrough, it could be handy occasionally, but not in a speedrun.
Yeah, those spikes are trouble. You basically need to get enough speed to slide underneath them. And if you don't get enough speed, you get stuck in the middle. All you can do is stand up and die, pretty much.
I actually wasn't sure about that. I have actually never played this game. I just watched other people do it.
Yeah, I don't
Essentially.
think you can initiate another slide without standing up again.
Yeah, I wasn't clear about that. All right. That's, wow.
And then I don't know the recent history of this game, but at some point, some time ago, Yoka, I believe, found a zip in stage 1. Maybe he just made it viable in real time. But you can actually do zips in this game, and the first of which is in the haunted house earlier. I'm not sure if we see him anywhere else, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I guess it's a zip. I think of it more of as a clip.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't know.
yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Going through the stairs.
Yeah, you get through the stairs and you turn around and you just
Through the wall. Yeah.
moonwalk through the wall a little bit. It's not a huge time savings, if you just go up and around. I think it'll cut off 4 seconds or so if you nail it first try, and it's a little finicky, but we did see a number of players go for it and eventually get it. So it was not so difficult that some of these stronger players here didn't feel like they could pull it off. Seeing some plucky use here from Toad.
How did Tom Sawyer go overall? Out of curiosity, it can be such a rough game.
Yeah, I think there was one death from Toad that I saw among the top players. Jaguar King ran into some big trouble actually with missing a balloon and dying in the cloud level.
Oh, okay.
I don't think anyone really expected to get through Tom Sawyer completely clean.
Right.
Yeah.
So Jaguar King there dodging Elmira a little too much. You need to just have this, timer going in your head that says you need to be standing here at this point to get in the door.
Right. It's like, okay, I can stand here and I'll make it to the door before Elmira catches me.
Toad there getting right next to Elmira. Seems like he's well practiced here, knowing exactly when that door is going to appear and where.
Now this stage, the caves can go pretty quickly, but I don't know how difficult the boss is, but if you do, it's a cycle-based boss, and you really gotta try and keep him stun-locked so that he doesn't jump down into a pit, and start another cycle. I'm not sure how difficult it is once you're really well practiced. We'll see if any of these guys lose a cycle, because that could cost you, I don't know, 8-ish seconds maybe.
That's the next thing to keep an eye on here. I'm not sure who else has made their way into Tiny Toons. I'm going to start doing a sweep and seeing if I can find any players who've maybe gained some ground on our leaders here.
Let's see. It looks like ND Sui is onto Tiny Toons. Let's see. Weapon working on Solomon's Key here.
Darkwing Duck just shortly behind Garadas, working his way through the end of Tom Sawyer.
Oh, that's not bad. Toad got it. So you were able to see there that Toad kept him stun locked. It seems to be not too difficult if you practiced it a little bit.
Mr. Cab still doing River City Ransom. Denzel Glovington working his way through Dr. Mario.
From what you can tell, are there many people in Tiny Toons besides the 4 we've got on stream?
So far, I haven't seen someone.
Yeah,
there's a lot of people who have gone in blind on a lot of these first couple of games, so Clue Clue Land is definitely
Clue
been a
Land
big
is actually
roadblock
surprisingly difficult
for a lot of people.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Here we are in the construction zone where you just need to cape over the level, as a Mario World runner might say.
Oh, Mother Brain is in Tiny Toons.
Oh, cool. So it sounds like 5 total are vying to complete Tiny Toons first.
To answer that question in chat, there is a strict order. You do have to do the 20 games in order, if only because it's easier to see who is in the lead that way.
Right, yeah. It looks like Darkwing Duck also just started Tiny Toons.
We could definitely use your help, though, chat. If you see someone who is who's taking the lead or is at least getting close to it, definitely shout them out in chat. There's a lot of streams, and we would do our best to cover them. But we could definitely use your help to make sure we don't miss anything.
We, or at least I, certainly can't cover everything, so...
The scrolling blocks that appear throughout this game, I played this game as a kid, and those always made me want a heaping bowl of Cookie Crisp, and that has stayed true to this day.
Cookie Crisp.
Cookie Crisp, yeah.
I don't see that very much in Canada. I feel like it's more of an American cereal.
Well, I'm sorry.
Probably, yeah.
We got our Count Choculas. That's kind of hard to find, actually.
Yeah,
It's hard
actually,
to
I don't
find
know what
here,
happened. Count Chocula used to be like a year-round thing, and now it's not.
We got
Makes me sad.
Nesquik. We have those chocolate Cheerios sometimes. Reese's Pieces, or Reese's, what are they? Reese's something.
Yeah, like the Reese's cereal, yeah.
Puffs? It's just Reese's Puffs.
Puffs. Yeah.
That's what it is, yeah.
But yeah, not too many chocolate-based cereals here in Canada. I could go for some Cookie Crisps. In terms of actual gameplay and not cereal-related facts,
I don't think there's a Tiny Toons cereal, unfortunately.
oh, there should be. There should be. It would just be like the marshmallow faces for... Yeah, maybe they struck a deal with Lucky Charms or something. Instead of rainbows, it's Plucky's head. But the vertical platforming in that stage is actually quite tricky because slide jumping does not also give you a whole bunch of extra speed. It gives you extra height as well. So when you're vertically platforming, you know, obviously extra height on your jump starts to look pretty appealing, but getting enough speed to do a slide and then controlling your jump after that is quite difficult. So we saw players have to end up taking it quite a bit slower there than the record run does, simply for ease of execution reasons.
This level that Toad's on, I think you just have to go through. It's unlike the other levels. You just have to get all the Go-Go's.
Oh, right, you have to collect all the Go-Go Dodos, yeah.
And suddenly the level just completes and you're wondering like where the boss is, but you're just suddenly done with the level. It can be surprising. And then I think the sixth stage is, I'm pretty sure, the final one.
Sounds right.
And is quite difficult for a first-time playthrough. It's really just kind of getting used to because you can't even really jump and glide that much, which is what a lot of the most of the speedrun is made up of. But this is more about kind of precise slides, especially under spikes, and then positioning yourself on an elevator, which we'll see in a little bit on Toad's screen here. Oh, actually, you know what? That's right. They switch over to Furball. As we mentioned, Furball is able to climb walls instead of Plucky's glide. And so Toad's going to be making use of that ability to just skip all these little kind of money bag cannons.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you have to ride up on an elevator.
Yeah, still pretty tricky to avoid getting hit, though, because I do think once you get hit, you do fall all the way down. Pretty bad stuff. We can get clarification from Joka, though. Yoka, I never know whether to do the hard J or not, but he's in chat, and he is the record holder, I believe, still for this game. Definitely the first name I think of when I think of Tiny Toons.
Yeah. We didn't clarify how to do this boss Jaguar. Actually, I guess Toad's finishing up. So, I mean, Toad, this final boss is Monty, and you really just need to bop on his head, as you would expect. Plucky, the one advantage Plucky would have here is that he would be able to glide in the air and just kind of hit Monty 3 times before returning to the ground. But Furball just saves way too much time from all the wall climbing that you just have to use 3 coins and jump up on him. Yoki close behind. Maybe 30 seconds or something.
So Toad moving on to Robo Warrior, which is a very random, very obtuse kind of game.
I told Bad Breaks that if I were to commentate on the stream, that he would have to allow me to say how much I dislike Robo Warrior. And so that's just sort of one of the stipulations. It's a really, really crazy game. You're limited on bombs. It's kind of, on a first playthrough, it's a lot of trial and error just because you need to find where you are able to go. There are these dark sections. Power-ups are hidden throughout the kind of the trees and stuff. And even beyond that, you need to be able to, I think you guys can clarify if I'm wrong, but I believe to complete a stage, you need to find the candelabra thingy somewhere in one of these trees, and then go to the end of the stage with it. If you don't get that, which Toad just got, if you don't get it, then the stage just keeps looping, and you wonder how could a stage go on for so long.
No, you're absolutely right. This game
sounds
is
right,
kind of BS in that way. There's no... I mean, some of these blocks are secrets, and you can kind of guess based off of they look a little fishy or something. But there are very critical items hidden in completely random seeming places.
Like Toad just found a secret thing. I don't think this is required, but by going in this secret area, he was able to get a couple extra items. And the extra items in this game are quite cool, actually. Like, that rocket that he just used is pivotal and prevents you from having to blow up a whole line of trees in a row just with your bombs and waiting for your bombs to blow up one at a time. The other really, really huge item to be able to find is one which just clears the entire screen of what's shown on screen at a time, and needless to say, that can be very helpful. One thing to note is that bombs, while it only takes 1 bomb to destroy trees in the cardinal directions, it actually requires, you can kind of see after you place 1 that the trees to the diagonal directions kind of just get chipped away. So they actually require, to be able to, he just used a full screen clear, but to be able to take out any of the trees diagonally, you actually need to place 2 bombs in the same spot. And so if you ever wonder why they're placing 2, then that's your answer. They want to clear the diagonal ones.
Yeah, so Yogi also going into this secret room, I believe, like you said, it is not required, but with the route these guys want to take, they want at least 2 flotation devices to cross some large stretches of water. And there's one of them in that room. We're seeing Toad use it in this area here, and there's one other, I believe. That seems to be the fastest way through these levels, and you want to take the fastest route so that you can be done with this game.
So bomb management I'm sure it has to do. I'm sure it's important in routing the speedrun, but on a first-time playthrough, bomb management is a huge issue. And if you do run out of bombs, you need to wait for these constantly respawning enemies to come on screen and drop you more bombs. So if you find yourself out of bombs, you can really be in a hot spot. But obviously, these guys have routed out everything so that they don't have to run out of bombs. In fact, they're quite plentiful, and they'll usually probably stay above 50 at a time.
Yeah, I know we talked a little bit about drops, but I do want to stress that a lot of these, I think, like some of these candles are in fixed locations. But there's a lot of drops, particularly in the underground sections, that are completely random.
Drops are random. Yep.
And some of them help quite a bit, and some of them don't. So you can see here Jaguar King just wandering around in the darkness, hoping to find some of these icons that he wants to see, and if he doesn't get them, he can't do much about it. Depending on how good or bad your luck is, you may opt to go back into a second underground section to get some more items.
And these underground sections, if it helps a lot to have a candle. I think they're using their candles, right? If you don't have a candle and use it, then it's just pitch black, I believe, right?
Yes, I believe that is the case.
Okay. So I mean, that's just one more way that items can really kind of help you.
Yeah, I think they're nice and put some of the candles in set locations. So players are probably not going to get caught without candles. Though if they do, the stairs always spawn directly to the right of the entrance stairs. So you can get hit by enemies and get knocked off that path, but you can still see your sprite, I believe. So you can keep track of where you are and just head directly to the right and eventually get those stairs. You won't get many items, but it's at least you're not completely screwed.
Yeah. And one thing we haven't mentioned is that your health also functions as your timer. Even if you don't take damage from anything, your health will slowly tick down. And so, again, the timer isn't going to be much of an issue in a speedrun, but it can take a long time to get through a level, and so, again, in a casual playthrough, you can find yourself quite low on health, quite low on bombs, and no real ability, or find it quite difficult to kind of regain your footing. But they have planned out a lot of their bomb positioning to maximize the drops that they know are fixed in this game. Like I saw a little bit ago, Yogi placed a couple bombs which you wouldn't have thought would actually be useful, but he wanted the sweet, sweet items beneath. And here we are at the boss. I'm not too sure on the details of this boss, but I'm guessing you bomb him a lot.
Sounds right.
I think if you have missiles, they really help a lot on that boss in particular. But again, that's another thing that's completely random. So if players don't have enough missiles, they are going to have to work with what they have. And that's what Toad did. He got that boss down. He's moving on to Guerrilla Wars. This is a fun, kind of mindless game in a lot of ways when you play it casually. But that's part of the appeal. I think this is it's really not a big hurdle for
No.
in the Big 20. Deaths are very fast, and even continues are infinite and also quite fast. So you can kind of just run and die your way through this game, and you'll still get a fairly good time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I would say that of all the NES games I've played, this is probably in the top 5 easiest to complete, just because of the very, very kind game overs.
Right.
But it's still fun to just run around.
It really is.
It's quite fun, yeah.
Yeah, it is a very fun game.
Yeah, it sure is.
It's a lot like Commando, if you've played that. Just a little easier. But it's a similar kind of game style and quite
style.
fun.
Yeah, this is the game that Commando should have been, the game that Ikari Warriors should have been. This is
Oh god.
it done right.
Right, yeah.
So Toad making short work of that first boss there. I think he actually picked up the flame power-up with the tank, which is, while super strong, also super laggy. So not the weapon of choice there, but it gets the job done. That's for sure. So he's moving on to the second level here.
And we mentioned
hasn't died yet, so actually, he does manage. You can optimize this game a little bit, and it looks like Toad, could have put his time towards learning other games, but did put in some time to learn how to shave some time off in Guerrilla Wars here.
Yeah, that's just what I was going to say. I mean, the game overs are quick, but they do take time, and even the minimal deaths do add up quickly. So it was worth it, I think, to sink in that extra bit of time just to make sure you don't die that often.
Yes, so interesting note about this. In this version of the game, you're essentially playing as two anonymous heroes of the revolution. In the Japanese version, you were actually playing as, I believe, player 1 is Fidel Castro and player 2 is Che Guevara, and you're playing to liberate Cuba. I am not kidding about that.
I did not know that.
Japanese version. They removed all those references for this version, so you're just kind of an anonymous liberator of this island.
Mm-hmm. Enemy attack is getting stronger.
Oh no!
So saith the dialogue, the cutscene.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I was wrong. I think Toad may have had the power-up he wanted for that first boss. It just looks like the flame power-up when you're point blank, because the bombs explode immediately and do the same animation.
That makes sense. Sure.
Now, I'm not sure if you ever need to kind of go out of your way to speed anything up in this game. For example, like there are these hostages we see throughout, but they sure don't seem concerned with any of the hostages.
No.
And
when they're not outright murdering the hostages, they're certainly not going out of their way to save them.
Out of my way, hostages. I've got a country to save.
That's right. Acceptable collateral damage. Sorry.
But it seems that, I mean, I'm guessing that something like the tank probably does save time. After all, they've been hopping into that when they can. I'm guessing it just adds extra protection, probably some amount of firepower, and I'm guessing you can run over enemies as well.
Run over enemies. I think it might actually move faster as well. I'm not.
Oh, okay. That's true. It looks like that.
Yeah, the tank is faster. It runs over enemies, and you're also immune to regular bullets while you're in it. It's only grenades and other tanks that you need to worry about. Seeing this ever so difficult boss here that Toad is dealing with by standing in place and occasionally attacking.
But yeah, for any new players in this race, I think that this game will be a welcome respite after Robo Warrior.
After Robo Warrior, absolutely, yeah.
Things are going to be heating up, though, from here on out. There's a lot of faster, easier games packed into the start of the race, but the back half gets pretty dense. We're looking at games like Bionic Commando, Metal Storm, Cryon Conquest, Zelda 2, Rygar. There's a lot of meat to those games. So even though Toad's got himself a pretty healthy lead here, there's still a lot of race left to go.
Absolutely. If anyone remembers the previous Big 20, Toad was he was similarly cruising along right up until Little Nemo, and essentially one or two bad deaths from there to the end were what cost him. So if you die or you game over in the wrong place, you're never 100% safe. So
you should have put Clu Clu Land at the end, just in the event that someone lost the entire race to Clu Clu Land. That would have been amazing.
And then they can look up at the sky and clench their fist and say, Clu Clu Land! I like to think that the world is a better place for that having happened. So, so Toad getting hit by a grenade there, I think, so he loses his tank. You actually have to get out of the tank before it explodes. And there's a flashing and a sound effect that accompanies it. But there's a lot going on in this game, so it's possible that you don't quite catch it and you blow up, but you caught that situation. Now he's getting thrown around by this boss in what is absolutely a hilarious manner, but I think that is the end of the goal.
Yes.
So he's done. with Guerrilla Wars. He is moving on here to Bionic Commando. Now, luckily, we happen to have a Bionic Commando expert on the call with us here, who may or may not be frantically trying to unmute his microphone as he's dealing with loading up streams. But Fiesel does know a thing or two about Bionic Commando.
Yeah. I personally know that just it's a game that once you get the hang of the controls and etc., it's a lot of fun, but it is not a gentle learning curve getting there.
Oh, nice. Arcus is actually on Robo Warrior. He's in 6th place at this moment. I popped in for a moment and noticed that, like, oh, hey, he's really keeping pace with some of these top players. We expected, Toad, Yogg, Darkwing. Yeah, I don't know. That just came out. I've never said that before. But the Yogg. We expected those names, but I mean, there's a lot of really good players who are just kind of quietly doing their own thing in their streams, and then they hear about this and they come in, and you find out, guess what? There are other people who are really good at video games. So I think, for me at least, I'm just finding out that Arcus is quite on the ball here. There was a Big 20 number 2. I think there was a player by the name of Lemons X who actually got 4th at a very last minute overtake in Zelda 1 over, I think it was Primal. And I was looking forward to seeing him in Big 20 number 3, but I think he got held up and couldn't participate. And once again, he is not participating this year. But yeah, definitely, there are some players we're likely to miss. So if there is a really strong player out there who we don't have on screen or we haven't quite noticed, please definitely make sure you point those out, because we want to make sure we cover this race as best we can here. But it looks like Fiesel is away at the moment, so we can talk a little bit about Bionic Commando. He's back. All right.
He's back.
You can talk about Bionic Commando behind my back, though. It's fine.
Yeah, I think it's a dumb game, and anyone who plays it is also dumb, is what I think about Bionic. That's not true. Bionic Commando is an amazing game. The movement mechanics are quite unique, if not frustrating at first. There's a very big learning curve to getting the most out of this grappling hook, and then even when you do, taking it a step further and speedrunning the game with this grapple hook is kind of a whole different level. So, Fiesel, right. I think the grappling hook attracted you to this game.
Well, it certainly makes it a pretty high-tech game. With only 2 buttons, with only an A and B button, there's not really a lot of games on the NES that have really complex movement mechanics. But this game just so overloads the controls with so many different ways of operating this bionic arm. So yeah, it's pretty tricky, and there's no jump, so you're forced to use the bionic arm basically all over the place. It's your primary method of movement in the speed run because it's so much faster than walking. And a lot of things you can do to it. The real trick to it is knowing when to disconnect as you're swinging. And different parts of the swing will give you different trajectories as you disconnect. You can disconnect by pressing down. You also get 2 different kinds of swings, whether you initiate the swing with the A button or with the D-pad. You get slightly different arc to your swing.
I did not know that.
Interesting.
Yeah, well, it's because the A button both initiates the swing and it starts retracting the line.
Is that the retracting the hook? Okay.
Yes, you can swing with or without retracting the line, and that will give you different trajectories. And a lot of the sequence breaks, or being able to get up to ledges that you're not supposed to be able to, has to do with doing this little hop. Basically, you do a 45-degree angle connection with your grappling hook, and then as soon as you start to swing, you press down on the D-pad to cancel out of it really quickly, and it kind of pushes you up in the air a little bit and gives you like a little pseudo jump, and you can use that to reach ledges you're not supposed to be able to. Right here, this area that we see Toad at, there's a ton of little sequence breaks that you can do just by kind of pushing yourself up into the ceiling. And the way the game handles you being out of bounds is it ejects you upwards. And if there happens to be nothing in your way above where it knocks you, you get pushed up to the next floor. So you can skip a lot of this section that Toad just did. This is probably the hardest stage in the goal, I think.
This game is so good, and it has just never made any sense to me. Like, I just have never been able to play this game well. It's really impressive. Yeah, it's really impressive to me when someone's able to pull it off.
Likewise, I rented it as a kid, or I guess my dad rented it technically, but I played it as a kid, got nowhere. Later, late in high school, early in college, tried playing through it with save states, still got nowhere. But yeah, it was a lot of fun watching PJ work on his tutorial for this, because PJ, of course, very good at this game. I believe he's the record holder. He certainly was.
He is, yeah.
He is still, okay. And there were times when he would, lapse into world record tier strats, and then he'd realize, oh wait, beginner friendly, hold on, no, don't do that, let's try this again. So that was fun.
Yep, so a little bit of routing. I mean, for this goal, it's pretty clear what route you're going to take with the trucks, but it's a little bit different than the route you would take in any percent. So these players are using sort of an adapted version of the truck route. I believe this route is the one that PJ came up with and mentions in this tutorial there. But you don't have to visit all the same locations that you would in any percent. Mainly, the main difference is you can skip one of the communicators you'd have to pick up, which throws off all of the truck routing that you see in any percent run. So this is sort of a custom overworld route that they're using here.
Yes, and for those of you who have never played the game, you'll probably notice Toad going into and immediately exiting a lot of doors. Toad and Yogi and Jaguar King now. Because what you're supposed to do is kind of wiretap and pick up communications that tell you where to go. But just entering the room is actually the trigger for essentially the game telling you, okay, you know what you need to know. You can advance to the next one, more or less.
Right. Yeah, it's the trigger for the next section of the tower. This tower that you see Jaguar King still on right now with the orange background is really tricky because this is the first level that you attack in basically any route. This is the first level that you do in any percent or this race route. And you go in there without any health. You have just one hit death. And normally your health would be upgraded by this point because you would have beaten some other levels, killed some other enemies, and picked up some experience. But trying to do this tower with no health is really tricky. You'll probably see almost all of these players kill off some of the enemies in that tower just to try to get your health raised, your max health raised before you get to the top of the tower.
Yeah, because there are so many of these side levels that we'll just never ever see. So do most of those just kind of have something that would make a casual play more easy, but are just useless in a speedrun, or not worth it in a speedrun?
A lot of the levels you just don't need to beat.
Yeah.
So you skip them. I mean, there's only certain levels that you need to in order to trigger the next set of levels. There's really just a limited set that you have to beat here. Toad just pulled off an excellent cliff skip. I don't know if we're going to see anybody else get it because it's a really hard trick to get, but Toad did it first try, completely effortless.
But yeah, a lot of those optional levels Fiesel was talking about, they'll give you like 1-ups, or they'll give you, the bullets that if you collect enough of them, they increase your maximum life, that kind of thing.
And there's lots of different guns you can pick up, but most of them are garbage. Once you get this rocket launcher, that's the gun you're going to use all over the place if you can. Most of the other guns, complete garbage.
So that cliff skip, first of all, is anyone else coming up on it shortly? I guess Yogi probably is almost there.
Yeah, probably Yogi soon.
So what does that skip exactly? It just kind of skips a much longer path around to get where you need to go?
It's not even much longer. It's like 15 seconds or less. It's barely, if you get it first try, it still barely saves you time, but it's somewhat of a time savings. You definitely are going to go for it if you're going for world record. You can't world record without it, but in this race, it's pretty questionable because most of the people I saw trying to get that cliff skip were failing it enough times that it wasn't worth trying it. But, you got to try.
Is it the kind of thing where you can try for it once and then just stop? Or like basically... Going. Okay.
It's like until you get bored of it.
Yeah. And so a lot of what exactly, can you try and articulate kind of where a lot of the difficulty in this game comes from? Is it mostly just kind of from timing your grapple on to very small objects, I guess?
Yeah, well, it's planning out what exactly you're going to grapple to, and the precise spot that your grappling hook hits at affects what your swing is going to be like. So there's a lot of having really good aim with your grappling hook, and just a lot of memorization, knowing exactly where your grapple points should be, and then it's just dealing with the grappling hook itself. So combinations of swinging using the A button and using the down on the D-pad to disconnect at the right time. It's just tricky to use this grappling hook effectively.
And in terms of a race setting, if you're a little off on one swing, that's going to throw off your ability to hit your next swing and your next swing. So there's a lot of reading and reacting to how your grapples are going. That is quite tricky. Mm-hmm. These guys seem to be doing a great job, though. Toad, of course, has moved on here through to
Metal Storm here. Yep.
Yeah, this game's brilliant. It's kind of where I feel like most NES games should be in terms of difficulty. It's just got the perfect amount of difficulty in it, in my mind. As you can see, no doubt by now, the huge... Oh, did someone else go for it?
Yogi went for it, missed it, and he decided he's going to go back and do this the normal way instead of trying again.
Okay.
So the idea of Metal Storm is that you can reverse gravity, and that affects not only yourself, and not even only the most of the enemies in the game, but also certain level elements such as switches or doors, stuff like that. And so you're going to be seeing Toad do a lot of that, and if anything kind of looks odd to you in terms of why did that part of the stage change, it probably has something to do with the way he changed gravity.
Yeah, any game where you can change gravity is it starts to open a lot of doors for speedrunning.
Mm-hmm. And the game doesn't really even end it there. It also adds in this one power-up. Every time Yogi switches, well, he doesn't have the power-up now. You can only have one power-up at a time. But when Yogi has this particular fireball power-up, anytime he switches gravity, when he's in the air during that gravity transition, he'll become a fireball. And that's actually the fastest way to deal damage, I believe. So he's gonna try, well, we'll see what he does, but for a lot of bosses, you want to be able to have that fireball, and it makes going through the stage a lot faster too, I believe. But otherwise, the kind of item you would trade it away for is a stronger laser, which looks like a sort of crescent wave instead of just blue circles.
Yeah, I think the increased hitbox is actually a little bit useful on the laser, as well as the damage.
Yeah, and I would...
Another important upgrade is the armor upgrade that lets you actually take a hit, because this is a one-hit death game, and it's pretty punishing in that way. I think you have unlimited continues, but limited lives. And on top of that, there's some really crazy stuff you can do. I don't think Toad's going to go for it here, but you can go for some boss skips involving the armor power-up. We'll see, actually. I think you need to kill an enemy in a certain spot to get the armor drop. So I think he has it.
Oh, interesting.
And I think he actually picked it up. I think he wanted to try to leave it there. Anyway, the idea is you get hit and pick up the armor power-up at the same time. So you get hit, and the game says, oh, that means you died. And then you get the armor power-up, and it says, oh, but now you have health, so you're not dead. So I tried to end the level, but now you're not dead, so I guess that means you must have beat the level, and you just kind of skip the boss. But if you miss it, if you're too slow grabbing the power-up, you get hit and die. And if you're too fast, you just kind of lose the power-up and then have to do the boss the regular way.
Yeah, people in the chat saying Toad apparently got the first one.
Did he?
First wrong warp, yeah.
Oh, there's like different phases to the boss fight.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought it was it would skip all the way to the end of the level, but I looked into it a little bit, but
right. The principle is actually pretty similar to the Contra 3 wrong warps, where in Contra 3, if you use a bomb to get a 1-up just as you lose your last life, it's very similar. The game says, oh, you lost your last life, let me go to fade out. Checks says, oh, you have a life, because you collected the 1-up from points. And says, oh, you have a life. After I faded out, you must have beaten the stage. Cool, go on to the next stage. So it sounds like it's a very similar concept. where essentially between where it checks between where it fades out and where it actually checks to make sure you're supposed to be dead, you are in fact not dead, and the game says, oh, you're not dead, so you obviously cleared the stage. So, let's see. I'm saying, I guess he either didn't get or didn't go for the 4-2 skip.
Seeing lots of players in Metal Storm now.
Yeah.
Let me quick check. Dassault is just about to wrap up Tiny Toons, and he created the tutorial, or one of the tutorials, I think, for Robo Warrior. So,
very interesting.
I think we should. Yeah, he's just moving on to that now. So hopefully we can get Dassault up and maybe see some really strong Robo Warrior action from him.
One pretty neat thing about this game is that it does have a second quest. You don't see it for all NES games, but once in a while a game will have a sort of a second quest type thing. And this game does have it, and boy is it ever significantly harder. But that will not be done in the race today.
Does UA still have the record for both loops?
I'm not sure, actually. I don't know.
I know he had it kind of uncontested for a while, but then I think someone changed that, and I think they may have at least taken the first loop record. I'm not sure, but UA is definitely the one who pushed this game quite far.
Right.
I think he actually got a second loop record at the Best of NES Marathon. Or at least one loop, or he got very close to it or something. Yeah, he had a very, very strong run at the Best of NES Marathon, which is something that happens on this channel in November, where top runners from a whole bunch of NES games, I think there's over 100 last time, all come together and play their game in the big NES celebration. So if you like the NES stuff you're seeing today, then definitely follow the channel. Keep an eye out for that in November, as well as other Big 20 races in the future.
Yeah, Big 20 number 5 will presumably be in about 6 months. I want to say Bad Break said he'll announce the games for it in August, but I might be wrong.
So Toad here is being very particular about these enemies in this boss fight.
Yeah, you can go crazy on this boss. But the idea is that they act as your platforms, and the top and bottom of the screen is basically just kind of a laser field that insta kills you. So you can really, really just use gravity a whole ton to get a quick kill in, or you can play it a bit more conservatively and not risk the death and just kind of stay on the top sides of them without shifting gravity and just playing it safe. And here we are with the boss rush.
Yes, checking up on a couple of our off-stream runners here. Kochi788 working through Solomon's Key, and we have Darkwing Duck on Bionic Commando.
Yeah, a lot of these guys put in some major time.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So Darkwing streaming all the time. Toad's finishing up the boss rush shortly. There's just, after you get, if I remember correctly, after you get through the boss rush portion of it, I think it's just one more rather easy boss, I believe. We'll see.
Yeah, the last boss being a bit of a letdown, I believe, is something that sticks out in my mind. Although after a tough game like this, with one-hit death, that can be quite welcome for these players. So here it is, you just get up in his face, jump and shoot, then get underneath him here, point up and shoot. As long as you got that armor, you can tank that laser.
Yeah.
I think if you do lose a life on the boss rush, then you just go back to the current stage, the current boss that you're on.
The boss that you're on. Yeah.
I don't think it makes you redo the whole thing.
Yogi having a bit of trouble with these double laser spawner things. He takes a hit, down his armor.
LV Creed in chat noting that the last boss in the second loop actually tries.
Oh, okay.
So I'll take his word for it.
What game are we on? Are we really on game 16?
Wow, really?
It's amazing we're not even at the 2-hour mark yet.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
we do have some of the
these-
longer games coming up at the
Yeah.
end here, so.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
usually how it works. Short ones at the beginning, longer ones at the end. Cryon Conquest, one of the more difficult games, I'm told.
Yeah. I was so surprised you guys picked the goal you did, but I'm glad you did. This game, I would say on a first playthrough, this is probably the second hardest game after Robo Warrior. This game is so hard, and
Yeah.
I believe the US version only gives you 3 lives, no continues, I think.
That is correct. The Japanese version does at least allow at least limited, if not unlimited, continues. For whatever reason, Vic Tokai, they of Golgo 13 fame, decided, nah, continues. US gamers not feeling those. We're just gonna take those out. You know.
So besides just the lives and continue situation, it's really just a very, very hard game in general. There are going to be a lot of enemies on the screen at all times that can really just sort of catch you off guard. And on top of that, there's actually really, really, really funky zips in this game. And I can't wait to see them, because it's really hard to explain. It's just that you'll have to see it to believe it type of thing. But it really takes sort of something like the Mega Man 2 Woodman zips to the extreme.
Right.
Yeah,
Oh,
see,
yeah.
the Mega Man ones kind of make sense to me a little bit. I can put it together, right? Like you stand on the item 1, and that lifts Mega Man up, and then
Yeah.
you make the item 1 so that it's not up against the ceiling, so that the game doesn't despawn it. But Mega Man is getting pushed into the ceiling, and the game doesn't check to see if he bumps the ceiling because he's not moving, right?
Right.
That makes sense to me. And then the game trying to eject you out of the wall because it doesn't like you in the wall. That makes sense.
Right. Yeah. Okay, you're not supposed to be there. Get out of the wall.
So I get it. I understand what's going on. In Cryon Conquest, I don't know why what happens happens. The select button is a mysterious force in this game that it just locks your character in place in a really weird way. So if you hold it and jump, you do these little like muted jumps that barely get off the ground. If you hold select and turn around, first of all, when you turn around in this game, your hitbox actually is kind of it's like off kilter. If your hitbox is kind of pushed to the left, and then if you turn around, it'll suddenly be kind of pushed to the right. So you can use that in conjunction with the select button that locks your position in a weird way to get right up next to a wall, and then just turn around while holding select, and now you're in the wall. And then you can jump, but you don't do anything, and then you hold select and jump, and oh, now suddenly that's actually ejecting you up 8 pixels at a time. So you hold select and you hit A, and that for some reason lets you start moving through these walls, and then once you're in the wall, you hold right and you don't move, but then you let go of right, and then you start moving, and then you can tap down to continually keep moving. It's super, super bizarre. There's instant death, like tiles out of bounds for no reason, so you have to like zip around to avoid them. There's a zip that even the record holder, PLD, is the record holder.
Mentioning this.
Yeah, someone in chat was like, "What is the deal with this zip? Why do I die sometimes?" And he's like, "Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, he's just like, even I don't know.
Sometimes you do the same
sometimes it
thing, and
happens.
sometimes you die, and sometimes you don't." And
So is it like he dies sometimes too, or he didn't know why this
yeah, I mean, you get kind of good at sort of manipulating. You get this weird kind of sixth sense as to what's happening, but nothing you could put into words. Nothing you can apply logic to. So mastering the weird zips in this game is one thing, and also just there's some weird things with the jumps. Like if you attack in midair, you instantly start falling again, lose all your jump height. That's really weird if you're used to Mega Man, because you can do lots of jumping and attacking all over the place, but not so much in this one. And in addition to that, the broom power up is very helpful. It lets you fly, and you can use it kind of all over the place. Really, there's no limited ammo the way there is in Mega Man. But if you don't quite have enough height to land on the broom despawns and you immediately fall. So if you're counting on it to not send you into some spikes. That's a good way to end up in some spikes.
Yeah, think again.
Yeah.
So I think it's stage 2 where we really start to see a lot of the zips we've been talking about.
Yep.
And they're coming up not too long from now. The really funny thing about the zips in this game is that while the ones that are kind of in conjunction with the broom and that require specific setups are difficult, Mythical, I mean, it's really just as easy as Mythical said to do some of the simpler ones. You stand next to a wall, you hold select, and you turn around and you jump a lot. That's it. Okay, let's watch Toad right here. Here he goes. He's doing stuff. Off he goes. Up.
Into the wall,
Yeah.
running, then lets go, then keeps tapping forward. Now he's screen transitioning up, and away he goes. It's faster to zip up this wall rather than use the broom here, so he's going to go ahead and do that. Gets
all
up into
kinds
the
of
ceiling,
craziness.
gets the right height that he needs. But now this part you will die from the spike at the bottom of the screen, so you actually need to wiggle by rapidly pressing left and right, and that will for some reason move you slowly over to the left. That lets you get to the position you need. You can jump. You can do kind of like a Legacy of the Wizard style jump out of a pause. But you can only do it if your character is lower than they were when they first left the platform. So it's really bizarre. There's the really tough zip, though, actually. Toad went for the really risky zip there, the 2-2 zip, and he gets it. There's a pretty good chance that he could have just died while he was in that ceiling for no good reason. Also using the jump out of pause there to avoid those spikes. So Toad is really flying through Conquest here, and someone in chat said it was actually Toad who took this record from PLD. And I believe it with the way he's playing here.
I think the double jump thing is weird. I believe you can only do that pause double jump if you walk off of a platform. I don't think you can do it just kind of like jump, pause, jump again. I think it has to be you walk off a platform and then you pause, hold jump, and unpause. And I think that'll allow you to double jump.
You're mostly right. I think it has to do with your Y position being lower than it was when you left the platform. So if you were to jump and try to do it while you're still higher than the platform, that would not work.
Okay.
But if you then fell past where you started and then paused, I think you would also be able to jump in that situation.
Got it.
So you can kind of, that also resets your new position as to where you were when you paused. So you can, jump out of that and then wait until you're a little lower again and pause and do another one. And you can actually do this sort of descending series of jumps out of midair to cross very large gaps if you, for some reason, decide you want to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Toad here setting up another zip. You simply hold down and select. And that's what gets you into the ceiling when you do a broom zip here. He's manipulating himself here so that he avoids some instant death tiles that are off screen. And then the idea here is to touch one of them the same time you transition screens. So you go into the boss fight, die, and then the game says, you win. So he's moving on here, skips that boss fight. Very well done. Moving on to Act 3 here, which is the last level of this goal.
And I don't think he's died yet. He's doing really well at this game.
Yeah, he is doing very well.
If he did die 3 times, he would have a total game over and would be behind several people in this race.
Yep.
Yeah, keep an eye on Cryon Conquest to shake things up here.
Yeah, the great equalizer.
Absolutely, yeah. I saw that and I was surprised that Bad Breaks went with the US version because of the lack of continues and how hard this game actually is. But
You're seeing this water level here from Toad. Similar to Sonic, you need to get more air before it runs out. I think instead of dying, though, you start taking health damage instead. There is a zip you can do there that I think Toad opted not to do, but it's pretty tricky because of the water. You have to do it rather quickly, or you start drowning. Maybe I'm getting my areas confused here.
Couldn't tell you.
I don't know, but I do see the oxygen meter there that you were talking about.
Yep, it starts depleting pretty fast.
Yeah.
Not very forgiving.
Right. I think Puexel's right. I think the boss skips and zips are not possible in the Japanese version.
Okay. Interesting.
So we're seeing a game over on Metal Storm there from Endy. So he's back to the start of 6-1 here. Actually, it looked like he died right there, so I'm wondering if maybe he took an intentional game over there.
Yeah, the way lives work in Metal Storm are, if you do just lose a life, then it'll set you to the same stage or boss screen. But if you lose all your lives, then you do have unlimited continues, but it will set you to the beginning of the world.
Okay. Okay, Duckfist also saying it's related to the removal of cutscenes.
Okay.
Because, yeah, that's right, there's a bit more of a plot in the Japanese version.
Oh, right.
Or, I guess more accurately, they explain more of the plot in-game in the Japanese version.
So there are a whole bunch of unused weapons. I mean, you're seeing the broom and you're seeing the normal attack, but there are a whole bunch of unused skills / weapons in this game that you're not seeing. That really kind of make it very similar, of course, to Mega Man. You've got a fire power-up, it's called, which I believe takes part of your health in exchange for just kind of a screen-wide cutscene that does a lot of damage. You have a ball weapon, which is quite a bit weaker than your normal weapon, but bounces around on walls, so it's not useful in a speedrun. Sometimes it can be useful just because it gives you sort of better screen coverage and kind of zoning in a first playthrough. You've got a shield, which if you charge up the shield, normally the shield weapon is just the same as your normal kind of pellets, but if you charge up the shield, you can place this shield, which just kind of stays in place and deflects projectiles from the enemy.
So Toad actually nailing the last boss skip there at the end. So he is done with Cryon Conquest. He's moving on to Gremlins 2.
He's on to Gremlins 2.
A couple games left here in the race, and he has earned himself a pretty big lead. But like we said, there's a lot of ways to lose a lot of time in these last couple of games. Gremlins 2 is... I think
it's the perfect game to lose a lot of time.
Yeah. It's quite hard. You can see with this weird isometric perspective in the big hitboxes.
Yeah,
it's very unclear where exactly you are in relation to these platforms, and that spells for some falls into some pits. Thankfully, there's this balloon item that you can use that will float you out of a pit, and then you actually float for quite a while after that, so you can use it to fly over a whole lot of the level. I'm not sure if we're going to see players doing it intentionally, or if we're going to see them saving it to use it in case something bad happen, and then they'll make the most out of it when it does happen.
Yeah,
right. The problem is you can't choose when you use the balloon. It happens when you fall in the pit. So you get the balloon, you want to use it at a certain spot to save yourself a lot of time, and you fall in the pit and end up using it early. So it's kind of unfortunate thing that happens a lot in this run.
There are these doors that can actually despawn enemies. There's a lot of enemies in this game, and they can despawn each other and also despawn important things like those doors, which give you access to shops where you can buy balloons and I think health and I think also weapon upgrades, which are rather important.
Don't you get the weapon upgrades from killing bosses?
Yeah, but I think you can still power it up a little bit. Maybe I'm making that up. You definitely get new weapons from beating bosses.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think you can charge them or power them up or anything. It's just the new weapons from bosses. There's
balloons are quite helpful.
Endy has kind of made a bit of a name for himself in the speedrunning community by just picking up games such as DuckTales, among others, and just quickly picking them up and just taking the record, which has stood for some time. Gremlins 2, another one of those games. Risha and Mecha Richter spent a lot of time getting a really solid time down for Gremlins 2. Endy comes on the scene and just takes it like very, very quickly. So he's well known in the community at this point for just kind of taking an NES game, learning it extremely rapidly, and potentially taking the record, or if nothing else, getting a really solid time. So we'll see if he can make up any time on Gremlins 2.
Yep, Rescue Rangers as well is another ND special. And these are games that are, like, frighteningly optimized.
Yeah, they are established speedrun games, no doubt.
Mecha Richter made this his project for quite a while. It was, just him, really, but Mecha Richter is very well known for taking a game, good or bad, obscure or popular, and just optimizing the hell out of it, even without much competition. He's a very self-driven sort of person. So he did something really great with this game, and like you said, Rich took that and built off of it, and Andy just came along and said, "Okay, yeah, let's. You guys have done some cool work here. Let me just do this and that," and poof, he took the record. DuckTales was also very, very competitive.
Yes.
I'm thinking, who are like PLD,
Yeah,
Enemy, Dexter,
a lot of sweets.
Nadua, I think, were all like within seconds of each other. And then ND picked the game up, and a couple weeks later, he was the number one time on the leaderboard. Rescue Rangers as well went down, and that was one between Footdive and Nadua. We're going back and forth, one-upping each other by seconds and half seconds back and forth. So ND is kind of a monster sometimes. He did very well in the Mega Man 2 Get Yourself Speedrunning Tournament. Mega Man 2 is a very, very dense game with a really high skill ceiling, and ND picked the game up for the tournament, and I think he got top 16 or something, was putting up times quite close to some of the top players in these races.
For sure. I'm really interested in what you said before about Balloons and Gremlins 2, because Balloons really can save a whole ton of time.
Oh yeah, it's huge. You can cut corners. You go ahead.
Especially in the later stages, just like you were going to say, you can cut all kinds of corners.
Right, there's places where you have to kind of go zigzagging a lot out of your way, and the balloon, you just cut right past that. Plus, some of the enemies are not easy to kill. You kind of want to skip them rather than slowing down to fight them. So yeah, the balloon is super important for speedrun strats.
Toad did, speaking of balloon, he did just unfortunately use his balloons, so he won't have that handy. I think, I don't know what that, he bought an extra heart container. Sometimes you can go in those shops and buy balloons. I was thinking maybe he wanted one of those, but it looked like that shop didn't carry balloons, so yeah. But those are really important. I think Ford 2, I believe, is where it really comes in.
Well, Yogi coming into Gremlins. Let's see if he can make up some time. I think he's the second person to get there. I don't know, though. Toad is already 4 worlds into this, so he's got quite a lead, and there's only, 3 more games left? So, 2 more games left.
That was about when Little Nemo went all wrong for Toad last time.
That is true. I will say, though, a lot of these runners, they have personal splits up. If you go into Toad's stream specifically and you take a look at his splits, you will suddenly see why he is so far ahead.
Is he way ahead of his PB right now? Is that an understatement?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he had one of the top times coming into this to begin with, so at the risk of jinxing it, yeah, he is.
Yeah, he's making this game look so easy. Almost every single one of these jumps is a place that has a reasonable chance to go wrong, basically. There's a couple of particularly hard jumps, but this is one of those games where it never lets up. It's, fairly challenging gameplay constantly for a solid 10 minutes.
Yeah, if you can't tell, those the sort of grid platforms, not grid, but the ones that look like a lot of rows, like this long one here, those are all conveyor belts that he's jumping on as well, so...
So he did just buy another balloon. I think he passed the first area, so I think that was intentional, what he just did. Yeah, and off he goes.
Yeah,
that is especially where it saves a ton of time. So he did, I believe, just have to take a small detour to buy a new balloon, but that saves a ton of time, that balloon skip, so well worth it.
Absolutely.
These bosses vary in difficulty. That one that Toad just beat is probably one of the easiest. I mean, you could see just kind of stood at the bottom middle of the screen and just mashed a lot. But some of them you'll need to adapt a whole ton for.
Yeah, and if you don't have the health to take a hit or two, they actually become damn near impossible. They're really good at just running their giant hitboxes into you. So as fast as you can kill them, if you can't take that one hit or those two hits, suddenly they become a huge problem.
Yep.
You might have seen there, so if you do fall into a pit without a balloon, you don't quite reset the stage. All that happens is it moves you backward to kind of the last fixed ground that you stood on.
Right. Quick update on a couple of our off-stream competitors. Kanana Phone and Darkwing Duck both also on the Cryon Conquest, so I think Darkwing might be a little bit further ahead.
So we got a bit of a fight for fourth.
Yep.
This is the final boss. It's not too bad either, and he nails it. I actually had a lot of difficulty with that boss on my first playthrough, but sometimes
you're cutting it a little close there, but yep, you got it. For those of you who have played I Want to Be the Boshi, by the way, you will recognize that gremlin spider. So Toad moving on now to Zelda 2, this being grab the hammer is the goal here.
That's the goal. A lot of different ways you can do this. I don't know if we're going to see anybody go to get the candle. The sort of the point of this goal, the reason that anyone races get the hammer as a goal, is practice with Dark Death Mountain, because the fastest way is to just grab this trophy, get the jump spell, and then head for Death Mountain. Don't even necessarily have to get the life spell, especially given that you have several lives that you can burn off to refill your health. I think a lot of players, especially the top ones, are just going to go right for it. We see that Toad did not go down to get the magic jar below the starting palace, which tells me that he's not going to be getting the life spell.
Probably not be getting life, right?
Nope, because you can't cast life unless you either have magic level 3 or you've picked up the first magic container.
Yep. You can learn the spell, but you cannot actually cast it.
That's right. It's just the amount of magic. The amount that it costs to cast each spell goes down with your level. So at level 1, all the spells are really expensive.
Yep.
But anyway, it's sort of a fun little thing in Zelda 2, because it's always the most impressive part of the speedrun is just seeing players deal with enemies in the dark. It really just shows the level of memorization that goes into being a speedrunner.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And it's really not so tough. Once you've practiced the rooms, you know where the enemies are going to be. You can start to learn to see them in the dark, even though you can't see them. You can see little shadows on the ground where their sprite overlaps the floor. You can hit enemies and light them up temporarily while they're taking damage. And just a combination of those things and knowing how the enemies move actually makes fighting in the dark not as hard as it seems.
Right.
So this is something that all these players can walk away with after this Big 20 race. And possibly even learn the any percent route. This is usually the big barrier to entry to learning any percent in Zelda 2, is that you have to learn to do Death Mountain in the dark. Well, now we get 40 people who know how to do it.
Yep.
We may see some candles, though. We may see a candle.
Yeah, I think we'll probably see candles from some of the later players.
Probably, yeah. The later players are kind of even like that middle tier of players. That,
like you only get so much time to practice.
Yeah.
So you know, do you spend a whole bunch of your time learning how to do this thing in the dark? Or do you figure out, all right, how do I do this first palace?
Right. Or do you just get the candle? Yeah.
Right, because you have to learn more level. You have to learn more screens. If you go all the way into Palace 1, you have to do a significant amount of Palace 1 to get that candle.
Right.
Andy getting one of the boss skips there in Cryon Conquest and making his way through this last level here pretty well. So he's putting up a fight here for 4th place.
Toad's getting that one up. It's definitely the way that I would recommend going.
Yeah.
Get the one up. Yep.
Yes, because this is actually the way this game is structured. A game over does effectively mean do the whole goal again.
Yeah, the whole thing. You get to keep your levels, but that's not really the main.
Not all that helpful. No,
it's not all that helpful exactly. Here we get a little bit of Bagoo.
Yep.
I see this guy hanging around chat sometimes. And that's the trigger to get across the bridge in this coming town here.
Yep.
Just finished up the Zelda 2 tournament recently. It was a lot of fun. A lot of new players in Zelda 2. They did 100% all keys, so it's a different category than the portion of the run that you're seeing today. But still, it's nice to see a bunch of new Zelda 2 players. Hopefully even more so now after Big 20.
Toad seems to have taken to the game quite well. I didn't quite catch, how did his encounters go coming out of Jump Cave?
He got an extra encounter before he got the 1-up, but he did pretty well after that.
That's one of the first examples of planned encounter manipulation. Running into monsters on the overworld is a huge source of time loss when you're speedrunning this game, and they're pretty tricky to deal with. So speedrunners have gone through a lot of effort to find ways to manipulate monsters to avoid them on the overworld. And one of the really tricky spots to do that is coming out of Jump Cave in that first swamp on the way to Bagoo. So he's through that. We're probably going to see a little bit of a juke after the hammer in Death Mountain. Oh, no, it ends at the hammer, doesn't it?
Ends at the hammer.
Okay, so we're not going to see that.
Yep. So yeah, there's only really one monster manipulation, one difficult monster manipulation that you have to do. The stuff around the starting area is pretty easy because there's only half as many encounters, only one set at a time instead of two. So the really difficult part is just around Bagoo, and dodging monsters in the overworld is the hardest part about speedrunning Zelda 2, for sure.
Yeah.
So Toad is pretty low on life health here. Life is health. And there's still quite a bit of Death Mountain to go.
There's a lot of Death Mountain still to go, yeah.
He has a lot of lives, though. Picked up the 1-up. I don't think he's had a death yet, so he's in good shape, but he's still playing it safe.
Trying to stretch out this life to the end of the screen here.
Yeah. Looks like we didn't get the P bag there. Experience bag.
Yeah, probably not too concerned about experience. You do want to get... He's got life 3. That's the smart thing, I'd say. Take life 3 first. Makes it a lot safer. The amount of damage the enemies do to you goes down a huge amount as you go through the first couple of life levels. So definitely get that going. And from there, he's going to want attack, and he's not going to take any magic level ups. So he'll probably get at least attack 2 by the time he hits the hammer.
I think so.
Well, we got Darkwing Duck now on the screen. He's working on Cryon Conquest. We switched over to him just as Andy beat Cryon, so we see that Darkwing is a little bit behind in the race for 4th, but close. He could still get up there.
We could maybe even switch out Jaguar or Yogi for Andy again.
Just to see him side by side.
Yeah, well, that, and also just to have Andy's, the world record holder playing Gremlins 2.
Good point.
Seeing how he does it. Farming enemies a little bit to get to this drop. We also want to make sure, in a little bit, we want to try to catch White Hat doing Metal Storm. He, I believe, is the guy who took the record from UA. And last I checked in on him, he was doing Robo Warrior. So he's a couple games back, but we'll try to catch that for you guys.
All right, who should I switch out, Jaguar or Yogi for Andy?
Who's further along between the two? Is it Jaguar or Andy? Or Yogi? I can't. I guess it doesn't really matter. It'll only be for a little bit.
Toad, meanwhile, with the death, but he's still got 3 more lives, so he's okay. And he has attack 2 now as well. Oh, he's just going to say later Gator to that alligator there. Toad now on the, I believe this is the final cave for the cave with the hammer. So.
Yep, he's just got about 3 rooms to go.
Not going to bother taking Magic 2 there. It's not going to help him. It's
No
faster
point.
to just make the dialogue box go away.
Yeah.
Oh, Yogi the Monk finishing up Gremlins 2 here. And there it is, dead.
Yep.
Just as Toad finishes the next game in the sequence.
Wow.
Oh, really low on
Wow.
health, but ooh. He switches immediately as soon as he touches the hammer. There you go.
Yep. So you gotta do it.
So Toad is going into Rygar almost an entire game ahead here.
To be fair, though, it's a short game. The goal, Zelda 2.
Yeah.
But with 1 game left, that's a heck of a lead still. So
Right.
Rygar is another Fiesel game here.
And a game where you can lose a lot of time. I can think of at least one place where you can die and maybe lose a couple of minutes. So I don't know.
For the,
Toad might have to really get into some trouble to lose this race at this point, I'd say. But
Yeah. For this goal, is death warping actually allowed? Do we know?
yes, it is.
It is, okay.
And it's interesting because that's part of neither of the main speedrun categories for this game. You either do this deathless,
Right.
or you do it the
you
glitched with
glitched.
deaths.
Right, okay. But for this, I think, this isn't really a main category that they're running here. They said they believe
Right.
the glitch warps are prohibited, but death warping is actually allowed, so...
Well, Toad just death warped himself back about a minute here. He has to start this whole section again.
Ooh,
This
yep.
is really bad. Any time that you die, you start at a certain entry point to the entire area. It doesn't matter where you came into the area from.
Right.
So you got sent straight back.
Yep. So we were mentioning it's never totally over.
Yep.
His lead's still pretty healthy, but, another bad death or 2 like that, and...
Right. It's pretty unforgiving with the checkpoints. There are a lot of places where you can get sent back by a minute here or there, and, if a couple more of these instances, and I think our next player could catch up to him.
He's going to be letting other people right back into it, so...
Jaguar King as well as in Zelda 2 here. Endy is making his way quite quickly through Gremlins, as we'd expect. Yeah, I guess you keep your experience if you die in Rygar, your tone and your last, but that's probably not going to be a big factor.
But again, not going to be a huge help in a speed run.
Tone
Yeah,
and last determines your health and attack, basically.
Right. There's a little bit of manipulation for getting a fast boss fight. You have to try to get up to 48 tone just by the time that you reach Aruga, the first boss, if you want to save a few seconds. But it's not like it's going to make a big difference if you're a level behind. But the way the tone works is it's a number on a scale of 0 to 4096. And the amount of damage that you do is 1/8 of the number of tone points that you have. And then the boss just has a certain number of health, and it's just that amount per hit. So you got to get over these 8-point thresholds, and knowing which enemies give you experience, because some of them don't give you any experience, and some of them do, is really the trick to trying to squeeze out enough experience to get a fast boss fight. After that, it doesn't matter too much what your level is, because the next boss that you fight, the spider, is pretty much the same speed fight regardless of what your tone is. I mean, you may lose a second here or there, but for the most part, you're going to be keeping the boss stun locked. And then after that, you're going to be doing the power grinding and grinding up to like maximum attack power. So, you know, your level really is not an issue at any point in the run.
Right. Like you said, some enemies give tone and last, some don't. Some give more than 0 but less than 1 of each. From what I remember.
There's some. It's like it could be the same enemy, but depending on where it spawned from, it might be worth 0 experience or 1, and some will be like 1 or 2.
Right. Okay. Because I remember trying to find out all those values back when I was running this.
Oh man, without emulator, it's so obnoxious trying to figure out the experience in this.
Oh yeah. Believe me, I know. That was many years ago.
Well, Toad making pretty good progress through here. He's almost up to the first boss. Got through probably the hardest section of this first segment. And let's see, both of our Zelda 2 players are in Lifetown. They're at different ends of it, though. Yogi the Monk just now entering Death Mountain. He's still got life 1. And he skipped another level up, so is he going for attack before life?
Apparently.
That's a risky move, but I mean that's speed. I guess the intention is speed. You want to be able to kill enemies faster, but that's really risky.
Yeah, I saw Yogi have he hit the 100 point experience threshold and skipped past it. It looked like actually he picked up a 50 point bag, which is a 1 in 8 chance of dropping off of every 6th small enemy. Enemies are sorted into big and small. So it's possible that he got the experience because he's like, ooh, experience. And then that pushed him over a level up, and then he wasn't really expecting to get his level up then. And so, sort of panicked almost and maybe canceled out. So it's possible he maybe wanted life and just made a mistake, or it's also possible that he really just does want the early attack.
Right. Right, because as Fiesel mentioned, really in all 3 of the categories, attack, magic, and life, your first couple level ups are absolutely huge in terms of their effects.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, typically you're even trying to save your life level ups for when you need them, because you get a health refill when you get a level up in it.
Right.
So that might be the reason for skipping. He's up to life 2 now.
Yeah.
Going for red jar strats. We don't see a lot of that. I don't think we saw any red jar in the Zelda 2 tournament. But there is a red jar up there. You have to cast life to get it, so it's barely a gain, because you're, at this point, casting... I'm sorry, you have to cast jump to get it. It's barely a gain because casting jump is so expensive at this level. Well, Yogi sure knows what he's doing. I'm impressed with Yogi's play so far. He's doing a really strong dark fighting here. That room that he got through a moment ago with the bats and the Gory at the beginning is probably one of the hardest rooms in Death Mountain.
Toad fighting Iruga and Rygar here. It's quite a grind. The boss takes 40 or 48 hits or so, depending on how much tone I think it is you go in there with.
Yeah.
And so you have to dodge a lot of attacks there, and Rygar's jumping is it's quite slow and cumbersome, so it can be hard to maneuver around those attacks, but Toad does a great job there of keeping it together. Takes out Iruga. He's passed one of the few major hurdles here that are left between him and the finish line. Meanwhile, a quick check-in with Darkwing Duck and Canonophone shows they're both well on their way through Gremlins 2. I think they're both in the last stage.
Yeah.
Who else was doing well? Mother Brain?
Arcus and Gyarados? Oh, Toad right now coming into the RNG Hell corridor. The spawns of these guys that fly, the spawns of the guys that roll, all this stuff It's completely random, and it's so fragile. You could try to plan out something, but you don't even know what kind of pattern you're going to get when you get there. It's completely on a global timer.
Yep. When I used to run this, I would come in here with full health, the full 4 cubes, and my goal would basically be don't die.
Yep, and there's unwinnable situations, like you'll just be stuck on a rope and you can't go any direction without getting hit.
Yep.
And Toad got bogged down for a little bit there, but for the most part, he's having some really good spawns. Sometimes the game just brick walls you, and he's into the place with the best music in the game. He's taken intentional death because if you die anywhere in here, you get sent all the way back to the beginning of this cave section. Even if you die in the second part of the cave, you get sent back to the beginning of the first part of the cave. It's pretty obnoxious. I don't know if anyone's going to be going for this pit skip. Looks like, oh my gosh, he is. Toad is going for the pit skip. He just took the passage down. He does not need to do this. It's going to save him, 40 seconds maybe if done right, but he is so far ahead. This is amazing. This just shows what confidence he has.
All right, so what you're going to look for is he's going to line up with this door and spawn one of these slugs, and he's going to try to jump off of it over this pit. It's quite tricky, depending on how you set it up. You have basically a pixel or two to play with.
Yeah, it's a couple of frames. It's not a frame-perfect trick, but it's pretty close. He's trying to get across this pit by bouncing on the grub, and he does it.
Wow.
You got it. Wow.
First try, and if you mess that up, you're dead. You got to go all the way back. It's a huge time waste, and he just had such confidence and pulled it off perfectly.
Wow, that is a real Toad move, too.
Yeah.
We saw Yogi playing pretty risky in Zelda 2, going with attack early. Both of these guys are pretty well known for going all out, even in scary situations like that. A death there from Jaguar King. It's getting held up a little bit in Death Mountain. I'm pretty sure that was not his last life, so...
No, he's okay. He's got the hammer now. He's moving off Rygar.
He's officially our third player onto Rygar. So we got a boss here. Is this Sagilla?
Sagilla, yep.
Yeah, so...
down, bouncing back and forth over your head.
Yeah, he's supposed to change direction so that you kind of stand in the middle and you hit him on the right, and then he goes in the ceiling all the way around, and then you hit him on the left and he goes all the way around again. But as you can see, if you let him go past you and then you hit him, he changes direction back towards you. And also, the game doesn't check to see just how tall, or the developers rather didn't check to see just how tall you are when you crouch, so you can actually avoid getting hit and still hit him with your attacks while crouching. So you just get down on your knees there, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. In not quite rapid succession. I mean, you can go quite fast, but you're probably going to lose him. So most players tend to settle into a sort of rhythm with Sagilla. Toad doing a pretty good job there. Moving on to, I guess this is the 4-note dungeon.
Yep, 4 Notes of Doom.
Definitely the worst music in the game, if you can call it music.
Jumping over that pit there.
Yeah, these pits, the hitboxes are even worse than Gremlins, basically figuring out...
Yeah, figuring out where exactly the pit starts and stops is... Like the part of the pit where it kind of tapers off into the pit, if you will, on the top, is actually solid. You can actually walk on part of that at the very least. So
Darkwing Duck must be getting pretty close to Rygar. We should definitely have him on screen once he's on there.
Yep, once he makes it there. If he's not on there already.
Just let me know.
Yeah, he's still on Zelda 2. He's in the dark here. But Darkwing is still the record holder for both categories? Or just one? Just the any percent? I don't remember.
For Rygar?
Yeah.
I think he's for Deathless, and Shining Dragoon has with deaths.
Okay. Yeah, so he's quite a good Rygar player. he's going to have a really strong finish. So if there is a close battle for one of these 4th or 5th spots here, he has a big edge going into the final game. Though pretty soon, Toad's going to be completely done with Rygar here. We're going to be able to start showing someone else's screen.
I wonder what he's... Sorry, go on.
We're going to have our first, finished player. Yeah.
Yeah, first finished. But Toad right here, he's going to grind up to probably 2 boxes short of maximum. But at this point, he could even choose to go a bit farther and make it so he gets a 10-hit final boss fight instead of a 12 or 13-hit final boss fight, which would be optimal for a speed run. But nice and safe if you can get him down to the final boss taking 10 hits or less. Then you can just use attack and assail and kill the thing very easily.
You get the attack and assail black and white, or sometimes even no ending, depending on...
you get the glitched out ending, which is why it's cool that this is the last game in the Big 20. We'll probably see a lot of streams sitting on that the glitched out ending screen. But it looks like Toad is not going to overgrind. I think this amount that he has here is going to give him a 12 hit.
Typical, yeah.
12 hit fight. So attack and assail does 10, you can use it 10 times. It'll do 10 hits on the boss, and it lets you hit the boss without even being anywhere near him. So it's nice, easy 10 hits. And then after that, any extra hits, you've got to get in there really close and risk taking a lot of damage to deliver the last 2 or 3 hits. Yeah. So you see attack and assail right here that he's using on Durago, and he didn't have to be anywhere near Durago, and he just kills him and takes the death. So the reason he used it there, whereas you wouldn't do that in a normal speedrun of this, a deathless speedrun of this, is that he's taking the death, so he's going to lose that magic anyway. But normally you'd save that attack and assail for the final boss. I wonder if he's going to try to pick up some more magic points on the way, or maybe grind some of the spiders in the final palace. I haven't really seen what the routing is like for the deaths and the no glitches, but you can use deaths category. One of the problems with dying here is you start with 3 health again. You don't get refilled to maximum. So we might see these players go in and pick up the health refill on the way to the final area.
There's also a health refill / potion in the final area if you make a bit of a detour.
That's true. There is a potion in there. That's one of the items that no one ever gets, but it's there.
Right.
Jaguar King and Yogi were both fighting Aruga here, but Jaguar King takes a death there, getting caught by one of these fireballs. Probably landed on that tree branch at a time when he really didn't want to. There's a sort of cheese strat you can do here by luring Aruga into the right wall and getting stuck. It takes a while for him to go ahead and do that to himself. He likes to spin around like crazy inside the wall and still try to lash out at you a little bit.
He'll sometimes still shoot towards you even if you get him trapped in the wall, but it is a relatively safe way to fight him. Yep. I'm worried about Toad's health. Oh wow, Toad really went all out in that section there, and he got to that final boss with 1 bar of health left. And yeah, he could have ended up game overing there.
Once again, refusing to play it safe here despite his lead. But it hasn't cost him yet.
When you're that green, how can you stop being green?
Gotta go fast.
Yeah, gotta go fast. That's right.
So Yogi actually got kind of backed up against a wall there with Aruga. Didn't want to have to try to jump over him and reposition himself. So he opted to actually tank a hit and just keep spamming attacks to try to kill him. And he did end up finishing off Aruga there before Aruga could finish him off. So he's through. And right behind him is Jaguar King.
So one thing to note is that on this overhead section, the hitboxes for the grapple, or the pulley rather, where you hit the thing and then you slide across the ropes, those hitboxes are likewise a little bit odd, a little bit strange. And we see Toad here actually does take the health refill in the overworld.
Yeah, there you go. Costs 11 seconds to go out of your way to pick that up, but well worth it for a race.
Yes, absolutely.
That may be the only place where the only time he needs to refill his health. I think with the number of boxes he has now, 9 boxes of health,
Yeah,
he's going to be good through the end of the game. Unless he gets a really terrible pattern with Lapis.
Yeah. Or if he's not careful fighting the boss in Lapis.
Right.
There is some hitbox / wrapping shenanigans where you can actually die instantly in that battle if you're not careful.
Yeah, that's true. Well, let's send an eye over to Yogi's screen for a second.
Jaguar King nailing the pit skip, actually. And it looks like
Oh, wow.
Yogi also setting up for it.
Yogi does it.
Wow. So that's 3 now. 3 for 3.
I'm really glad to see all these players stepping up and really doing that. I was thinking that might be a strat that was too risky for this race, but everyone is doing surprisingly well. Although Jaguar getting a little bit backed up by that parrot there. Yeah, this section here with these parrot things and the fireballs, pretty tricky, and lots of weird stuff going on with spawns, and like too many things will be on the screen, so this thing won't spawn, and then 2 things will spawn in the next spot.
Yeah.
There's a lot of really weird stuff can happen here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you kill something in a place you didn't expect, so now a new thing is spawned in a place you didn't expect.
Yeah, exactly. Very strange, unpredictable spawns there.
You can sort of follow a script and make it all happen the way you want it to and the way you expect it to, but it's very hard, and once it gets off script, the adapting on the fly is quite difficult. So
Very difficult. Yeah.
good job there from Jaguar King getting into the Sigilla fight. Went ahead and took a death there right away. Probably the safe thing to do. It's well, I don't know. It's kind of hard to get hit by Sigilla once you get into the rhythm there.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, Yogi the Monk not quite getting this fight started right. See, he's unable to connect to the spider because the spider has a flag, basically. It'll be either hittable when you're in the crouching position or it won't be. And every time it goes up the wall, it switches from one to the other.
Oh, interesting.
So yeah, sometimes the spider will go by and your attacks will just go right through it. And the trick is you got to let it go up the wall once and then knock it down off the wall and start fighting it. And if it goes up the wall twice, you got to wait for it to go up one more time. It's just a weird little glitch of the game mechanics.
So a gap opening up here between second and third, Jaguar and Yogi. Still a chunk of Rygar left to go, though, so
Yeah.
Jaguar King's not necessarily running away with it just yet. Toad,
No,
however,
I'd say it's impossible to call it for second or third place here.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Toad, however, you're right, is going into this final palace. There's nothing really that can go that badly for him. He's got full health.
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of magic he has, but
Looked like
probably
he selected attack and assail.
Looked like he was 1 short of attack and assail, actually.
Oh, he'll definitely make that up, though. You'll get that in here.
Yeah. Jaguar King getting an enemy to spawn inside the wall. That was interesting.
Yeah, that happens sometimes.
He's going to start the grind here. As monotonous as this is, there's actually quite a bit of time to be gained and lost by efficiently grinding on these enemies.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really place. It's a place that you'll really find a lot of time in your route if you keep optimizing your grinding. You can always squeeze another few seconds out of it. That's probably one of the hardest things about world record attempts on this game, getting through that RNG corridor and then getting the grind nice and tight.
Ooh, Indy getting a little too close to Aruga there.
Yeah, he's having some struggles here with Aruga.
It's a hard boss.
Is there a true limit how many you can spawn in this grind?
Yeah, there is.
6, I think.
I think
Oh, okay.
6 is the most I've been able to do, yeah.
Right. And if one of those brown armadillo enemies spawns, you get 1 less of
yeah.
the
Okay.
dollars.
Yep, makes sense.
And the lag is another big issue. If you don't
Right.
do it right, you can end up with a ton of lag.
Okay, so help me out. Who do we have on screen? It's Toad, Jaguar, Yogi, and Endy?
That's correct.
Okay,
Yep.
I think we should swap out Endy for Darkwing. Well, I don't know.
Is
Darkwing
Darkwing's
just
in
started
Rygar.
Rygar, and we want to get that, but we
Yeah,
also
we
want to
wanna
see
get
See
that.
Andy's boss fight.
Endy is going to beat Darkwing more than likely, so we don't want to miss him not finishing the finish
we
line.
go.
So
Yeah.
Finished.
let's wait until Toad
Maybe Toad finishing up.
finishes,
Yeah.
and then we'll put Darkwing up. We can
Okay,
see
sounds good.
Rygar done by a pro. So
That's
Toad looking like a pro here.
Yeah, he's still got, well, mostly full health. I didn't see his magic situation. Did he end up picking up another mind point?
I think he did.
I would have to think he
He's
did.
Oh yeah, he's got enough.
Yep,
There we
he's
go,
got
attack and assail. And let's see how many hits. It's going to be 10 with this area attack, and then we'll see how many beyond that. Oh, looks like just one more hit beyond that.
Yep.
And he finishes it up. We have our first finisher.
Toad
There it is.
22484
Wow.
has finished in first place with a time of 2:47.14.
Wow.
An amazing time from him. Better than he was expecting, I'm
Yeah,
sure.
he's got to be happy with that.
Yeah.
And so Toad is now the three-time winner of the Big 20 races out of 4.
The king is back.
Back on
Wow.
top. So that was a pretty monstrous finish there by Toad.
Yeah.
It was like a back and forth battle between a couple of people for the first 10 games there. But
Yeah, that second
similar to the races 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Toad just started to gain some time on these back half games, and that trend never stopped. Every game after that, Toad would pick up a little more time and a little more time. So finishing with a big lead here over both Jaguar and Yogi. A very strong performance yet again.
Yes.
I wanted to bring up his chat. I wonder just how happy he is. What he's saying.
Yeah, from looking in the... From looking in the Best of NES channel chat, it sounds like he's pretty happy. So,
What is the game over situation like in Bionic Commando?
You get continues from the truck encounters. They're usually pretty
yeah.
easy to come by.
I think White Hat just got a game over though. Looks like he's
Did he
back
not?
to the beginning of Bionic
Oh, he
Commando.
didn't get any continues. Oh
yeah.
no. That
And
sucks.
he looks a little crestfallen. He's kind of just hanging out on the first stage. No dot forfeits or anything. But I was keeping an eye on him because after Bionic Commando is Metal Warrior, and White Hat is the record holder for that game. So I was hoping to get a little bit of that on stream at least, but Bionic Commando's tripping him up here.
Yeah, that's yeah. Bionic Commando, like we said earlier, not a gentle game going into it blind, or if you haven't played it for quite a while even. Yeah, so let's see what else we've got going on here.
Bunch of Rygar. We got a lot of
Yeah,
Rygar.
lots of
going on.
Rygar.
This is a fairly long game. This is the longest game in the Big 20 list by
Yep.
far. This is quite a substantial game too. There's just a lot to learn.
Yep.
Really fun though. I'd say a pretty underrated game.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
You definitely couldn't sleep on this game. Your practice had to be quite rigorous.
Oh,
I did it. I started the ball rolling. We'll see how far chat takes it. I'm hoping we can get some words in here with the winner. He is also streaming, so he is concerned with his
Right.
chat and whatnot. And he's probably going to do a victory lap around his house or whatever.
He's gonna hop around his toadstool.
Yeah, he's a toad. So, yeah. Meanwhile, Darkwing Duck and Kananaphone also both on Rygar, so...
Yeah, Darkwing quite a bit behind Endy, but you know, it's not an insurmountable lead. I would say it's only maybe a minute and a half between these two.
So
So
seems to be struggling with it as well. Another death
oh
there on the
no,
way to
that's
Sigilla.
I was just about to say if Endy were to die right here, he would be sent back so far. Yeah, so he's not only at the beginning of that cave section, he's the beginning of the first cave section because it's all connected to the same, you know, network of tunnels. Even
it's
though
all
he
the
went
same.
outside,
It's actually
came
all the
back
same
in.
set of screens, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it is. So it sends him all the way back to the beginning of the cave. So now, basically, Darkwing's going to finish this boss off really quick, and he's going to be one overworld walk away from where Endy is. Man.
This is what we were saying earlier. One death in the wrong place, and, you know, minutes can be won and lost, and positions can change hands very easily.
Right, and Darkwing is probably going to be entering that area by the time that Endy gets back to the boss. So if he were to die again before going into the boss fight, it would be even between them.
Right.
And Darkwing doing some really efficient fighting of Veruga here. Just trying to get in the most hits. I think he's doing 4 hit sets there.
So I don't know the game screen by screen well enough to tell who is in the lead between Jaguar and Yogi.
Between Jaguar and Yogi, the green means you're at the end. Jaguar
So Jaguar's in the lead. Yep.
Jaguar's about to fight the boss here. Is the boss Lapis or is the area Lapis?
Maybe both.
It's they don't really make it clear. Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, this is another place where you, if you were doing the glitched version of the route, straight up any percent, you would actually glitch over the wall and it takes you right into the final boss room from there. Pretty nuts. Very different game when you're doing glitched percent.
Yeah, the process involved with that is by crouching and then like moving and then crouching again, you don't fall in the air, sort of.
Yeah,
You can
if you do it
airwalk.
quickly enough.
Yeah. So you end up doing this like really awkward D-pad input where you're holding down and then releasing and then pressing right and then holding down again. And if you let go of down for too long, you fall and lose all your progress.
Yeah, but you don't even need to do that. If you just get hit by one of the boss's projectiles and it pushes you through the door, you can also get the wrong warp.
So warps.
So you can do wrong warps without the airwalk. And at Aruga, you'd still, get pushed off the screen. But it looks like Endy does manage to get into Sigilla there, finishes the boss much easier than the level itself. That boss is not a problem. Just as Darkwing's entering the cave, Darkwing's going to go for the pit skip. If he wants to try to keep pace with Endy, he needs to make this first try. There is still plenty of opportunity for Darkwing to make up the time that he's lacking on Endy, assuming he can get this pit skip. I don't know. Oh, he did. He barely got it. That's great. That's what he needed. Darkwing does the grind very efficiently. It would not surprise me if he made up a lot of time there and taking advantage of some damage boosting, but now he's down to 0 health, so he's in
zero
a bit
health.
of a
Yeah.
pickle. Okay, cleans it up. And this final corridor, parrots and fireballs. He knows the patterns, though. Wow, he knew that one was coming. And he, very nice. He makes it into Sigilla's lair. It's a really good juggle. The less that you see Sigilla move, oh no, he loses it. And he was one of the odd ones, so he had to wait for it to go up the wall yet again before he could hit it. And he was like one hit away too. That's really unfortunate. Kananaphone is ahead of Endy now.
Yeah, Kananaphone has actually been ahead of Darkwing Duck as well, but he's presumably DW is going to be catching up here as he's starting the grind.
All right, we'll switch him in. We actually have Jaguar King about to beat this game, so
yeah.
Well, if we want to go by the stars, what they have ordained, we all know exactly what position Kananaphone is going to finish in by looking at past results. Big 20 number 2, or predictable number 1 rather, Kananaphone got 9th. Big 20 number 2, Kananaphone got 8th. Big 20 number 3, Kananaphone got 7th.
7th? Okay, wow.
So he is absolutely destined for 6th place. Don't worry. We all know, you've already figured that part out, at least. So Jaguar King is moving into the final boss here. Just about.
Here he goes. There's attack and assail. See how many hits to kill this thing. It's going to be 10 with the area attack, assuming he doesn't miss it. If you fire too quickly, you can actually waste some of your shots. But no problem. He finishes that boss out.
His final time is at 2:57.40.
There he is.
Finishing in 2nd place.
Very solid.
Actually, while I've got the past results up, let me see if Jaguar King has done a Big 20 before. I've definitely seen his name around, but I don't think he's actually done a Big 20 before. So making a heck of an entrance here on Big 20 number 4.
Wow. And meanwhile, Yogi also finishing up in 3rd place, his time 2:58.20. So
Top 3, all sub 3.
Yep. Very nice.
So we're going to get a lot of more players up here. There's a lot of people still in Rygar.
Yeah.
And it's a kind of a toss-up here, other than Kananaphone, of course, who is destined for 6th. So
right.
We'll see what happens there. Fiesel, of course, rapidly
Who are we going to switch over
pulling
to
levers
for
and
Yogi?
knobs. We definitely want Kananaphone on there. We want Darkwing and Endy and... Actually...
That's the question. Arcus? Gyarados?
Arcus or Gyarados, yeah. And if White Hat can make his way through Bionic Commando...
We can watch him do Gremlins.
Yeah, or Metal Warrior.
Or Metal Storm, I mean. Not
Storm,
Gremlins.
yeah.
It was Endy for Gremlins. Alright, well Darkwing is finished with the grind. He certainly managed to gain some time there. Very efficient grinding from Darkwing. He's now, well, a couple of screens behind Endy, but he's really caught up. They're both headed to the same dungeon right now. And Darkwing is only maybe 1 screen behind him.
The current games, well, we're seeing lots of people on Rygar, a couple people on Zelda.
Yeah.
But some people went in pretty much blind on a lot of these games, so I wouldn't be completely surprised if someone was still playing Clu Clu Land all the way back in game number
Karate
4.
Kid, even.
Yeah,
A couple people forfeit due to Karate Kid, which I have to admit, I didn't see that one coming. But
Bad Breaks, tournament organizer, an all-around good guy, is on Tiny Toons. Quite a bit ways back. So I expect we'd see a nice spread of people on games. back that far at least. Oh, Infinite Mystery just beat Clue Clue Land. Nice.
Nice.
Woo!
It's a tricky game.
Yeah, Infinite Mystery is actually the jack of all trades in one of the truest senses. He often does huge back-to-back marathons all on his own.
Marathons, yep.
I think 86 games is as much as I've seen him do. I no doubt he added a couple to his repertoire here today. But he doesn't really practice for these. He learns a little bit going in, but he definitely goes in cold. And he's gotten stonewalled a couple times. Tennis, the big problem for him in the number 2 race, but he got it done. So Clue Clue Land looks like that was his tennis this time around, but he's finally conquered it. Gyarados working on Aruga here. Once you get out of the pattern with Aruga, it's really hard
to get back into it, yeah.
Yep, this is the most tricky boss fight by far.
If you could control your jump height so that you could sneak in underneath the top fireball and over the middle fireball, it'd be, not too hard to get back into the cycle, but without having that control, it's quite difficult to wiggle in there.
Yeah.
It is very tricky because you have to jump over all 3 of the bullets, so you have to be extremely close to Aruga, and you have to know when he's going to fire, because if you wait to see the things appear and start your jump, then you won't be able to get over the top. So you have to have internalized the timing, the space between the shots, and just it's this dance. It's a lot of coordination, very tricky to do. Hardest boss, I would say. And he's doing a trick right now where you actually get a little bit over like the left side of the sprite, because the bullets spawn from the right side of the sprite. You get a little bit over the sprite and the bullets will go away from you. It's a neat little trick. Optimal.
Why is it you can't do it on the other side?
Because the bullets spawn from the right side of his sprite, so it's easy to get over the spot that the bullets spawn from when you're on the right side of them.
Because it looks like the bullets come from the left side, but is it just like the sort of detection area, I guess, is on the right side more than where they visually launch from?
It's got to be the detection. Yeah.
Yeah, and especially just since the fight is so long, you just don't have any leeway.
Right.
All right, we tracked him down, but we have Big 20 number 4 winner Toad with us in the call. Toad, your chat was blowing up with OS Frog. Everyone seems to be having a good time. How you feeling?
I am ecstatic right now. I wanted this one so badly.
Everything seemed to go really smoothly. There was no point where where it was a big setback. It really seemed like you must have gotten something that was pretty close to your PB, right?
I got a 4-minute improvement on my PB.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and that was with well, first off, congratulations. But secondly, that was with a not particularly great Rygar, because I checked in on you at around Gremlins 2, and you were like 5-something ahead of your PB at that point. I was like, whoa. So.
A couple of bad deaths, yeah, but at that point, I just wanted to kind of ease it in there.
Yeah.
At that point, so yeah, I'll take it.
Everyone was really hyped when you did that pit skip.
Yeah.
And you didn't even need to. You didn't need to save that time, given the lead you had.
You were well ahead at that point.
But you crushed it.
I was practicing it for like a half hour before the race. I told myself, I'll just go for it once. If I'm far enough ahead, why not just give a chance at it? Or, if it's too close, I'll skip it. And everybody's like, you're good. So I go for it. And that stupid purple worm thing kept trolling me.
Yeah.
But then I was like, I'll just go for it. And thankfully I hit it on the first try, because I had a lot of trouble with that in every other run. Just got it when it counted.
So did you? It sounds like you did realize, in fact, or at least had a sense of how far ahead you actually were at that point when you went for it. So.
Yeah, chat updates me all the time where I am and how who's going. Props to Jaguar King, by the way. I only heard he was really entering this like a week ago, and then he had his sub 3s, and boom.
Yeah. Yeah, the second place.
But yeah, the one thing that I think really trolled me throughout this entire thing was River City Ransom, of course, River City Ransom.
Mm-hmm.
I forget which part it was, but the guy, as soon as they hit you and stun lock you and that, and they start throwing you, it's pretty much over until you start dying.
Right.
And I unfortunately had that happen, but ever since that, I think I was pretty consistent with all the strats that I practiced throughout the rest of the games, even. So I was very happy with the final result.
Yeah. Were there any games that you thought went particularly well?
Which one was it? Bionic Commando went pretty good. I was really hoping to get a flawless one because I really practiced that hard on that one.
Mm-hmm.
But it was what was it? Metal Storm went really well. I got the one Wrong Warp. I missed the second one, but I had no deaths and all the stages went really well.
Right.
And I followed it with another Cryon Conquest that also went really well. And then after that, I kind of safe stratted it through the next 3.
Right. Yeah, we know Cryon Conquest was a big one that we all noted that you were making that look far easier than it actually is.
Oh, okay. That's another game I really liked and played a lot before the Big 20, and I just ended up routing the rest of it and just trying for it. And I ended up getting the record by like 2 seconds.
Very nice.
Thank you. It
Sorry, go on.
It's that, and I think Bionic Commando ended up being just part of my favorites. As Schemack says, my Tom Sawyer was also really well. I didn't game over at all. Tom Sawyer and Tiny Toons were the biggest scare for me going into this one because they're both one-hit games,
right?
And they're both pretty brutal with their checkpoints. And I think through Tom Sawyer and Tiny Toons was definitely where I saved almost like 6 minutes in time because my previous I had a lot of struggle through those two, and it's with them back to back like that. It's really brutal.
Right, I do remember Tiny Toons being one of your big potential time savers at any rate.
Mm-hmm. Wow. So
Canonophone
and Darkwing Duck were battling it out for 4th there, and Canonophone getting no mind points from his drops, just none. They're just not there, and Darkwing takes the lead at the last moment, and he's across the finish line with 4th.
Zoomed ahead of both Andy and Khan during that last section there. Wow. That was amazing.
3:08:41. Canonophone defying his destiny of 6th, finishing in 5th place with a time of 3:09:17. Doc comment, "Why, yes, I do mind points." really screwed him over pretty hard there at the end. And now Andy is working his way to come across the line here as 6th. But for the moment, I want to talk a little bit about 3rd place. I want to introduce previous Big 20 winner, Yogi Demuk. How you doing?
Hello. Hey, congrats, Toad.
Thank you.
Too strong, man. Too strong. That run was... I don't think I ever came close to that time in practice.
Dr. Mario was a treat to watch. I remember pointing out how almost unfair it was what you were doing to the other guys on Dr. Mario.
That was actually a really sloppy Dr. Mario.
Yeah, you made up a bunch of time, and then someone said that you were like, what?
Yeah, it's not a good time for Yogi.
I could have done 30 seconds faster.
You came up with the RNG seed manipulation strat for Dr. Mario.
Yeah.
How did that come about?
That was part of my usual pre-list guessing phase where I trying to guess the games. And I just kind of noticed one day that they were always the same.
Very clever. I think that kind of thing is kind of your calling card here. Thinking outside the box, coming up with ways to make seemingly random things not so random.
I don't know if you guys noticed, but you could also. I attempted to do it for Clue Clue Land, but it didn't really work. But you can also hit start like at a similar time every time in Clue Clue and get very, very similar patterns. Like I only really learned 6 of those, 6 of the 20 patterns, and I could consistently get it, but I don't know why it didn't work, so I just had to wing it.
Wow, the secret strats there.
But you just kind of listen to the music at the beginning of Clue Clue, and when you hear the hi-hat is kind of going in the music, and when you hear the 4th hi-hat, you hit start, and bam, you get the smiley face, which is a really fast one. You get the crosses, which is a really fast one. You get the boat a lot, which is a really fast one. So my Clue Clue was like 320 or something.
Classic Yogi audio cue. Nice job. So you won the last one, and you came in here. People weren't sure what to expect. Toad was the big favorite in number 3, obviously, and then number 4 it was a toss-up. No one couldn't pick between the two of you guys. Now that more than just Toad had been on top, but you traded places this time. Toad finishing 3rd last time, and you first, and now it's swapped back around. Toad, of course, having a really, really strong race. In particular, he wanted it really bad. He said, first thing he said.
Yeah, it's true.
I'm looking forward to Big 20 number 5. Is there going to be more pre-list guessing? Is Yogi out for number 1 again?
Maybe. As now that there's 80 games out of the way, the guessing is going to be easier.
There we go.
I think, much like the first one, the last one's going to be loaded with a lot of classics.
I found this one to be the hardest one so far.
I can see that, yeah.
I don't know. What Toad thought.
Halfway between difficulty and just extremely trolling games like Gremlins 2 and Zelda 2.
Yeah.
Really ups the difficulty.
River City Ransom.
I feel like there were a lot more games in this one that had like limited or no continues, but maybe
a big time. And yeah, River City Ransom is probably the most brutal one on trolling. Even maybe not Gremlins 2, but it's right there with how much they can just block all of your shots when they feel like it, or cheap shot you in the back between screen transitions. Mm-hmm. It's awful.
Yeah, it feels bad. Regardless of how often it happens or how much time it costs, there's just something about how cheap it feels in River City Ransom. But the delay that happens when you get hit and you're just you lose all control just watching your guy panting or whatever. Like, move.
Yeah, and you just have like no choice but to wait for the enemy to hit you, which might not happen right away. Yeah.
So while we were doing our little interview, actually, ND is officially 6th place. He actually disconnected for a little bit from IRC, so he couldn't do his done, but he did eventually get it in. So RaceBot is recording his time as a 3:10:48, but I think it's a little bit better than that. Luckily, it didn't cost him a place. He's officially 6th, and I think we're looking at who's going to come in lucky number 7 here. We also got White Hat playing Metal Storm. He's quite a bit... Storm. That's the generic name of this game. And he's quite a bit behind some of these other guys, but he is the record holder for Metal Storm. So if you want to see some high-level metal play, warrior play, keep your eyes on the... I suppose that would be top left corner of the screen. I don't know if we're seeing the same thing as you guys are seeing. But yeah, there's a battle for 7th heating up here between Arcus Garatus, Mother Brain, maybe others. Please let us know if someone else is getting close to the finish line.
Just as a quick note for a couple of the people in the chat, yes, we are attempting to contact Jaguar King, the 2nd place finisher, but to our knowledge, he has not yet responded. So, but we're trying.
Oh, I had to re-off. Yeah, I hate that. You have 20 seconds to type out a fairly long string of characters, or it makes you into a thing like a true skill name, and
like
then
true skill numbers, yeah.
And then you can't switch to your regular name because it says that's taken, so you have to like disconnect.
Yep. Great fun. Great fun.
So we're probably going to be seeing quite a bit of Rygar here as everyone comes across the finish line here. Ooh, Garrett is taking a death there on the pulley by an enemy that spawns. While you're kind of attaching to the pulley, you're kind of helpless, so it's possible that an enemy spawns at the wrong time and he just got screwed over pretty good there. I don't think that was intentional because he did end up in quite a different place, but I don't think it was beneficial. Maybe one of the more knowledgeable Rygar players can help me out there.
If it's after the tower, I think it's about an 18-second loss. But it depends on how long after. Like if you take the death right away, it's 18 seconds. But if you try to go for it and you don't make it, then it's more.
Right. Well, that could have been intentional. I don't know. But the enemy did seem to spawn pretty quickly. Regardless, we have Arcus making his way through the final dungeon here. These gray palette enemies actually have sprites, but every single color on their sprite is the same, so you can't tell.
Yes, the gray enemies are in the final area. Actually, also have the exact same stats as their non-shadowy counterparts. So, little fun fact in terms of what they give in terms of tone and last and whatnot. So the Shadow Durago that walks back and forth is, well, he's Durago, just shadowy.
Mother Brain going into the hardest room in the game.
Yep. This room, man. I'm well familiar with this room.
The room is such a nightmare.
Yep.
Looks like he's doing pretty good though. I tried to manipulate that room, but it only works with the like you can get the same thing from the same save state, but
right. But
in different games, you'll do different things. Is he gonna make it? Ugh. Looks like Arcus is finishing up.
Yep.
He's done.
Yep, Arcus is officially finished in 7th place. 3:19:36 was his time.
I guess what I should do is start posting some Twitch links for the guys here who are finishing up. And we'll do this for everyone as they come across the finish line. But in first place, we have twitch.tv/Toad. I think the numbers are 22484.
That's
That would be correct.
Jaguar_King.
Yeah, that's right. You got the birthday present you wanted, Toad. You got the big 20 victory.
Yoda Monk, one word. Now what is it? Darkwing Duck SDA, one word?
There are some underscores in there, I believe.
Okay.
I think it's Darkwing_Duck_SDA.
Mother Brain makes the pit skip.
Wow, so many people went for that.
Very nice.
Yeah.
And Andy Swee.
Did everybody hit it?
Of the 4 people I've seen go for it, all 4 hit it first try.
Nice.
Andy had a bit of a rough go in Rygar. He was actually ahead. He was 4th place going into Rygar, and both Canonophone and Darkwing overtook him. A couple of really bad deaths. One right before Sigilla's boss door.
Oh yeah. Anywhere after that bug jump is a really bad place to die
Yeah.
Yeah.
if you're before the boss.
And now let me just make sure I get Arcus's stream right. I think there's some numbers involved. Yeah, Arcus 87. Arcus, another newcomer to the Big 20, along with Jaguar King. So another strong first performance from him, coming in 7th place with a time of 3:19. Very solid. Oh, we got Substyle as well. Maybe Substyley.
I think that's it, Substyley.
He's moving on to Rygar here. He is also a first-time competitor in the Big 20. Stone Moose doing this grind here. Close behind him is Motherbrain working his way through this temple. So we could see a pretty close battle for what this would be 9th, I suppose. That would be the same as me and Canonophone in Big 20 number 1, 9th and 10th places were separated by like 15 seconds or so. The difference being that Canonophone's put him under 4 hours and mine just over 4 hours. Haha.
Well, top 10 is a thing to shoot for. I mean, they're both in the top 10, I think. Unless there's someone else we're not seeing who's ahead of that.
It could be. I'm a little spread out here. Yeah, Canonophone with the 3:59.59.
Yeah.
Actually, I think I was in 07, so I think I might have been 8 seconds behind Canonophone. Super Mario Bros. 2 was a beast of a game in the first Big 20.
Yeah. Duckfist in chat says lots of folks on Tiny Toons right now.
That's a limited continues game, right?
I'm not sure, honestly.
Tiny Toons? No, you have infinite convenience.
Huh.
Yeah, so
why
I was
that's-
wondering if it's... Yeah, I'm wondering if it's just like sort of an artifact of an earlier roadblock that just happens to be where everybody is now, or if the game
Oh.
itself is that challenging. I don't know.
I did see Bad Breaks on it for quite some time. I wanted to check in, see how I was doing. I was like, okay, Tiny Toons. And then quite a bit later, I checked in again, and okay, Tiny Toons.
Right.
Garados is officially done with Rygar cleaning up the boss there. He's across the finish line with 8th place, a time of 3:25.37. Looks like Motherbrain is still grinding here. Stone Moose already on his way to the second to last boss.
In this route, third to last.
Third
in
to
the route
last.
that you're supposed to go, yes, you would be the second to last boss. What you're trying to do in Rygar is basically acquire 5 items and then the Pegasus Flute. But the way this run and the routing now works is you actually will get the Pegasus Flute before you get the last of the items. And the game is actually, it does check to make sure you have all 5 items and the Pegasus Flute. If you try and go there without getting all 5 of the items, it does not let you actually play the flute, even if you have it at that point. Okay, people in the chat saying that Tiny Toons does have infinite continues, but it's a one-hit death game unless you grab the heart.
Yeah, it is.
So it
is
actually
certainly
is pretty
one-hit
difficult
death.
as a result of that.
So that's being a huge roadblock here. Blecky was saying earlier about how fun that game is, but you can get a great sense of flow going with all the slides and stuff. But you really need to have routed out all that movement, and if you don't,
Right.
you don't get to do that stuff, and it kind of becomes, one of those frustrating one-hit death type games.
Yep.
So unfortunately, a lot of people are struggling with Tiny Toons.
And especially, a lot of it really is that 6th level, because there are these spikes you have to slide under, as well as just that one vertical corridor that we talked about before, that where you just have to dodge the money bags. You just have to kind of trial and error when and where those bags spawn, and it can really, really take some time to get used to. So I could see why people do have difficulty with it.
Oh, is what Spider Waffle is saying in chat true as well? That effectively you can continue, but the game defaults it to start, so if you don't consciously hit down, you'll...
Oh yeah, if you just mash after you die, you'll just restart the whole thing.
Oh, okay.
I could see that. Hopefully no one has
Well,
fallen
that didn't
victim to
happen
that.
Anybody, yeah.
Arctic is calling Mentula coming in 10th.
Yeah, Gyarados in the race chat noting that he actually did game over right at the end of Zelda 2, which is, again, basically do the whole goal again.
Yeah.
That's an 11-minute loss right there.
You keep your experience levels, items,
Yep.
spells, all the things you skip in this
Yeah.
category.
Yep.
So it is effectively restarting from the beginning. So we're seeing coming up on the boss fight here, Substyley. He's got the health, he's got the mind points.
Yep, he's looking good. Looks like that'll be, yep. There we go. And he's done.
329.55, so he is officially 9th place.
Yep.
Moose and Mother Brain are fairly close. It's going to be tough. Mother Brain's going to need some help, I think, to make a comeback here and grab that coveted top 10 spot. Well, no, Mentula's way ahead, actually. He's further ahead than both of these guys moving into the last dungeon here. It'd take something really special for one of those guys to come up from behind and grab 10th out from under Mentula here.
Oh, actually, let's see here. Let's see here. Do. And yes, let's see something here. Yes, okay. All right, so Menchula is known as Tarbash on SRL, so I was a little confused for a second there. But he did finish in 10th. His time is 3 hours, 30 minutes, 50 seconds.
Mintula really well known for Robo. Well, I don't know about well known, but really good at Robo Warrior.
Robo Warrior. Yeah.
It'll be interesting to watch all this back. See how they did.
Meanwhile, we have Bad Breaks. He's on Tiny Toons near the end. I think that's the last level or close to it anyway.
Hopefully he can keep his cool. Bad Breaks can get a little hot-headed sometimes, so struggling with a one-hit death game.
Yeah.
Hopefully it doesn't get on top of him. He's through the spikes.
Yep. Oh, gets hit by the money bag.
We got Kha'Zix playing Rygar as well. He's been practicing, streaming practice quite a bit.
All right, I will be right back.
Looks like Kha'Zix skipping the bug jump, which is actually equivalent to hitting the bug jump on the second try. So unless you're really confident in it, it's not a bad plan.
Yeah, that's why I was so surprised that a lot of you guys went for it. It is not an easy trick.
Actually, I went for it because I heard Jaguar King was ahead of me.
One of those situations.
Yeah. So I think if you have a lead, like a sizable lead, you don't go for it.
That didn't stop Toad, though.
Well, if your lead is too sizable, you can just
it doesn't matter what you
for
do.
swag.
Ooh, Mike the Viewer also in Rygar. He did very well in the previous Big 20. I think he got 7th place. Or maybe that was that was number 2. Yeah, 7th place. And that was one where that was super competitive. 5th, 6th, and 7th were 30 seconds apart. Only 10 minutes back from the top time in Big 20 number 2. Stoned Moose fighting the boss. He's done. I'm not seeing the dot done, but he's done. Could be similar situation as ND. Yep, there it is. Racebot gives voice to Game Glitch Guy. Game Glitch Guy dot done.
Yep, same situation.
So he gets in there, does not lose a place to shenanigans. So Racebot is reporting a 3:36.07, but probably 15 or 20 seconds faster than that. Let's go ahead and post his link for the chat.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. So anything else fun happened while I was gone? Ah, okay. It's like Stone Moose finished up in 11th. See. Seawolf still robo-warrioring here, I see.
Yeah, the Seawolf, there's a couple games he didn't get a chance to practice at all. So he was...
I really hope Road Warrior wasn't one of the games he didn't get a chance to practice.
It looks like he did. He did get a chance to practice it.
Okay.
But he had to deal with Tiny Toons and Tom Sawyer without any practice.
Oof,
And,
yeah, okay.
Coming up still, I think maybe he worked on some of these last night, but that's it. Gremlins, Cryon Conquest, and Zelda 2, all still trouble games for him.
Right, still looming. Oof.
Prissy was having trouble with Gremlins, and I think he's coming along.
Oof, Seawolf almost drowned there. He had the inner tube equipped, but didn't actually use it.
Oh.
Caught it in time.
So, once you've practiced Robo Warrior a lot, are there many major mistakes you can make to make yourself lose a lot of time?
You could be sloppy, yeah.
But no, just like gigantic errors to speak of.
I mean, the biggest threat in the game is running into your own bombs. like you put a bomb down and then you take it 2 tile steps back and then you just try to go in too fast and it's killing you. I mean, you just have to keep your health high. Like every time I got hit for any sizable amount, I would just pop an E-tank just to be safe. But yeah, I mean, a lot of the time in that game is just the luck on the first cave, like how many missiles and boots you get, because you get to double anything that you get in the first cave.
Mother Brain joins the Dove Squad.
Yep. There we go. Mother Brain in 12th. Time of 3:39:14.
Followed by a sad face. So
But they
not,
sad face,
not
yeah.
quite the time he was hoping for, it looks like.
Not happy with that time now. Sad face indeed.
It's really hard for people who haven't practiced for these games to be critical at all of any time. Basically, beating all these games back to back is impressive from the outside. But you know, when you put the time in, you do get to that point where you are capable of putting up a certain time, and so coming a little short of that during the main event can still hurt a little bit.
Right.
So we do our best to remind all the competitors today that they're doing some pretty amazing stuff. Chat definitely has been supportive of all the runners. It's great to see. Looks like Mr. Cab 55 is doing the breakdown route of playing every game on console. Is made his way
Yes.
to Metal Storm.
Yes, he did note that. He actually, I think, tweeted out a picture of the 20 games last night.
Checking in with some of these guys. Jake Hoper is on Tiny Toons. We've seen that stopping people quite a bit. Nis3 is on Zelda 2, actually, so he's quite a ways through these 20 games. Prissy as well is on Zelda 2. Concake's just game overed on Cryon Conquest, so, well, he just put up the be right back. So he's gonna take a breather from that brutal hand of cards he just got dealt. Link Sevens is on Metal Storm. I think Enemy has gone in mostly blind here. Let's see how he's doing. I'm gonna guess Tiny Toons, but he's on Solomon's Key, so I think he's not quite there yet. He's working on this ascent with the fireballs coming in from both sides in Solomon's Key. Very tricky, frantic stage. But it looks like he's got a general idea of what to do. He'll get through it eventually, I'm sure. Primal85, another really strong player who I don't think practiced at all for this one. Mostly blind. He's in Tiny Toons, trying to make it happen with this instant death game. Bad Breaks as well, still on Tiny Toons. Still on this last level. He's got this spike section down quite well, but making everything after it come together.
Yeah. It's the post spikes that are tripping him up. Manchula noting in the Best of NES chat that he's happy that never again do I have to touch Tiny Toons or Tom Sawyer. So,
yeah, those instant death games.
Yeah.
Tom Sawyer feels really unfair due to the way your attack
can just go right over everything. Yeah.
Yeah. Tiny Toons, at least, you know, the hitboxes make sense.
Usually.
Yeah, it's just the game asks a lot of you. Looking at the Ghost of Owl Street here is making his way through the last act of Cryon Conquest.
Okay.
Not able to check his life situation. Cryon Conquest is sort of infamous for its no continues.
Yeah.
So despite being quite far into the goal, one death, and he's right back at the start.
Oh, Mr. Pop getting the pit skip there.
So many people going for that pit skip. And
yeah,
almost all of them nailing it.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Checking in on Soulfad, who is an hour and a half ahead of his PB. So yeah, probably is his first and only attempt, saved to the splits there.
Right, yeah.
He's on Cryon Conquest as well. And it looks like our 13th guy, the baker, after the dozen, is Dussault coming in with a 345.54. No, that's 13th is 344.30, right behind him
Two
is
people, actually.
is Flocious and Mitch 3A. Mitch A.
I want to say Mitch 3A.
Are 14th and 15th. Wait, is this a tie?
Yep, that is a tie.
That is a tie.
Both with a 345.54.
Wow. Nice job to Flocious and Mitch. I'm behind
Both of them snuck in. I didn't even realize they were finishing.
Yeah.
Let me know in chat if you guys see somebody who's coming up on the end who isn't on screen.
I've been looking, but I'm not even seeing all the streams. SRL is only showing me some of them. So of the ones I've checked, I don't think I've missed anyone, but there's a couple I haven't got a chance to see. So let me grab. I'm pretty sure I remembered. So is AX? Yeah. So is now wait. How does SRL handle ties? Are they both the higher time? They are. They're both 14th.
Yeah, they're both 14th.
So Dassault is 13th. Flocious and Mitch are your 14th place finishers.
Yep, so we have Antol near the beginning of Rygar here. Okay, Mitch 3A says it is Mitch 3A. And he's psyched about the sub 4, so...
Well, he's quite a bit under sub 4. If that was his goal, he smashed it.
Yeah, very nice.
We'll see who else can beat this elusive sub 4 time. We got lots of people in Rygar, so in the next 15 minutes, I bet we'll see more than one person.
Yeah, should be seeing a number of people finishing up here in the next 15 minutes to probably half an hour or so.
Now, Ant Foolish only now learning of his alter ego, Anthole. The mature one on screen here, doing Rygar.
Antol headed to the hardest boss in the game.
Yep.
It's pretty easy, but it's maybe easy to lose focus because it's so long.
Yeah, in a speed run, it's actually pretty tricky. You're really right in that he really is the hardest boss, especially in a speed run, just because it's so long.
Fiesel said as much.
Yeah, that's what I think. The hardest one. It's simple. Like you just got to do one thing. It's just you got to
Right.
not take your eye off him for a moment.
Yeah.
Aw, this was Flocious's first speedrunning event.
Aw.
Nice.
Nice
Very
job.
cool. Hopefully there will be more in the future then.
Yeah, these SRL racers are open to anyone. Making an account is largely painless. You don't need to take a test or have some kind of credentials to be a speedrunner. You can kind of just jump in whenever you want. And I know that sounds silly, but honestly, for a long time in my head as a sort of appreciator of speedruns, someone who had been, checking SDA since 2009 or whatever. And then, Twitch came up and I started watching people on Twitch and hanging out in chat rooms and stuff. I always considered myself as just someone who watched speedruns and liked speedruns, but that it wasn't really something I could do. I don't know. It just didn't feel like it felt like you had to be special to do it. So it took an event diving in headfirst. For me, it was SGL, which is a speedrun competition we do over at twitch.tv/speedgaming. But for some people, it's a race like this. So I'm really glad to see people getting into speedrunning, and I'm glad to be a part of it. Just a small part, but
yeah, that is something I think a lot of people don't realize, is that speedrunners, and that's part of the reason I also really like the get yourself speedrunning races that are typically done in the wake of a GDQ event. But like top tier speedrunners of a given game didn't just spring up fully formed. There's, you can do that. You can become a top tier runner on a game. It just takes, time and practice and a willingness to research and attempt things over and over. That's not some special skill that speedrunners have that you as a spectator don't. And that's the reason I like the SGL races, because it shows like some of those top tier speedrunners in kind of other contexts, if you will. And it like really puts that point home that, the super skilled people did not just get there overnight. It's not some natural talent that they have that you don't.
Right. Well, I see. I definitely, you're right. Like, anyone can put the time in and eventually get there. There are some people who do have a natural knack for it who will get there faster.
That's fair. Yeah.
And so it can kind of feel bad when someone gets to where you're at much faster than you did. Callum Ball took a week to beat my Kabuki Quantum Fighter record that I spent, 2 months on or so. But I'm still, like, if we were to race, we'd be very competitive. So it's some people are naturally better at it, but there's not really a difference in the skill ceiling that you can reach. No matter how good or bad you are at games, or how quickly or slowly you learn, you can absolutely get there if you're willing to put the time in. And it also doesn't have to be about getting to the best. It can also just be about doing your best and having fun that way. I think that's maybe one of the better ways to get started, is to just play a game you really like a couple times and get a little better at it. And once you see how much you improve, that can be a big motivation to keep going.
Absolutely. I'm going to cut off the Bob Ross-esque motivational speeches here and note that Kha'Zix has finished in 16th place. 3:52.20 was his time, so congrats to him.
Yep, still time for the sub 4. We had 3 people with the sub 3 time, and quite a lot of people with sub 4. Probably at least one other person will finish before we hit the 4-minute mark. And the 4-hour mark.
4-minute mark, that's fast.
4-minute mark, yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I wonder if you could even load up all 20 ROMs.
I was trying to, I'm like going
4
in my
minutes.
head, trying to construct a big 20. You can do it in 4 minutes.
4 minutes? You could.
Yeah.
4 minutes of game changing.
Yeah.
Did PUBG just take that death intentionally?
I don't know.
He did.
missed
I
it,
think he did,
honestly.
yeah. If you don't have full health on the boss, it could be a little sketchy.
Sometimes the boss won't hit you at all, and if you're right there, you may as well try.
Yeah, my ancient run of this had that boss just did not even attack me. It was wonderful.
Sometimes it happens, yeah. Same thing with the Lapis boss. Sometimes he'll do that.
Yeah.
It was interesting. He was fighting the, I don't know what that is, a dino on a skateboard.
I thought it was like a tiger on a couch. I don't know what it is.
But he was fighting it on the ceiling with the grapple, which I haven't seen.
That's a fun strat. Did you do the damage boost strats for fighting that boss this time or not?
I didn't get hit at all. I just walk into the room and you can just duck and shoot left, right, left, and he's dead. And you don't take damage.
Oh, you don't do... Okay, so you don't wait for him to go all the way up around the ceiling and come around, down the other side between hits?
No.
Okay.
You just juggle him. Like, as soon as he's next to you, you just hit him 5 times.
You can juggle him right next to you? Huh.
Yep. Anthole having some trouble with Aruga. There is actually a strat where you can get him stuck in the tree on the right.
Yep.
And he won't shoot at all, and you can just hit him in the back until he's dead. But
it's tough though. It's
kind of tricky.
Yeah. It's really hard to get him into that position. Probably harder than just learning to fight the thing properly.
Yeah, it's about 20 seconds slower if you can figure out a way to make it consistent.
Actually, I never really thought about it, but Anthole is showing the very safe way to fight this boss is rather than try to get under the top one and over the middle one, just wait and then jump over all of them.
Yeah.
Slower, but a heck of a lot safer.
Oops.
It's tricky, though, because if you do get more aggressive, you do get more hits, and that means you're going to end them fight faster, so you don't have to maintain your focus for as long. Looks like we got a stream hiccup there,
yeah,
right?
A stream hiccup.
As he was in the tense moment at the end of the fight, so we'll see how it goes in a moment.
Sorry about that.
Meanwhile, okay, I think that was an intentional death on the part of Boatless there. But he's struggling with the corridor leading up to Sagila's cave.
Yeah, we gotta put somebody else up on. I think Anthole is streaming at a really high resolution or a really high bit rate for a non-quality option stream.
Okay.
That's what was causing it to break.
Yeah.
Let's see. Who else can we put up here?
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe we'd see Big 20 number 5 before SGDQ, but I think the plan, as I understand it, is to wait until after SGDQ. So in about 6 months or so would probably be Big 20 number 5.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Because everybody needs time to recoup and regenerate from Big 20 number 4. I know Toad said one of the things he was most looking forward to after today was not having to play a lot of these games anymore. So... You know, in every Big 20, you find your 1 or 2 cool games that you had never played before, and then there are a couple of those games that are a little bit less cool.
Yes, no more Infinite Knockback and Karate Kid, yes.
I don't know if you were there when he said it, Yogi, but he mentioned last night during his practice that Karate Kid was the best pinball game that has ever been played.
It's so silly.
Seawolf is having some fun with Guerrilla War here.
Yep, he's just gonna charge right through, I imagine. Yep.
So this is game over situation.
Yep.
You just don't
Plus time, but
don't
just
choose no. Just choose yes,
Right.
and then keep going.
Yep.
Oh no! So Mike the Viewer's making his way through the last boss of Rygar here, aiming for sub 4, and much like a certain mythical in Big 20 number 1, he's going to come across just short with a time of 4:00:24.
Ooh. Yep.
Still, I think he was very much unpracticed for this race, so 4
still
is
a very solid time.
very, very solid time. So he is our official 17th place finisher. I'm gonna assume it's just twitch.tv/MikeTheViewer.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, we got Boatless doing Rygar. Boatless is, I think he's somewhat new to the speedrunning scene, but he's diving in headfirst, and he's been helping us with SGL as well. It's been a big help.
He did a lot of goal making during the Speed Gaming League tournament.
Yeah, so
very nice.
I'm rooting for him. Making sure not to die before Sigilla here.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. And Mr. Pup opting to bounce on the heads of the bats up into Ligar's castle. I like that.
Yeah, you don't see the enemy bouncing quite a bit. Obviously, the pit skip relies on it, but you can do a lot of fun things bouncing off of enemies. There's a spot where you can get on the ceiling. There's a spot where I think you can do like a sequence break. Riding someone for quite a ways. It's horribly slow, I think, but
Oh, maybe.
it's a thing. Maybe I'm making that up. I feel like
Sigilla's Lair. Oh yeah, you can go on the ceiling, but it's about 5 seconds slower, so not really worth it.
Okay.
got Nis fighting Aruga, really hammering that button. You don't quite have to hammer it that fast. Your attack
it's actually
stays-
a little bit slower to do that, isn't it? For
as long
Yeah, you
as
don't want to
your-
just mash. You want to time it.
As long as your attack is active, your attack hitbox is active inside his hitbox when his cooldown is up, then you're good. So I don't think you lose time, but you're certainly wasting effort.
okay, but you're okay.
Really important to keep the tank alive here in this level of Guerrilla War. For one, the tank moves faster, and for two, if you don't have it, you just die to everything.
Right.
Yeah, the tank is amazing because of it is immune to people and to bullets. It's only really grenades and other tanks that you have to worry about. So now, without his tank, Seawolf is
Yes.
forced to
Seawolf
dodge
is-
all this stuff.
Seawolf, in true future dictator of Cuba fashion, just mowing down these hostages, like actively murdering them, not even just passing them up. Holy cow, Seawolf!
Probably doesn't even know they're hostages.
He's like, yeah,
First time he's fired up the game, he's just like, shoot everything.
yeah. Oh no, enemy!
So I think he's at the end of the goal here.
I believe so. Yes.
Yep.
Now that guy's gonna grab him and throw him.
So silly.
Best level transition of all time.
It's a solid level transition.
Into the mines with you.
So he's moving on to Bionic Commando, very tough game. I think he may have played it on SGL before, though, so maybe he has a bit of a taste of it.
He probably knows at least one of the levels pretty well, which
Hopefully
is
it's-
part of the goal. It's
Yeah.
the flame one.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
but we have our official 18th place finisher. Guess who it is? He's not done on stream yet. But he's getting there.
Well, there he is.
There we
with the
go.
attack
That's the
and
glitch
sail.
palette ending.
With the attack and the sail ending. So good.
It's Mr. PUBG. He's got a 40504. He's gone with the palindromic ending. Nice job.
So when my family and I were younger, we figured the black and white ending was almost just sort of a penalty for using attack and assail, as opposed to, fighting Ligar the normal way, which gets you the pretty color ending. But nope. It's just the game doesn't bother reloading the palette after attack and assail.
SRL, you so crazy. Why aren't you showing me all the names? Just new names just pop up as people stop streaming.
Leave no man. I don't know about that, Kamehame. But, well, I can't really speak for the others, but I'm good for hanging out here for another couple hours anyway. Bionic Commando, part of the awkwardly censored Nazis series on the NES.
Right. Hitler no Fukatsu.
Yes. Hitler was random. They changed his name to Master D, and they changed the Nazis to the Bads Party with 2 Ds. And that was the only actual change they made. They didn't even bother changing the sprite at all.
Yeah, well, they got rid of a bunch of swastikas all over the place.
That's true.
But they definitely left in the very accurate 8-bit rendition of Hitler's face exploding.
Yes.
So I would like to point out that Weapon just finished Palace 1 in Zelda 2. So he's making his way back through these caves with the lights on here.
Okay. Probably smart.
Also didn't have to finish the palace, but
right.
By the time you got the candle, how close are you to the exit compared to the boss?
Yeah, if you've already gotten the stuff you need to get the candle, depending on how far you go on the path that gets you that key to the candle, you're almost better off just doing the rest of the palace at that point.
You do get the experience as well.
You get the experience, yep.
This area in Bionic Commando is probably the most dangerous one. The first one.
Absolutely. Especially if you don't get any bullets, if you don't get any hit point upgrades.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's not meant to be. It's not really meant to be the first level that you do.
No.
I was watching Toad practice this one, and man, his Area 5 is so good.
Super Exploding Hitler Quest. Yes. The Golgo 13 Top Secret episode is another game with awkwardly censored Nazis in it. There's a notebook that you pick up, and on a TV, it's hard to tell. But if you play the game on an emulator, where everything is nice and clear, you can tell they actually didn't even bother censoring the swastika off of the notebook. But I'm trying to think. The Nazis become the Drek Empire in Golgo 13. And Mecha Zombie Hitler becomes Smirk. But he's pretty clearly still, again, Mecha Zombie Hitler. And you fight clones of Mecha Zombie Hitler's head. Or no, you fight full Mecha Zombie Hitler clones, and when you kill the clone, then the head comes after you. That's right. Anyway. Oh, we got the PUBG raid in the Best of Nest chat. So enemy Working through Solomon's Key, it looks like. And again, actually also a pretty strange, difficult game if you've never played it before. There are quite a few of those this time around. I'm not sure if this one or number 3 is necessarily the less blind-friendly Big 20, but probably one of those two. Well, Boatless with 0 health here. See how he opts to handle this.
Did anyone pull out any crazy strats in Rygar other than farming to 10 health? Or was 10 health kind of...
Not that I've seen.
There was talk of something like farming for a triple star for the final boss so that you can attack and assail twice or something.
Oh.
But I don't think anybody actually did it.
Yeah, I was wondering how many people would farm up to the point where they could kill him in 10 hits and not have to do any extra hits after attack and assail.
Yeah, I don't know that I've seen a lot of that necessarily. But
It's about half and half. I mean,
Half
if you
and
look
half?
at the ending screen, how many of them are glitched out, I'd say
Okay,
about
yeah,
half of them
fair.
weren't.
Yep. Oh,
You can
Seawolf, why?
Oh no.
He was going
Yeah.
for the one up and it scrolled off the screen.
Oh no.
Yeah, what a position to be in. Well, he'll eventually hop off there. Oh no. Oh, I was looking at the delayed version, but yeah, he's in a
Yeah.
really tricky. These parachuters, they're on a fixed pattern, but if you're not quick, because they spawn at the top of the screen, like a little bit of a difference in your timing can make a huge difference in where they spawn, because you move up so quickly when the screen scrolls.
PPP.
Bye. Okay.
It's not quite clear what that's supposed to be. PP
Yeah.
or PyPy.
I believe that is the Japanese onomatopoeia for robots beeping.
Like bleep bleep bleep.
Yeah, beep beep beep, basically.
Which I guess, if I recall my rules of Japanese pronunciation correctly, it would actually be PPP. But
I guess so. What was your favorite game of this, Yogi?
Oh. I mean,
Must have been some things that you had never played before, never speedrun before, and surprised you.
yeah, you liked.
probably, I would say top 3, Dr. Mario, which I'm already familiar with. Zelda 2 and Rygar, probably.
Okay.
Good choices.
Looks like Primal 85 is on the last boss of Tiny Toons. This is a big hurdle. A lot of players seem to have gotten stuck on Tiny
Yeah,
Toons.
seem to have gotten stuck on Tiny Toons.
It looks like he doesn't know you can jump off the boxing glove. Man, Primal's boss fight is just going forever here. And it looks like he does end up dying. He's set back quite a bit. Gonna check in on Bad Breaks. See how he's doing with Tiny Toons. He's been there a while. He's moving on. He's on Bionic Commando.
I can't get Primal Stream to stay up for some reason. Oh, that's too bad.
All right,
I'll try again in a moment. We've got to get somebody else up, though.
I did my best to go through all of the names. Top 3 right now, I think, are Anthole, Nis, and White Hat. But there are some people I can't. Their streams aren't showing up, so I can't confirm. I don't know if this is McRavenator or MC Ravenator or M Cravenator. Not sure. Not sure. I can't see Scratch Dragon's stream, and I think I've confirmed everyone else's positions. So at Rygar, this is we got Anthole, Nis, and White Hat. On Zelda, we got Weapon, Carol, Ghost of Owl, and Prissy. On Gremlins, we got Solfad, who I think is actually playing. No, he's not blind. He did finish one run. A lot of people stuck on Cryon Conquest. Rantron, Concakes, Big Z, Link Sevens, and Mr. Cab all on Cryon Conquest. Though I can't say for certain how long they've all been there. I know Concakes has one game over on Cryon Conquest already. On Bionic Commando, we got Cochise and Bad Breaks. Figbird is that Guerrilla Warrior.
I knew Seawolf was also on Bionic Commando, but
Denzel Glovington is on Robo Warrior. Primal is still on Tiny Toons because he did not quite get that boss down. And Infinite Mystery is all the way back at River City Ransom. I don't think he's practiced much at all, going in mostly blind here. Boatless needs to blow the flute here. There he goes.
Someone noting that Percy has started Rygar.
Yeah, the Mega Man 2 tournament was put on hold for a little bit because a lot of their competitors were also doing
Or in this.
Yeah, competitors as well as restreamers and commentators.
Right.
All tied up. So Prissy is in the losers bracket, but has been putting up some really great times all tournament, and he has a match against Nadua coming up, who is I think the 3rd seed of the tournament. Though since then, I think Prissy has actually beaten Nadua's time on the leaderboards. Either way, he's been taking a bit of a break from Mega Man 2 to focus on these Big 20 games just a little bit. Probably forced to divide his attention between the two of them. Boatless there, making sure he grabs that pulley from the top. If I recall, the hit detection from the top is not the greatest. You can just run off and die sometimes. But he gets it. I'm not quite sure why he's backtracking. Maybe to get mine points? I think he's backtracking, right? This doesn't look familiar.
Let's see. Who is this now?
Boatless.
Boatless.
Bottom right of commentary.
Right, yeah, I see.
No, maybe no. I guess he is going forward. I don't know. Maybe he's just in a weird spot. Oh, hey, Texas. This is not the Best of Ness Marathon. This is the Big 20 race. It's the other major thing that happens on this channel.
Let's see here. Yeah, he's near the end here. Yep.
Yep, the next Best of Ness Marathon is going to be happening Halloween weekend. Last weekend of, well, the end of October, beginning of November.
And there will probably be another Big 20 race before then.
Oh,
Before
sure.
then.
Yeah.
Boatless is finishing up. Ligar here,
He's finishing up. Yep.
approaching with attack and a sail. Gets him down. He is 19th with a time of 4:21.31. We'll see who can take the 20th spot
Out
here.
of the top 20. Yeah.
I don't think we've ever seen the top 20 be so competitive. Normally, I think in the first Big 20, 26th and 27th were like 17 and 29 hours or something.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
So to have 19 come across it at 4:20 is pretty great to see.
Definitely. So you mentioned the Best of NES marathon, but hey, Feasel, what's the SNES Superstars marathon I keep hearing about?
Oh man, 2 weeks, starts 2 weeks from yesterday. And we're going to have it's about 9.5 days worth of Super Nintendo games nonstop. It'll be pretty good. Go watch that on the Speed Gaming channel, twitch.tv/speedgaming.
Yes.
I'm going to be running Blackthorn.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
That's 16 bits. That's more bits than I'm used to you running, Feasel.
It's like running 2 games. It's like running
yeah,
2 NES games.
it's like twice as many bits as you're used to. I don't know. Can you handle that?
Running both Bionic Commando and Rygar at the same time. That's what.
There you go. Okay.
Oh man, what if the grappling hook had a shield at the end of it?
That would basically be the best game ever. I have to say. I'm trying to think of how the and I played it 10 or well, probably 13ish years back now. I'm trying to think of how the Rygar PS2 game played if you used your shield as a grappling hook at all. I don't think you did though. Okay, Arctic noting that Eat It Up 86 is apparently ahead of Weapon.
Oh, Eat It Up is one of those streams I couldn't check because it wouldn't show
Okay.
me. So thank you very much, chat. We definitely need the help keeping on top of everyone. Yeah, Texas. As of January 27th, a list of 20 games was published. And after that, everyone had, until now, pretty much exactly a month to practice for this big 20 game race. Obviously, learning 20 games in 30 days is a daunting task, so
Yes.
you end up seeing a really big spread of people who, I mean, some people just have more time to put towards it, but you get to see people at different points in the learning curve for speedrun than you normally do, and that can be pretty interesting.
Meanwhile, Nis has finished in 20th place. 4:24.47.
There it is. Top 20 is decided.
20 finishers under 4.5 hours. That's pretty impressive. I do think as these big 20s go on, you're seeing more and more people at least putting in some practice. I don't know if anybody... Like, I don't think anybody is necessarily going into this totally blind, even... You know, you see people, even if they've done, like, one run of the whole thing, well, that's still one run of the whole thing that they've done, you know?
Right. Some people do go in pretty blind, though. Infinite Mystery
Yeah.
this time around.
Yeah.
Going in pretty dark. Let me check in on where he's at. As far as I know, he may be bringing up the rear here. Last time I checked, he was on River City Ransom.
Okay.
Now he's on Dr. Mario. Which,
Okay.
wait, is that after or before? That is after. Okay.
All right.
Nis just finally coming up for air, having finished his run, and is looking around and seeing what happens, seeing Toad's time,
Yeah.
and is congratulating him.
Yeah, that was... Oh yeah, that was a monstrous time that Toad put up. Like I said, I went to see what pace he was on late in that run and couldn't believe how far ahead of his pace he was. And the pace, his PB pace as it was really good at that point too.
I know I definitely was completely unaware of what was going on when I did this. I was just I didn't have a lot of time to practice some games, so I was white knuckle focused on what I was doing, and had no idea that Toad had finished well over a half hour beforehand.
Right.
It was like, oh, well.
All right then, yeah. I had something similar happen when I did the first Big 20. Like, I was kind of paying attention to the SRL chat, but when Toad finished and I was still on, I don't know, game 15 or wherever I was like, oh, well, all right then.
Heated Up is making his way to the final island here.
Yep.
Yeah, we definitely have different approaches, I think, about training for it. I think Toad's strategy is like world record every game.
Yeah.
Well, that'll do it.
My strategy is more just focus more on my weakest game, I think.
Right.
I always try to see where my biggest gains are and work on that.
Yeah, it makes sense. What amount of practice will lead to what amount of overall time improvement
Right,
is
yeah,
the thing to look at.
Reduce your time. Yeah.
Wait, what is the lamb leg black screen of death in River City Ransom? Can you use it at the wrong time and get some kind of
I've never had that happen.
soft lock? Apparently it happened to Nis.
No way.
Never heard of it.
I've never heard of it either, but yeah, I suppose that's possible. You...
We did see, who was it? Was it Toad who saved himself by using it before he hit the ground?
Yeah. Maybe if you do it
Yep.
like right when you hit the ground or something.
Well, Prissy just got that pit skip, no problem. Surprising how many people are really having no issues with it.
I think under normal circumstances, Link said that was 2 frames, but depending on which frame you make the jump, you have either 1 frame to hit right or 7 frames to hit right after that, depending on which one you hit. And then, of course, depending on how the bugs are actually, how many bugs you actually have, like if you have 2 bugs that are like 1 pixel apart, you get a little bit more wiggle room and it's easier.
Interesting.
Oh, SRL has seen fit to bless me with access to McRavenator's stream.
Right.
So he is also on Cryon Conquest.
Okay.
Well, eat
By
it
the
up.
way, I
just finish it
apologize
out.
if I tried to take the headphones off and get them away before I sneezed, but I don't know how well I actually did. So,
You did okay.
Okay.
I've
So if you
had
suddenly
to-
heard that was probably me trying to take the headphones off. Sorry
yeah,
about
I've
that.
had a couple close calls with some sneezes too, but yeah, Feast is right. Eat It Up is officially 21st with a time at 4:31:01. So congrats to him. His who was 20? It was Nis. I don't think I posted Nis's stream. And I think it's just Nis 3.
Yep, it is.
I didn't double check to see if that is actually Eat It Up's Twitch name. Let me just make sure. Yeah, that's it. Big Zeef actually typing in the SRL chat here. I just booted up Gremlins 2 and already felt a deep chill go down my spine. So he's moving on to Gremlins 2 and he's not happy about it.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's Scratch Dragon, a recent addition to the SGL crew, but he's been a regular ever since. So he's into some Metal Storm, and I jinxed him real hard there as he
Yeah, it's
blows up
a tough
immediately.
game.
Blows up, yeah.
I think he's
It's
been
another
at it
one-hit
for a little
kill
while.
game, basically.
Well, Anthole finishing up there.
Yep, 22nd place, 433.01.
People are still finishing so close to each other.
Yeah.
Antwell, another SGL player. Turns out people who come on the show and learn small chunks of games in a short amount of time are interested in learning small chunks of a lot of games in a short amount of
In
time.
quick succession, yes.
Weird. The crossover there.
Funny how that works
Two
out.
Fs. Two Fs.
Of course, I am just assuming everyone knows what we're talking about. Fees and I host a show called Speed Gaming League over at twitch.tv/speedgaming. And I'm plugging it, and you can't stop me.
It was a lot of fun. I've been on it a number of times.
Yeah, I'm only mentioning it because it is quite similar to this format. We give players a goal of a game, typically about 3 minutes of gameplay. We give them 2 of those. So there was a Rygar goal that was like Sigilla's Cave, basically. And we give them a week to work on it, and then they all come together and compete. We make a whole show out of it. We also do mystery games where you only have 1 hour to practice. So you get to see different spots on the learning curve. So in this race, you're going to see some people who pretty much only had an hour to practice. And you're going to see some people who spent closer to a week's worth of time on it.
Some people who spent a full month.
Yep.
This one, yep. Or more in Yogi's case with Dr.
Right.
Mario.
Got a 2-day head start.
Yep. I like the idea of guessing what games will be in the next Big 20.
Oh man, all these enemies in the first world of Gremlins are a nightmare. Everything just moves so
Then you know
randomly.
right away what you're in for.
I consider that as the hardest game to go fast on this list.
Yeah, it looks like a cutesy little platformer, but it's very much not. Much.
Of course, if you game over, you kind of snowball out of control because you lose everything that you have. All your money and your power-ups and all that. At first, I actually thought it was Zelda 2 as the hardest one, but then all of a sudden one day, the boomerang guys just started to click for me. And I was able to block all their boomerangs consistently.
Yeah, those are the most tricky enemies to fight in the dark. So yeah, I can definitely see how that would be the real sticking point.
You do have to get into like a rhythm. You have to have your brain capable of tracking the boomerangs while your hands are still moving. You're jumping and attacking in a certain way, and you're trying to do the two things at once. You pretty much fail completely until you're like you said, it clicks, and then when you're able to get both going, suddenly
and then
you do much better.
Opens up the option of saving life too for later, which is pretty much like having an extra life.
I've heard rumors of a big 100. All 5. Well, there isn't a 5th one yet, but there will be. And then when there is, I heard talk of doing all 5 Big 20 games back to back as well for a monstrous, sure to be full day event. And I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I don't know. These things only happen because people are interested in doing it and signing up and being a part of it. So you can put something that crazy out there, but people got to agree to it. Also, could you imagine if you haven't been playing along all these Big 20s? And then it's like, all right, learn 100 games.
Okay, here's 100, yeah. But I have also heard that that is the end goal. A certain Mr. Not Good anti-accelerators.
And I think for that one, maybe some of the longer goals would be shortened, like Mega Man 2.
Right, yeah.
Might be 8 Robot Masters, I don't know.
I was going to say, I actually think if Mega Man 2 were to be even a Big 20 now, it would probably be 8 Robot Masters.
That was a beastly amount of game to learn.
Yep.
I think my time was 35 minutes for that one. I'd finished one run before the race.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Big 99.
Big 99, yeah.
Maybe Big 98 when Metroid Any Percent is in Big 20 number 5.
Yeah, right. Combine the Metroid goals. Just do the whole thing.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we've had Beat Ridley and we've had Beat Kraid, so yeah, what's left at that point?
I totally died to Kraid in Big 20 number 1.
Oh.
It was the worst. I had to farm health, and then I think I died while farming health once.
Oh, no.
And, I even played it safe, too. I got an extra E-Tank, I got an extra missile. I still screwed it up.
Yeah, luckily Dragon Dark showed me how to do that fight pretty easily, so...
I should have just went with bombs, man. I forget who it was, but someone was like, I'm just doing bomb. I think it was Breakdown. It was like, just as soon as the fight starts, he just rolls into a ball and charges into him and mashes B.
Yeah, that was my initial strat, and then Dragon Dark was like, you know, you can just do this other really easy thing, right? It was like holding left into him and mashing select, oddly enough.
Yeah, select would like double your...
Yeah, for whatever reason, it made your shots double.
I couldn't get it to go fast enough for me to not die, though.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, it could be a big relay race, teams of 5.
Yeah.
But then, what if all the best players just team up and then they win everything? I don't know. We'd have to... Would we, like, have captains and then they draft players? Ooh.
Mm-mm.
I've been intrigued by the idea of team competitions and speedrunning.
Yeah.
There have been relay races in the past, but I like the idea of having to build a well-rounded team of players that have to do all kinds of different speedrunning tasks. Like, so someone like Yagamoth, who is goes super deep on research and routing and stuff. Like, having someone like him would be a big advantage for certain things. But it'd be really hard to construct a thing around that.
Like a format, yeah, where that would work.
But I think the potential for that is pretty cool.
Banana phone saying, okay, I'll play everything and you all cheer. Toad. Link here about to finish up Gremlins 2, hopefully. Yeah.
Don't think I've seen anyone get really stuck on this boss. Though he does only have one heart.
Yeah, I don't know. This is...
Jinxed him pretty hard there.
Oh no. There we go, you got it.
You could have a 1-up, I don't know.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah, no problem.
Big Zeef making his way through Gremlins as well. He was not looking forward to this game, but he's getting through it. He's trying to bait out an attack there, I guess. Didn't go so well for him. Takes a tumble there, uses up his balloon. This is a pretty bad section, so he'll probably be okay ballooning over it.
There is a certain route you can take there to consistently despawn all of those mines. Those mines are a bit tricky.
Yeah, it's tricky sometimes where if you only have so much time to practice, you have to use that time really efficiently. So sometimes, like, oh, if you just look up how to do this thing, you find out there's a very easy way to get through a very hard section. And so it became very worth your time to look that up. And then sometimes there isn't really a good way. And so you're kind of just spinning your wheels looking up how to do this exact sequence of jumps when you might as well, when you could have come up with a quick and dirty solution in 5 minutes that would work almost just as well.
Mm.
So it's tough. You need to be good at research. It's, I think, honestly, is a really strong aspect of this whole race. Oh, where's Waldo? So I don't have my VOD on Twitch for my Big 20 race, but I do have it saved on my computer, I think. And one of these days I need to look at Where's Waldo, because I'm pretty sure in the third stage Waldo didn't spawn. Or he did, but the game didn't think it was Waldo.
Right.
So I'm clicking it and I'm like, that's Waldo, come on! And it's like, I ended up having to restart. Also, one of the best things I've ever heard of was, I think it was ACMLM did a ROM hack of Where's Waldo called Here's Waldo, and it eliminates all the other NPCs except for
Oh, to check that out. That sounds great.
Wow, so while we've been funning around here, we've had... so Antol got 22nd a while ago. Actually, I don't think I linked his stream. But you should check out Antol.
I actually totally missed Antol finishing it all, I think.
No, yeah, he was doing Rygar. He did I think we watched him finish off the boss. But in 23rd, it's White Hat 94. I can't remember if there's an underscore in there.
Nope.
Am I following him? I hope I am. I'm not, so I'm gonna click this link. Did anyone do it blind again? I think Infinite Mystery is doing it mostly blind.
Blind, yeah.
I don't think I've seen anyone do it blind more than once.
Yeah, they tend to learn their lesson after that.
Maybe Zergriff. I think Zergriff has done it more than once.
Yeah.
Despite the amazing / atrocious first time he had.
Was that the one where he went... Was he the one that he went for like 29 hours and then finally had to give up? And it wasn't even...
39 hours, actually. And 11 hours of that was on Tetris.
I remember that part, yep.
Wait, I am following White Hat. Why didn't he pop in my... whatever. Twitch.
It's gonna Twitch.
White Hat is very good at... well, he tends to choose games that most people would consider to be bad. Regardless of how he actually feels about them, White Hat tends to get very good at them. Has records in a number of not-so-good games, and actually a couple of good games as well. So, definitely check out that.
Lately, he's been doing some good games.
Yeah, he's trying to shake that reputation.
Some Little Samson and Metal Storm.
That's right, he did get the Metal Storm record. Definitely not a bad game.
I think he got 4 wrong warps in that run.
Big Z's doing okay here in Gremlins. Nailing a lot of these conveyor belt jumps. Though he just ended up in some fire. The ultimate jinx.
Good job. So we unfortunately have Scratch Dragon forfeiting. I don't know if they've said why yet. Doesn't look like it.
Maybe we'll get a dot comment.
Yeah.
Primal's asking for help with Robo Warrior. He is another one who was going in mostly blind.
Yeah.
Robo Warrior
is
kind of BS when you go in blind.
Yep.
You have to... there's like a chalice or something that you have to collect, otherwise the stage endlessly loops, and it's in a completely random spot. It's the same random spot, so once you learn where it is, you're fine, but when you don't know where it is or even that it exists, it's quite a problem.
Right. Carol underscore finishing 24th with a 450-12.
Carol's been in a couple of these Big 20 events, if I recall. I went in mostly blind for Big 20 number 3, so came in with 27th with an 813. And also 23rd with a 544 in number 2. But a pretty good time of 13th with a 432 in the first one. So actually a regular here in the Big 20. No wonder I recognize their name.
Yeah.
Competing in all 4 so far. Right behind Carol is Prissy. Literally 38 seconds behind.
Oh, wow.
25th place. So let's get these streams out there.
Looks like a Scratch Dragon noting, I guess, Metal Storm Not necessarily Metal Storm itself, but Metal Storm with Blind Cryon Conquest still to come was kind of the breaking point for them.
Oh man, yeah.
I can't really say I blame them.
Cryon Conquest.
Yep. But it's a cute little game with a cute little witch girl. How can it be hard? And it is.
11 hours on Tetris. Yep. Shadows Panther, Zergriff got stuck on Tetris for 11 hours. The goal was clear 100 lines.
Yep.
So I would told people about that, actually. People who weren't really speedrunners or even gamers. Well, no, they were gamers a little bit, but
Right.
I was telling the story like, this guy, incredible determination, just kept going. It was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, who gets stuck on Tetris for 11 hours? And I was like, oh, I guess there is
Right.
that aspect of the story.
Right. Getting 100 lines, going from 90 to 100 lines is not easy. Actually.
It's completely different from the other
yeah.
90.
Yep. And I remember he got to 90 something a number of times.
A number of times. Like in
past
like
that,
hour
yeah.
4 or 5, he had got there at least once already. And it took
Yeah.
another 6 to get those last 10.
Yeah.
Carol was hoping for sub 5. So a time of 450
That'll do
is
it.
going to be something he's happy with.
Yep, that sounds like me at the first Big 20.
My goal was, I think my goal was 4.5, but that's because I don't have any sort of confidence in myself whatsoever.
Right.
So with the amount of practice I put in, I should have been hoping for sub 4, and then I just barely missed it.
Mm-hmm.
I was really scared of some of those games, though. Mario 1, Mario 2, Mega Man. I was sure.
Mario games are not easy I think, if I remember right, I want to say I might have been on my last life in Mario 2.
I definitely
with no
was.
continues when yeah.
I hadn't used any continues yet, but I was on my last life in like 6-1 or something.
Oh wow.
And I did not want to I didn't want to just die and take the game over, because I actually valued that one attempt on that one life, going for that over losing a continue. I valued the continue that much that I did not care if I wasted a huge amount of time dying once and having to start over at the start of the world, and then I ended up beating the entire game after 6-1 on that same life.
Wow.
Well, Big Thief manages to take down Gremlins 2.
Breathing a sigh of relief.
I bet.
Moving on to join Link 7s and Weapon in Rygar.
Well, Zelda 2 is first, but yes.
Oh, right.
Yep.
Needs to go on an adventuresome quest first.
Yep. His most adventuresome quest yet, I might add.
Bones for Pizza Hut.
Okay.
That's every Friday night for me. Well, not Pizza Hut butts though.
Not Pizza Hut bots. Yeah, I was gonna say.
I'm a fan of Pizza Huts.
I like
I'm not a
Pizza
big fan of Pizza Butts.
No. I guess Solifed in the last area of Rygar here.
Oh, it looks like Mr. Cab also going for the candle in Zelda.
Okay. One thing I'm noticing, I'm not sure if it's just because everybody has so much health that they know they can afford to tank it, or if it's just because they, like me, have been bitten by the screen wrap death on the boss of Lapis, but I am noting a lot of people just opting to stand there and tank the hits from the fireballs on that boss, which I thought was kind of interesting. And yep, Solifad has finished up, it looks like. 26th place. 4:56.05 was their final time. Oh, excuse me. Okay, Darkwing Duck he mentioned that death in the tutorial and was able to demonstrate it, so that makes sense then.
So Nis went ahead and posted this in the Big 20 race Skype chat. This is the black screen of death lamb leg glitch that happened to him in the race.
Take a look at this.
And then when you come back, go ahead and go over to twitch.tv/Solfad and maybe give him a follow, because he is sub 5 with a time of 4:56.05, taking 26th place. Solfad, another common Big 20 competitor. Or maybe I made that up.
He was in the Zelda 2 tournament, though.
Oh, that's where I recognize him.
There's going to be a Blaster Master tournament happening. If people coming down from this Big 20 race want to start picking up some other game, it'll only be one game, not 20, but...
The big one.
But yeah, it's going to be a double elimination bracket tournament of Blaster Master, any percent.
Also, Blaster Master, pretty good contender for Big 20 number 5. So, if you want to get a head start, wink wink.
It was on Yogi's list of Big 20 bingo.
That's true. I'm guessing Blaster Master, Castlevania 3, and Ikari Warriors.
Ikari Warriors, wow.
Ikari Warriors.
There's got to be that lag-based overhead war game.
Evidently, Tool 23 is in the Rygar grinding spot.
Okay.
One of the things I noticed we didn't have this time around was the practically an auto-scroller game like your Top Gun or your Rad Racer that we've had in some of the past ones.
Oh yeah, Gun Dot Smoke. Well, I mean, Tom Sawyer was pretty much...
Tom Sawyer was a lot of auto-scrollers, sure.
50% auto-scroller.
Yeah. Puss in Boots was very auto-scrollery too, as I recall. Okay, so we see Link here. We were talking about this strategy of getting Iruga stuck in the tree.
Hello?
Like,
Can you guys hear me?
Oh,
Hey, this is Jaguar King. We missed him earlier on.
Hey, what's up?
But he is our second place finisher. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, Matthew.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
So, oh man, it feels like it was so long ago now.
I'm so sorry. Just after the race, I had to go to the nearest grocery store because I had to take some of the stuff I need for my wife. But that's why I wasn't there actually.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, you ignored life for over 3 hours or whatever to do the race, so it makes sense that stuff needs to get done.
Yeah, exactly.
So returning to the land of the living for a little bit to do some grocery shopping, and now it's come back is Jaguar King. This is your first Big 20 race, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
That is my first race. I've always wanted to be part of the Big 20 race. It's just I didn't have a flash card. I never drive like something like that, and I don't like playing on an emulator because of the lag. I'm really sensitive of a slightest lag in any kind of game or input delay. So the moment I get myself an EverDrive, I said to myself, I'm gonna be in the next Big 20, and here I am.
Wow. Well, you made a hell of an entrance. Second place.
Yeah, congratulations on the second place.
Thank you very much. Actually, I started practicing really hard in the past month. The moment the list was announced, I've been practicing every day, daily. I've been practicing on my home, during work. I was bringing my own NES on my work, and like during break hours, I do some practice here and then. Actually, 2 weeks ago, I went with my wife to visit my family, and I even myself bring my NES with me just to do some practice there.
Wow.
I was really dedicated here. I wanted to do something really big on my first Big 20 race. And actually that went as smooth as expected, actually. But I didn't expect myself that I'm gonna get second place. I was like maybe fourth or fifth. But,
right.
It was actually a really amazing thing.
Yeah, well, it shows. The practice shows for sure. We had you up on stream pretty much the whole time. We tried to keep like top 3 in there, and I don't think you ever dropped out of that top 3. Even when Yogi made up a ton of ground on Dr. Mario.
Yeah,
you were still always there, and it was one of those things where when you see a name you haven't seen before, you have no idea what to think, right? You're like, well, is this gonna is this gonna go really wrong at some point, and this person's kind of gonna drop back? But absolutely not. You were very solid the entire way through, so the practice paid off for sure.
Yeah, actually, I didn't know where I am doing like on the lead. Actually, I was playing. I had my spider wall on my chat telling me I'm in third place. I'm now on the lead. I didn't know until at the end of the race, and I found out myself that I ended up second. I was actually pretty shocked that I ended up second. I did not expect that I'm gonna get at least sub 3 hours during the race.
Yeah, we had seen a couple players who finish, and it's like emerging from a cave or something. They've just been completely in their own world, and they finish, and it's like, oh, what's going on? Oh, someone was finished an hour ago. I didn't know. I just didn't know. I was doing my own thing. So to have that experience and then find out, guess what? It wasn't an hour ago. It was 5 minutes ago, and now you're second. That's gotta be exactly. A bit of a shock.
Yeah, I was actually even more surprised when I found out that he would actually beat my time by 10 minutes.
Oh yeah!
Shout outs to him. Actually, he practiced and worked really hard for this race.
Yeah, he said he really wanted it. He was,
and it showed.
He wanted he had the first 2 wins under his belt, and then he lost it in number 3, and I guess that sparked something in him. He was determined to not let it happen again. So he went Super Saiyan, and
he really did. Yeah.
Put up a
I keep watching his stream all the time. He was really pushing himself forward for this race. I was expecting him to win, but not like this. I mean, beating my time by 10 minutes. It's just really crazy thing.
Yeah. So how did you practice? You practiced a lot, but you did a little bit each day, and did you focus on? Did you go game by game, or did you focus on the ones that were your weakest?
I started practicing on specific games. First of all, I was practicing 6 hours a day. Even when I'm going to work, I bring my NES, and during my break hours, I just start playing and start practicing several games. There were some games that were really annoying for me, and there were some points during this practice period in the past month. I was so close from dropping out from the race, but I was kept determined by watching other people doing practices on their streams. That kept me from like dropping out. And when I see the passion within these people like Toad and Yogi and other people who are always like practicing all the time, that's what kept me like from keep going and practicing by myself. And that's it. This is how I practiced it. Also, shout outs to my wife, my lovely wife. She actually supported me practicing the race, which is kind of nice for her.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's. I'm really, really grateful for her, actually.
Very nice, very nice. I'm so glad that we did eventually get a hold of you and get this interview, because that was really interesting to hear. I love the bringing the NES everywhere,
everywhere, including work and to family visits. That's
really cool.
Me too.
Yeah, congratulations on second place.
Thank you.
Take a breather for a couple months.
Yeah.
I mean, SGDQ is coming up, but and eventually Big 20 number 5 will come up, so people are.
Yeah, when was that? I'm really, really hyped. After playing on this race on Big 20, I get extremely, really like passionate and determined on.
Oh, really?
Doing more races, so I really, really can't wait for the next Big 20.
Oh wow! I know some people who are definitely burnt out. They put all their effort in for this month, and then that's their effort for 2 months used up. So this next month they're gonna take it easy, but that's awesome. It's just fuel for the fire for Jaguar.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Actually, the past month during the practice was the most I have ever enjoyed on speedrunning.
Really?
At all in a really, really long time. The fact that I'm playing like different games, learning different games, seeing different tutorials from people who are like pretty much good at this game, and like see the whole community of the best of NES gather together and trying to figure out strats and basically stuff that helps doing this race, make this race possible. For example, like Die Hard. Who would have thought, like, as Zip will be discovered right to the final boss in the game, that will never happen without having something like Big 20 race like this. Also, shout outs to Radda, by the way, for discovering this, and Toad for discovering this Zip. This game has been more stupider.
The Big 20 has brought attention to games like that in a really big way. But I think you're touching on something super awesome and super important, and that's the aspect of community involved with this race. Because I mean, sure, on the day of, all the people come out to watch and all the people come out to compete, but the entire month leading up to it, everyone's talking with each other and learning about games and complaining about the bad games. And yeah, there's just this really great of coming together of people who share an interest that is really, really great to be a part of. So I'm so glad to hear that came through so strongly for you.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want to say. This month was really, really enjoyable for me. It was really, I enjoyed it really a lot.
All right, yeah. So Big 20 number 5 is probably going to be after SGDQ, about 6 months. So there's quite a bit of wait for that. But there's all kinds of other tournaments and stuff popping up for single games. So there's not as much variety, but those seem to be on the rise. We've been thinking about doing a Disney tutorial with like 3 Disney games, like Aladdin, Lion King, and something. So hopefully more and more of these events will start to spring up, and everyone can kind of get a little taste of it. Not sure if you guys can still hear me. Skype may be freaking out a little bit.
I hear you.
Okay. Okay, good. Now my train of thought's completely destroyed. Yeah, there's always stuff going on in the speedrun community, so I look forward to seeing more of Jaguar King and everyone else, and I'm super happy to be a part of it as well.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. In the meantime, a little while back, Weapon actually finished in 27th at the time of 5:03:57. So,
Congrats
to them. Yep.
Let's see, what is the most finishes we've had? 31 finishes in Big 20 number 3. So we're just 4 away from breaking that record.
Yeah, I'd say we're on our way here. We have Tool_23 here, looking near the end. On the final dungeon here, looks like they're looking to grab some mine points here. Yeah.
Oh, a Disney afternoon race, like the cartoons would appear on TV. You do the games in that order.
Yeah.
DuckTales, Rescue Rangers, Tailspin, Darkwing Duck. I wonder if that plays everywhere though, or if that's like a regional thing. Are there people all across the states, all across the world who are familiar
with the block? I'm not sure I remember that block when DuckTales was in it, although I'm sure, I remember like the Darkwing Duck Goof Troop era, and I think it was like Tailspin and Rescue Rangers. But in any event,
there's a finish from Tool 23.
Yeah. So we got I got 2 streams to link for you guys. Actually, the first one I want to put up is Jaguar King again, who you just heard from. He finished in 2nd place, and he sounds like a particularly cool guy. So head over there and give him a follow if you liked the things he had to say and you liked his passion for speedrunning. And then, who do we got here? We got Weapon, who I think is just Weapon without any numbers.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know how he got a hold of a 5-letter Twitch name, but there it is. And Tool 23. So those are 27th and 28th place finishers. And still more to come here. We're seeing Rygar, we're seeing Zelda. Got questions in chat about how this can still be going. It's because of the varying levels of practice, basically. You got people who are crazy passionate, like Jaguar King, who push all these games to this insane limit. And then you got people who just like being a part of things, and they learn some games and they have some fun, and then they come out and see what they can do. And that's how you end up with this big spread of people in sort of skill gaps here. But I think for a lot of people, it's not so much about winning the race. It's about, being a part of something cool. So that's why we're still going. That's why the cast is still going, because these people and their love for speedrunning matters every bit as much as the Toads and the Yogis. Though there is a limit. We do have to eat and stuff eventually.
Right.
So
eventually.
We may have to do a cutoff at some point.
Yeah.
But we'll keep going for at least a little bit here.
Yeah.
Where is Infinite Mystery at?
Yeah, he may be the raid target.
Might be the straggler, yeah.
When this wraps up.
No, in Solomon's Key, it looked like he was in a weird room.
I'm not sure what that was. Yeah, I wonder if he found it looks like he's trying to grab the fairies for whatever reason. I guess he has 4 of them. So,
I don't know, maybe he doesn't know that you don't need the fairies. Like, maybe he's under the impression you get the bells, you get the fairies, you get the key, and then you go through the door.
I don't know.
He is on Solomon's Key. That is game 9.
Okay.
He's got quite a ways to go.
Yeah.
I don't know if we'll be there for his whole journey.
I don't know. Okay. One noting Cochise is on Gremlins 2. Alright, got... Oh, Cab taking the death on Iruga.
I can't help but think of the cartoon sound effect.
Yes, exactly. That's kind of what I was going for there. What else do we have going on here? Okay. Big Zeef really wants to kill these bats. I'm not 100% sure why, but... And there's a second gator. Alright, now what are you gonna do? Nope. 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 Alright. Yep, Cochise working on Gremlins 2 here as well.
Mr. Cab having trouble with attaching to the pulleys in Rygar. That's a thing.
Yeah, it is very much a thing. Like I said, those hitboxes can be kind of strange at times. Or sometimes you just don't attach at all. Instead, you
fall into the water. Yeah.
Yeah.
Luckily, that one you can move up and down until you attach to it. You don't have to go too far left. But there are some where you kind of need to have a little bit of faith and step out into something that would kill you before it does latch on.
Taking out the final boss of Gremlins 2 there. Gonna be moving on to Zelda 2's Cochise.
Big Zeef has been going with some rather safe strats in Zelda here. He's got an extra magic container, an extra heart container. He's got the shield spell. And he's certainly got the candles, so his lights are on. His levels are 2, 3, 3. Taking these bats one by one. He's determined not to game over here.
Yeah. Looks like he did take the one-up at some point as well, it looks like.
Chasing these bits away.
Yeah.
With his beam sword. Shoo.
Get out of here.
They really are the worst enemies for speedrunners. Completely random, have no patterns, and also no tells no way to know when they're going to switch direction or jump or anything.
Yeah. Yep, Cab, you just go. Just
You
don't
go-
even try, Cab.
Yeah.
I see him trying
one
to
you're
adjust
okay.
and trying to, like, play that area. No, you don't.
I don't think you
Not
can
gonna
falter
work.
that one unless you get hit.
Yeah.
The overworld ones are the ones you can't trust.
Yep. Okay, so you got Big Zeef now. Going through the, I believe this is the final cave before the hammer. 2, 3, 4 levels. Do. And looks like we have Kochi's also going for the safe strats, or at least semi-safe strats with the extra magic container or extra life container there.
Is he barely pushing that X guy off the screen? I need to learn their names. I'm just like Boomerang guy, X guy.
Yeah, I think that may have been a soft lock on Cab's stream. He just started this game again from the very beginning, which has gotta hurt.
Yeah, it seems like I feel like this is the second time now he's done that. I'm not exactly sure what's going on.
I've never seen a soft lock in Rygar for a game that's that glitchy. I didn't think it was possible, but yeah, it looked like he soft locked in Sigillus Lair. I thought for a moment that the stream froze, but now here he is at the start of the game.
Yeah, not totally sure what that's all about. All right. Okay, Big Zeef getting the hammer.
Oh, he's in chat. The cart just froze on him.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it may have
Wow.
just been a bad connection, not like an actual soft lock.
Okay, looks like the first time the cart froze. Second time was him discovering the wrong warp. Okay.
Mr. Cab is pulling a breakdown here. He has all 20 carts for this race and is doing them all on an NES. So he's actually losing a significant amount of time to switching carts and maintaining them
Yeah.
as he goes.
Yep. He did mention, I think, that he expected to be losing probably minutes just cleaning carts, etc. So.
Yeah.
If it's already clean in advance, though, the card switching is pretty quick. If you've ever seen Arcus do a Ninja Gaiden Trilogy run, he switches those cards, bam, like that.
Oh, yeah?
It's like, it might even be faster than emulator, I don't know.
Just slams it in there. Ooh, weapon. 17 live carts. That's pretty darn close. Which 3 did you not have at the end? Were there some that were like really expensive?
Metal Storm is expensive, I think.
Is it like 50 bucks?
I think it's like 100.
Wow. We had DuckTales 2 one year. That's another really expensive.
Yeah, that's
All right.
one.
Oh, Cryon is 100.
Die Hard is 100?
Die Hard, really? Okay.
Best $100 you could ever spend.
Why?
Value shot up after AGDQ 2013.
I guess so.
Surely the demand can't be that high. Maybe the supply is just low.
You're paying $20 per minute of gameplay.
Zelda 2 is probably not that much. I think there was a lot of cards made.
Yeah, you can get them. I mean, it is worth a lot just because it's a main series
Zelda.
game, so people want it. Zeldas and Mega Mans and such are always worth money, but it's not like ridiculous. You can get it without paying triple digits.
I think Bad Bricks recently got his hands on a whole bunch of Famicom. Well, he got a Famicom disk system as well as a whole bunch of crazy Japanese swag. I think I saw some kind of dance pad. So I'm looking forward to a stream where he busts all that stuff out.
It's hard to find a working FDS. There were a lot of mechanical parts that just tended to break, so unless you got it refurbished, it's pretty lucky.
Yeah, someone recently found I think it was him actually who found it and then posted a link to a site that was selling some pretty decently priced FDSs, like $60, whereas other people were getting them for like 100. Yep, North and South was game number 2 in this Big 20.
Yeah.
Very straightforward. Most people chose to rise as the South
Yes.
and change history.
They didn't study history in school.
Oh, it's
Point out
chicken
again-
controller. Is that what it is? I saw it on the box and I was like, what the hell is that? It put the N64 controller to shame. It was so bizarre. So let me see who was stuck on Cryon Conquest. Pretty much everyone seems to have moved on here. But I'll double check on some of these guys. Oh, Concakes is on Rygar. And the other one was Rantron.
Yeah, even though Cryon Conquest didn't have continues, it also, in return for that, it didn't have RNG really. So as long as you do the same thing every time, the same thing will happen.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I can't check because I'm having trouble loading streams. Very well. But I can tell you we have a 29th place finisher. Link Sevens
Nice.
finishing off Ligar. And in the process also finishing off Rygar. His final time is 5:30.34. Just over that 5:30 goal. Link 7's also recently jumped into the Zelda 2 tournament. And also, I think the Mega Man 2 Get Yourself Speedrunning tournament. So he's putting himself out there, getting involved in some things. It's good to see.
Yeah.
Also one of the few Empire Strikes Back runners.
God bless him.
Or maybe the only one.
Oh, right, yeah, Bad Breaks. Because he chooses the games and he's also a frequent competitor as well. And he usually does pretty good. Partially because he's very good at NES games and partially because he cares a lot, so he does put in the time to practice. But you can't help but wonder how much of these games has he practiced before choosing those 20 games.
Right.
I don't know.
Dun dun.
Well, this time, guess what? Not so much.
It's not that much, yeah.
I think a week ago I saw him have a stream up that was like starting practice.
It was like first practice, yeah.
You don't want to lose the Bad Breaks, or you'll hear about it for like the next 4 months. Like
Big
he'll
Z
just show,
dying to Aruga there.
he'll just show up in your chat like every day, just to
Every
remind
day.
you.
Yogi to 6th. So mean.
Oh, interesting note on Code Cheese's stream. He took the extra magic and heart container, but still trying to do a Death Mountain in the dark, which is kind of interesting to me. Guess he took the magic container so he could then grab life and cast that.
I'm getting some Aruga fights here. They're getting pretty dicey. Concakes is going to back up, use the tree branch to reset his fight here. Dodge one, jump over the other, get back in it. He's done a ton of damage here. Oh, he does not have the tree branch on this side. So he gets cornered there. Can't cut his jump short. That's Rygar. Ends up jumping up into the top fireball. He must have been like 2 hits away.
Yeah, it's really hard to fix it if you're on the right and you miss and you get out of the. It's like jumping rope almost.
Yeah.
Like if you're jumping, it's no problem. But like if you're outside and you're trying to get back in. Aruga the Tortuga.
Oh, I think we're getting a raid from Link Sevens.
Oh, yep.
I think we might get stuck here without a good stopping point, because I think someone is always going to be on Rygar
I was gonna say, yeah, it seems like
until the last person
someone
is
is
on
at least
Rygar.
close to finishing. But we will see.
Oh, that's a good point. Soulfad pointing out, thanks for the people who made the tutorials. Best
Oh,
of Nest
absolutely.
posted a series of tutorials that were quite helpful. Speed Gaming and Fiesel have put together some of those in the past, but this time we were busy, so a lot of people stepped up and made a bunch of tutorials, Yogi included. Thank you very much to Yogi and everyone else who made tutorials. Those resources are actually available on the site, the Best of Nest site. So if you saw any of these games and think maybe you want to jump in,
Yeah, the resources are definitely there.
maybe check out that page. some of them are specifically targeted at the race, and sometimes that means you're going to get some beginner strats, or it's only working with part of the game. But it's definitely a good way to get started.
Absolutely. Or some of them, as you mentioned, are tailored toward the specific goal, which in the case of, say, Bionic Commando, may not work out so well because you're skipping levels that you would do for whatever reason in any percent kind of situation, but definitely still worth checking out. How many people are still going?
I can't tell. My SRL site's too glitchy.
Let's take a look here.
Too many streams.
15 people still going.
It is 15, okay. Alright, now for my computer to screech to a halt here. Should be great fun.
Mr. Cab is dealing with some enemies. I don't think he's trying to farm here. I think he's literally just trying to get these things out of his way.
Kochi is getting a nice 200 P-bag pickup. It's always a good feeling when you're near the end, and then you're like, yes, I get to get life 4.
Yeah, very interesting level progression here from Kochi's, but it looks like it is going to work out for him, so. Does get the hammer.
Cryonic Commando. What a terrifyingly complex game that would be.
Oh god.
Who is last? I think it might be Infinite Mystery.
Probably Infinite Mystery. Okay, someone also noting that looks like a person has stopped, but they haven't officially forfeited yet.
Did anyone go for the airwalking in Rygar? Or is that just insanity?
I don't think so. We've seen
Didn't see
people
any
go for that
airwalking,
pit jump,
no.
but no airwalking.
Yeah, didn't see any airwalking. Did see quite a few people actually going for the pit jump.
Yeah, the inputs for airwalking are very, very tricky. You have to hold down and then release it for, I don't know if it's a frame, but it's a very, very short window.
Yeah.
Press right and then repress down. Otherwise, you lose all your progress. So you end up doing this down right wiggle thing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I got all 14 showing here. I can check in on all of them,
Okay.
and we'll see just where all these guys are.
Okay, noting the $5 donation to Kong Cakes. So, that's cool. Yeah, okay, enemy doing this mostly blind, as is Infinite Mystery, I would imagine.
Looks like 3 of the 4 people on screen enjoying the best music in the game.
Best music. So good. Let's see, is there a link to the results so far? Let me pull that race page back up. Oh, alright, so I just gotta do it this way, I guess. Yeah, it's on SRL, exactly. We have lots of hashtag grinding on stream right now. I love it. 3 of our 4 players on the same screen now.
Yeah, how do we end up with a synchronized grind? Wow.
Yeah, looks like Cab a little bit. We'll see how long that holds up. It looks like he's moving on. Oh, get out of here, Mind Point. Besides, he doesn't need it. And yes, these enemies that you grind on are in fact called Germans.
So as best as I can tell, on Rygar, we got everyone you see here: Concakes, Cochise, Big Zeef, and Mr. Cab.
Yeah.
Just behind them on Zelda is McRavenator.
Okay.
Then we got the Seawolf and Figbird, who are both on Cryon Conquest. The biggest clump, like right behind them on Metal Storm, is Jake Hoper, Denzel Glovington, and Bad Breaks. Those are both hard games, so I'm not surprised to see.
Yeah, not really surprised to see a couple meetups there, if you will. Yeah.
Primal is working on Bionic Commando. And then, all the way at the back of the pack, we got on Solomon's Key, Enemy and Infinite Mystery are both there. So those guys got some tough times ahead of them. Tom Sawyer, Tiny Toon Adventures. I think they're mostly blind, so Robo Warrior's gonna really suck. But these, as far back as Primal, I could see 6, 7, 8, 9, another 10 or so finishes coming across here with a decent time.
Yeah, been a reasonable amount of time here. I guess depending on how long you get people held up on Cryon Conquest.
Oh, right, I left out Ghost of Owl Street, who is also on Rygar.
Yeah.
We'll swap him in as soon as Cochise finishes his Saruka fight.
Alright.
me see Kochi's doing that strat we were talking about, getting Aruga stuck in the wall.
Yep.
With a nice safe kill. Interesting.
It is possible that if he wants to, he can just suddenly attack you from there.
You can just decide, no. But
Who is going to take this coveted 30th position here?
top 30, yeah.
It's awfully close. Who knew we'd have a crazy race for 30th place between
Yeah,
three
this is
players?
actually, yeah, between 3 people here.
Big Zeef dies to the boss. I forget where that puts him. Start of the tower, I
I
think?
think start of the tower, yeah.
Yeah.
But Cab gets him done. We'll see how it goes for Concakes. It's low on health, but so is the boss. Mashes him down.
Yeah, 2 health is fine.
So neither player is choosing to take a death here. Is this where you can detour for the health refill? Or is that a different point I'm thinking of?
You can do it here. Yeah.
This is one point you can do it, yeah.
It's in between Aruga's lair and Lapis, which you have to pass right by at this point in the game.
Yeah. Could also, a little bit earlier than that, you could... oh, Big Zeef with death going all the way back to the start of the second area here. You can also...
Yeah, what happened there? Do you, like, pullied into the ground? Sort of?
I don't know. But, you can also climb the mountain in that second area, and there's a guy who will refill your health. I don't remember if he also gives you a potion, but...
So Big Zeef is going to have a hard time catching up to these two people and making this a 3-man race again. But it is really close between Cab and Concake still.
Yeah.
Oh, Cab actually left right away and only got some of his health refilled. Had to double back.
Uh-oh. Yeah, you gotta... It's not quite an instant refill.
It's really close to it, so you're tempted to just walk right out because you don't even
Yeah.
think about it. But yeah, you can walk out half filled. It's it happens. Big waste of time.
So, Ghost now into the four notes of doom here. Enemy just chilling on the wall. There he goes. So Cap going into, I believe that is the mythical fight door that he accidentally just grappled up into. Makes a quick exit, but... Yes, so a lot of the doors that people are skipping... what is going on with Cab's grapple thing? I don't know. There it goes. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Oh. Mrs. MTI is home, if people were curious.
Hello.
She says hello. Alright, I'll be right back, everybody.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the grapple. Usually that's what happens if you move while the grappling hook is going. You gotta wait, you gotta stand still and wait for it to go. I'm not really sure what was happening there. Doesn't have the problem the next time, though.
Part of the problem with these guys being so close together is you end up with just Rygar as everyone finishes the last game.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we saw that in a lot of these previous races, we'll see that people will tend to finish, like the front runners will finish kind of close to each other, and then as time goes on, it'll spread out farther and farther, and as we put each new person onto the broadcast, they'll be farther and farther back in the list. But so far, if we really do stick to just the 4 farthest people, it's pretty much just been Rygar, which maybe speaks to a more even distribution between the players. Maybe that means the games were a bit more reasonable to handle.
Also, just more people in the race.
Yeah, I could do it too. I'd like to think there's something special about this list of games that makes it, just more doable than some of the others. But yeah, it might not be it. There are definitely a few showstoppers. Metal Storm has proved to be the downfall of a couple of people, and I know a lot of people had trouble with Karate Kid, at least in practice.
Tiny Toons and Cryon Conquest have been holding a couple people up here.
Cryon Conquest for sure is holding people up, and Tiny Toons. Yeah, I guess the last boss, I saw some people struggling there a little bit. Tiny Toons is a lot of game, though. It's not even a very long run, but it's just there's a lot that you do, very action-packed, so you can see how that'd be a tough one.
Cab's fallen quite a good deal behind Kong here. There's a bit of a farm left that can mix things up, but he's hoping for something kind of bad to happen to his opponent here to take this 30th spot.
Alright, and then after the race for 30th is decided, I'm actually going to go off and eat dinner. I don't know how much longer you guys plan on casting this, but...
Alright, we'll keep going and see what happens.
Okay. If you're still going when I'm done, I guess I'll see you back at that point. But for now, let's see how this winds up shaking out here.
Alright, thank you very much for joining us, MTI.
Yep, not a problem.
Yeah, it does look like the Ghost of Owl Street is looking around for something. I think it was a health refill that he's looking for, but he's trying all these doors. No, that's not it. I think he just fell in by accident there.
Well, nothing says you can't look up a map or anything in the middle of the race.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or
Yeah,
watch what your opponents are doing in SGL fashion.
Right, and just copy them.
Oh, he was looking for the door there for the health refill, I think.
He's not where he thinks he is, I say.
He's nowhere near it. He's several columns too far to the left.
He's way too far to the left, yeah. Oh, Concakes with the triple mine points there.
Oh, this is going to be a tight one. I don't know who's going to be the 30th place finisher.
I don't know. I think those mine points might have just cinched it for Kong.
Yeah, that was definitely helpful.
He's still grinding. Oh no, he's gone. He's moved on already.
Yeah.
As long as he doesn't flub up the timing on attacking his sail, it should be...
He should be good, and that's good because Cab's right on his heels.
Yep.
And that's it. He finishes it. And Cab's just probably about 10 seconds behind.
Wow, yeah, 14 seconds apart. 30th and 31st, Con Cakes and Mr. Cab. Both are sub 6 though.
Yep. Her times 5:57.24 and 5:57.38.
Probably see one more sub 6 time.
Yep, we got. I think Big Zeef is gonna squeak in there. Hopefully,
I think he'll barely make it. Yes.
Go, go, go.
Oh no.
Oh, Cab's PB was actually a 5:22.
Oh wow.
But hardware failure got him.
NES turned on him.
It is cool to be able to say I did all these 20
Yeah, I did
games
the
with all
big
my
20
cards,
on console, definitely.
but not very practical. And he knows what he's doing too. He knows how to take care of the cards and clean them.
Right.
You don't just blow on them.
All right, now I'm really gonna go eat some dinner here.
All right.
So, like I said, if you're still casting when I come back, I'll see you then. And if not, thanks for having me. It's been a lot of fun.
All right. We'll see
Thank
you
you.
later, MTI.
Later, everyone.
Zeef actually fighting Shadow. What's his name? Durga? Ducks into the doorway there.
Durago, I guess, right? Shadow Durago?
Yeah. So what do you do in this situation?
No health, you would probably have to go back to the... There's a refill here in the last area.
Yeah, it's not too far out of the way.
But you don't try to just beat the boss?
You could try to, like, damage boost off of him. Touching his body only does 1 damage. But, I don't know.
Probably would want to just farm for attack and assail mind points if you really don't have the health.
Yeah.
Oh, so Bad Breaks is moving on to Gremlins. Pretty sure he hasn't played this yet. I think this is the first time he's played it. He's doing some safe strats. He's showing some comfortability with the controls, though. Doing these jumping attacks, zoning out his opponents. It's slow as heck, but it's very safe.
Looks like Ghost of L Street is a little bit under-leveled in this tower. He's only got 9 bubbles of health. And that affects your damage, so these enemies are not dying very fast, and he's taking a lot of damage in return.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That's usually about 1 more box of health. I mean, it's your tone that you really care about, but you can judge by the number of boxes of health you have what your tone is. And, yeah, he's a little bit low. He could have farmed that snail. The snail's worth 111 experience, which is a lot. I think old versions of the run used to farm snails instead of those guys in the Forno dungeon. Especially if you're that close, it might be worth it just to go back and kill one of those snails as you go by it. You don't even have to farm.
Oh, right, I forgot that there's like a doorway that disappears in Rygar when you want to go backwards to farm. And
It's there, it's just, it disappears. Yeah. The ropes will disappear. Mm-hmm.
Well, I thought it was like a door, just straight up.
Those will do it too. Like when the new door appears, if there's a room with 2 doors, the new door appears, the old one will despawn, but it's still there. Same thing with ropes. Yep.
Well, he took the long way, but he's back into this farming spot here. We'll see if he charges into the boss room with low health, but enough magic to cast attack and assail, or how safe he decides to play it here.
That triple mind point drop is going to go a long way.
Apparently, Mr. Cab managed to die in one of the old man rooms. And if that happens, you go back to the start of the game. I guess they're on the same... They're considered in the same world as that first section in the game's memory. You learn things when you get 50 people all playing the same games. Owl Street having some trouble with this tower. You don't get your health back when you game over. Kind of like Metroid. Bit of a sticking point with this game. At least these things stay dead.
Or Zelda. Zelda 1.
Mhm.
3 Scepter. After you respawn.
But at least in Zelda, there's fairies. And
Yes, this game is really stingy with health refills. Very much.
in Metroid, it's super brutal. It's okay, you have a max health of 800, but you only have 30.
Right. You're gonna you got
Kill
8
enemies
bucks,
forever to get it back.
5 points at a time. You'll be at 800 any day now.
Alright, so he's charging up there. He's got enough health to tank one hit, but his attack is too low to finish him off before that second hit comes out. I don't know what you do in this situation. Do you try to dodge one of the attacks?
When your health is that low, you pray. You hope you get lucky.
Yeah, he's really hard to predict.
I think this is a video we're looking at for Big Zeef, not a webcam, but if it is a webcam, that's
Sure,
amazing.
I think that's real.
All right.
I've-
Finishing in 32nd, Big Zeef with a 6:04.52 and feeling great about it. So I'm going to go ahead and post that link in chat. Let me make sure I get the right one here. So if that seems like the kind of guy you want to watch on Twitch, then go ahead and give Big Zeef a follow. Definitely not boring. Whatever else you may think of it.
I think he was the only person I saw using a heart rate monitor in the last Big 20 race. I'm pretty sure that was him. I remember the headband. I think that was him.
How could you forget the headband?
I don't know.
So we got enemy here, has made his way to Snake Rattle and Roll. Infinite Mystery, the only other guy that far back. Let's check in and see how he is doing. He was tied with enemy, both on Solomon's Key. He is still on Solomon's Key. Trying to chase away these ghosts. So in the race for last, or maybe the race for not last, enemy has taken the lead here. Fig did a zip in Cryon Conquest, which doesn't save a whole lot of time, but what it does is it despawns all the enemies in the rest of the stage. So then it saves a whole bunch of time. It also glitches up the background a little bit. Lots of fun. So here's Ghost trying again on this boss, trying to dodge and weave through these shots. The problem is I think this boss can attack whenever the hell he wants, basically. So yeah, he's trouble to deal with when you're actually trying to not get hit. Ghost takes another tumble there, got caught way up high in the air, couldn't get down in time to dodge the fireball, and now he's looking a little lost here. Just taking a moment to think. Maybe he's looking something up, maybe he's asking chat. But he's feeling like just charging back up there for another... Oh wait, he's typing text. Okay. You can go ahead and guess what that says. And interpret that as you will. My interpretation is a little bit too much information, so I won't share it with you. But he is going to take a break a little bit here from Rygar. Spelling it out there for us is Ghost. That's nice. Figbird took a death there in Cryon Conquest. And that matters, because if you run out of lives, it's a game over, and you go all the way back to the start. So he's showing he's showing he knows the game. He's doing these zips, and he's navigating the stages very well, but it's pretty easy to just slip up a little bit and get punished really hard for it.
Yeah. Also, there's ice physics everywhere here, so that doesn't help matters.
Jay Coper is on Gremlins. Bad Briggs is doing his best to avoid this boss. If you're actually trying to not get hit by the bosses in Gremlins, they're quite tricky. But he gets him down. He needs to pick up this torch without touching the spikes, because you will kill yourself. He gets it. He's moving on to some of the harder stuff here, if it wasn't hard enough already. Taking his time to kill all these enemies. He doesn't know what's going to give him trouble if he decides to skip it. So Fig actually into the wall in the boss room here, not going to do the death warp. Perhaps he knows he doesn't have the life for it. I'm not sure what his situation is. But he's just going to hang out inside the wall and try to pick off the boss from there.
Huh. I've never seen this boss before.
Beautiful thing about Cryon Conquest is you can zip pretty much anywhere. All you need is a wall and a place to stand. And you can usually make a place to stand with your broom if you really want to. Apparently it's a relatively safe spot here.
Looks like enemy having some problems with the perspective of the isometric. It's pretty hard to know where that block is if you haven't jumped up there before.
Enemy seems to have gotten the hang of it more than some people. We've had Sneak, Rattle, and Roll on SGL before, and just had people get completely confounded by the isometric perspective. Just their brain couldn't figure it out in the hour they had, and it was quite rough on them.
To
be honest, though, I think of the isometric games, it's probably the easiest one to get used to. Because, like, Marble Madness, very stiff, a lot of momentum. That's a really challenging game, not just because of the isometric part. Something like Solstice, that's a more fast-moving game, sort of like Snake Rattle and Roll. You have really good character control, but very complex levels and, harder enemies to deal with. Snake Rattle and Roll sort of gives you the nice parts about isometric without really the bad play control. It's really just a matter of understanding the tilt the controller philosophy, or the idea of you gotta mentally translate the direction of the D-pad. Or actually tilt your controller.
Don't forget the easiest one of all, Q*berts.
Q*bert is, that's not even in the same sentence as easy.
Well, you could just stick a big old knot in between them.
Not, man, I miss the 90s.
Oh yeah, not joke. Q*bert's easy, not.
Not is so easy.
Not.
Yeah. Right.
Wait, why is his tongue so long?
He got both of the extenders, I guess.
Yeah, those little gray fork icon things extend the length of your tongue.
Did we see anybody do the waterfall skip in this race?
Is the waterfall in this goal?
This is it. This last level of it is the waterfall. You skip right across the waterfall.
Oh, I thought there was the one where you climb up the waterfall.
Oh, no. Yeah, not that. If only you could skip that. That part sucks. No, there's a small time savings where when you have the wind-up power-up, which gives you the speed boost, you can jump straight across that waterfall and not go all the way down to the left and then back up and to the right.
I was gonna go for it, but I think I missed it horribly.
It's worth trying for because deaths don't really penalize you at all. And chances are if you miss the waterfall, you're not going to die.
Kochi788 has finished in 33rd with a time of 6:13:52. Comment, Tiny Toons drove me loony. Big Zeef. Comment. Every time I win at Tom Sawyer, I feel like I've somehow also lost. I also can't believe that Karate Kid got the Nintendo seal of approval. I'm going to handwrite a letter to Nintendo on behalf of all of us. Thank you so much for that, Big Zeef. Someone really needed to.
Okay, I should be back. That was a quick dinner.
Welcome back.
Oh, thank you.
We are still going. Enemy just finished Snake Rattle and Roll. He's moving on to Tom Sawyer. And I don't think he's happy about it.
That mean stride, though.
Oh, here we go, though. Bad Breaks is through to Zelda 2. This is very much a game he has practiced. He's
this is a game he knows.
What, 6 on the leaderboards or something for 100% all keys?
Yeah, he's the strongest Zelda 2 player in this, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes, the comeback starts now for Bad Breaks, I believe.
He's going to show us how to do this candle thing. Well, no, first he needs to remember what order he needs to do things in order to get the hammer. Because I think he's just started doing 100% all keys. Then he's like, do I need this? Yeah, I do need this. Mm-hmm. So he is going to get the trophy here.
Yeah, like Insult is saying, I played Tom Sawyer as a kid years and years ago, and it is not an easy game.
Yeah, you move so damn fast. The enemies move almost as fast, and then your attacks have that ridiculous
arc. This weird
them.
Arc to your attacks. Yep.
So trying to line all those things up is like trying to line up planets. Enemy having a game over there on the first screen. That
sounds about right. Par for the course.
Mad Break's got one block of life here. We'll see if he decides to refill it. He does. I wouldn't put it past him to just charge on through.
Just keep going.
Well, 11 people still in the race. I think one of the 4 we have on the screen is going to be finished very soon, within the next, I'd say 5 to 10 minutes. Not sure if we got anyone else doing Rygar right now. We may finally hit the point in the race where we're going to start looking back more than just Rygar to see the top 4 current runners.
Will Bloodworth with the lyrics change there. Doesn't quite fit the meter. Kind of added an extra syllable there, but that's okay.
So what did you think about this list compared to some of the other lists? I felt like there were more... Personally, I felt like the games looked like they were easier to learn on average. There were definitely a few exceptions that seemed like a whole lot of trouble. But this is probably the shortest one that we've had, right? I think shorter than Big 20 number 3. Yogi got a 255 in number 3. 249 in number 2 from Toad.
Yeah, I guess at the very top level, it was the shortest by a little bit. I know that number 1 was the longest, either just because the goals were actually long or just because people weren't as practiced. I'm not sure, but...
Well, let me see. 10th place in... what's 10th place here? Let me go look this up. 10th place here was... about 3:30.
Okay.
And 10th place in number 3 was about 4 hours.
Okay.
10th place was 3:10 in Big 20 race number 2. So maybe that one would be...
Maybe that one's the shortest, yeah.
Maybe that one might be the shortest. 10th place was... Oh yeah, the first Big 20 was long. It's 4 hours for 10th place in that as well.
Yeah. It did strike me that it seemed like the games were... I think I agree with you in that the list seemed less intimidating than...
Right.
Well, definitely number 3 and maybe even number 2.
I mean, there's a couple things. Like Metal Storm, that's a beast. That absolutely is going to be a hard one. But all the lists have had hard games in them so far.
Right, yeah. And then, there's like a couple...
10 hard games or 5 hard games. It's just like, 3 maybe. And then some, tough ones at first, but you sort of get the hang of them. So like Zelda 2.
Yeah.
Learning curve games.
Rygar, those games that are difficult, they're difficult blind plays just because there's routing involved, if you will, and kind of non-linearity. More so than the execution is necessarily difficult. But I do think this seemed like, at least on paper, having not played some of the games, it did seem like it was less intimidating than, some of the other lists.
Rygar easier than Zelda 2. Yes, I think so. Zelda 2 has a lot more options for the way you fight.
Yeah.
Rygar is basically one thing to do. You just got to do that one thing. That's about it. Zelda 2, a lot more to do than that.
Mike the Viewer does bring up a good point in that there is not a whole lot of games, or it seemed like the games at least looked easier or seemed easier, but it did seem like a higher proportion of no/limited continues games in this list as compared to some of the other big 20s. But
Yep. Yeah, it's certainly a big risk. I mean, we've had risky ones in the past, like Rad Racer was one where you could lose a ton of time if you just, 2 crashes in a row in the same segment and you're done.
Yep.
There were some, like, let's see, no one's going to die in Dr. Mario, but that's one where you would have to start at the beginning if you screwed up.
And then even some of the games in the past with unlimited continues, if you die in the wrong place, like in the last Big 20, Toad had the bad death in Nemo's house in Little Nemo, and then I think he died again like right at the end of 2-3 in Kid Icarus, and had to redo all of 2-3, which was another several minutes, even though,
Yeah, those are long levels, the World 2 levels.
Yep.
I don't know. I thought this list was maybe the hardest one yet. I'm not sure.
Really?
Maybe not the hardest, but there's just so many trolls all over the place. You can
I can see it. Like I said, on paper, it didn't seem that bad, but it does seem like a lot of these games were deceptively difficult.
Yeah.
Like if you had handed me like a list of Tom Sawyer and Tiny Toon Adventures, I'd be like, oh, that's not too bad. And then,
sure.
But it turns out they're, even with the unlimited continues, just because of the, the whole one-hit kill factor, it's like, oh, those are actually pretty tricky.
Yeah, the ones that I would expect would be difficult would be probably Gremlins 2.
Gremlins 2, yeah.
Yeah, that one. And, see, I honestly didn't have too much trouble with Tom Sawyer when I played through that one, but Robo Warrior, pretty difficult.
Warrior, definitely, yep.
It's hard for me to say whether Bionic Commando is difficult just because I've been running that for so long.
You played it so much that, yeah.
Yeah, but Metal Storm for sure, a lot of memorization and just a lot of tricky levels. A lot of complaints about Cryon Conquest, and that one surprised me because it seemed like, it's a Mega Man-like game, or so on the surface it appears to be a Mega Man-like game until you actually play it and realize that it doesn't control like Mega Man at all. But yeah, that's one that doesn't look tough, but I guess it is deceptive.
Yeah, that one again, just because the no continues in the US version, it's like, well,
Yep.
Also, there's almost no health drops in that game.
Yeah.
Right.
If you get one, you're super lucky.
Solomon's Key, notoriously difficult game, but only beating the first 10 rooms. And that's kind of before it really ramps up
Before
to
it really gets,
insane level that it eventually gets to.
River City Ransom can be pretty dangerous.
Yeah, you get there's a lot of run-bys where you're running by enemies, and if they just happen to punch as you go by them, and then his friend hits you while you're stunned, you're dead. That's it.
Or even as you first enter a screen, they can just
you got to hold.
They just bum rush you, yeah.
No, you can avoid that 100% of the time. You just got to be holding up or down on the D-pad on every one of the transitions where one of the guys can spawn there. There's like maybe 8 to 10 of them in the game. So the trick is you use one thumb to hold up or down and the other thumb to double tap. And as you enter the screen transition, you should always be able to avoid them.
Yeah, I think Pooexel brings up a good point that I know in the past with Super C, people had the option of using whatever version they were going to use, and I think that might have been a good idea for Cryon Conquest as well. To get the unlimited continues at the cost of not being able to boss skip or do those zips or... Also apparently M. Cravenator or McRavenator, apparently now on Rygar, according to...
What's his... Can you find his Twitch ID? I wasn't able to get his stream up.
I had it up earlier. Let me see. It's MC Ravenator TV is what it is.
TV. Oh, that's what I was missing. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, River City Ransom record was broken recently, like a few days ago.
Neat. What's the new time?
7:36 by Yale's Rake.
Wow, cool.
He used a strat. He had generic dudes on the first screen, so he had his own strat due to that, and he used a box against Rocco, and then after that he death warped, loses half of the money, beats who's the next guy? Blade.
Blade. Yeah.
He had a chain, so I think Blade always has a chain. So he stole the chain from Blade and then used that to kill like all the next bosses, and then picked up Stone Hands in a later town.
Neat.
Oh, wow.
That's really cool. It's nice to see new routes for this
Yeah.
game. Yeah, that death warp back to town, that's been discussed, but no one really found a way to make that viable. But I guess, yeah, using the chain at Blade and then going all the way up to I can get it at another town. Yeah, cool.
I think you have to be really lucky on the spawns, though. You have to get spawns that drop a lot of money.
Yeah, I can see
so
that.
that you can afford the Stone Hands without farming.
Right.
Oh yeah, and then Captain Goof was talking about an even newer strat where using the trash can and maybe not even getting Stone Hands at all.
Yeah, that one, there was a task that used the trash can at some point, and that was, it was always discussed, why can't we do what the task does, but, man, I'd really like to see people putting that into practice. I wish I could see a run like that. Oh, we get some attack and assail against the boss of this tower. Well, that's new.
No, Yale's Wreck actually in the chat now, talking about the route.
Oh, there he is.
Oh. Oh, bad brakes. Pretty sure that's not going to work. Wonder if Bad Brakes is trying to blind Rygar.
He has to have seen enough runs of this.
Yeah, I would hope so.
But does he not have the pulley? I didn't see where he went.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't have the pulley just because he still only has the 3 dots of health, so...
Oh yeah, so he probably hasn't done anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, this game you might want to walk through for. There's just a lot of exploration. There's nothing that's really hidden. There's nothing that's that difficult to figure out, especially if you make some maps or just search pretty exhaustively. There's not anything really stupid, but
Yeah, there's
certainly
nothing...
are not going to just stumble upon the right solution.
Right, yeah. I suppose the hardest part would probably be figuring out where to actually grapple upward to get to the final dungeon.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if anyone ever explains that to you, but you do need to know that you can grapple off the top of the screen.
Yeah. I think someone said something to the effect of the castle is, far above such and such, but actually knowing what such and such is called is...
Yeah, that's the thing. He tells you the names of these things, but I don't know that there's any signposts or anything like that that tell you the names of these things. Maybe it's in the instruction book or something like that.
Oh, maybe. I guess it's possible, yeah. So we got a sub to the channel.
Oh, thanks,
Best
Sharif.
of this. Yep. Thanks for the sub, Sharif. Appreciate it.
I suppose, though, there are some areas where you're forced to grapple off the screen.
Yeah.
Certainly Lapis, in that area, there's
Lapis,
a whole
yeah.
bunch of places where it's a dead end, and you've got to eventually figure out,
Yep, I
grapple
can
up
either
or grapple
go up
down.
or down, yep.
Yeah, there's only two options. But then I guess taking that to the next level and saying, all right, now I need to go back and revisit all of the other levels, including this very first area that I played.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little different.
Yeah. Also in Arugus Forest here, there's a couple places you have to grapple up off the screen, so...
It was a pretty tricky level of gremlins there that Jake Hoper just went through. 5-1 is not easy. And final boss time.
Yeah, you may want to pause and replay your stream.
Oops, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the delayed one.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You're right. He's already on to Zelda 2. Now, this is a game that Jake Hoper's played quite a bit. He's gotten into Randomizer and has been doing a lot of... I don't even think he ran this game the normal way. I think he just got straight into Randomizer. So playing a non-random version of this must be...
It'll be interesting to see what he does here.
Yep. Must be a nice change for him. Going for the shield spell.
Going for shield, okay.
Not a bad choice. I mean, you're taking a time loss, but assuming you want to do some sort of safe strats, this is probably a smart one.
That's a good one to do.
I mean, you could do life, but I think this is going to take about the same amount of time.
Yeah.
And especially considering you have to go and get that extra magic jar. So, yeah, it's not bad. Because there's really only a couple of places in Death Mountain where you're going to be taking the majority of the damage. So that's the advantage of the shield spell. You use it when you know ahead of time that you're likely to get hit.
Yeah.
Most randomizer races start with a candle. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what mode he's been doing.
Flipsider noting in chat that yeah, if you don't know how to use the power-ups or how the leveling system works, yeah, the game gets a little bit trickier in that case.
Oh, that trick that you just saw Ghost of Owl Street do over there, you go off the screen and come back, and it just moves
Whatever
Lapis to a different location.
Yeah.
So you can actually just fight him with jump attack. Not faster, but a nice safe strat there.
Nice and safe, yeah.
Yeah, and you guys are right. Jay Cooper was in the Zelda 2 tournament, so
Yeah.
obviously he knows Zelda 2, and that was probably before Randomizer was out.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I think he did pretty well in the tournament, too, if I remember correctly. But
I cannot even remember anymore.
Takes an early death in Trophy Cave. That's got to be worrisome.
Yeah, you do get the one up, but still
yeah, you should get the
Really
one
want-
up.
really want all your lives.
Yeah. I would consider resetting that myself.
That's a good point. You're only about 10 seconds into the run.
It does happen though. Like even if you just take a little bit of damage and then you pick up the trophy, and then the Gordia can just hit you as you're collecting the trophy. Kill you. Not very likely, but it happens.
Bad break's going for the skip in Rygar.
He's going for it. What?
Looks like he's got 2 of them following him, so slightly better chances. What happened?
Yeah, I guess he waited too long? I don't know.
When they're far apart like that, it's almost better just to have one. If you have 2, you want them to be like maybe only a pixel apart from each other. Maybe 2 pixels is fine, but if they're really far, they flicker. The flickering makes it probably worse than just having one.
Sure, and if they're too far apart, you can get hit by one when you bounce on the other.
Yeah.
No.
It is actually possible to get hit by the back one and then bounce off of the front one and make it.
Huh.
There we go. Got it the second time around.
Yeah, the spacing looks better. Like you just assume that there's one there.
Mhm. And did Ravenator go for it, or did he take the long route? I don't know.
Oh, I didn't see.
I think you took the long route.
Mhm.
So I saw sunset up there.
We're seeing the potion gotten in the final stage of Rygar.
Yep.
That's where it is, just down there and to the right.
Yep.
Not far out of the way at all.
Oof. Jay Cooper 1 hit away from death. Oh wow, did that bug save him?
Oh,
I think that bug leveled him up and saved him. He was about to die there, I think. Or maybe not. Maybe the boomerang doesn't do. Does it still do 1.5 if you have life 2?
I don't know.
I don't think it does.
He was okay. I did kind of plan it out there so that I would have 23 or 43 experience right before I got to the first Gordia there. So just in case I needed to level up on the first one, I could take it. poorly.
Jake Oper. No, Jake Oper, what are you doing? Okay, I see. Got the magic jar drop. We have a Ghost of Owl Street here, looking like he's just about to finish up.
Yep, a little low on health.
Yeah, his stats are not. Oh boy.
It's looking like it's going to take him. Oh, you got to get in that door.
Oh, okay,
That's
he's got the
tricky.
potion. All right.
Oh, he has a potion, so he should be fine then. Because, his stats
Yeah.
are looking like it's a little low for a 10-hit kill.
Yeah. You got it. He's in there.
No problem. And he's... He made it.
The Dove of Peace.
Yep. So I'm sure to get in his chat and remind him to .done. He is finished, so
10 more people still to finish.
there we go. Okay. Ghost of Owl Street has finished in 34th place. His time is 6:45:02. Yeah, I mentioned we had a couple people dot forfeit on Karate Kid, which I can't necessarily say I blame them for.
The
Seems
game,
like this Solomon's Key Room 8 is a big stopping point here, it looks like.
yeah, this is a tough one. The easiest way is just go as fast as possible and grab the key.
Mm-hmm.
And even if you die for it, then it's just... Then you have the key already, so
Then you
just
have the key.
pop in the door.
Yeah. Okay.
But there's another strat where you kind of jump from underneath the key and get it. But you have to do like this pixel jump off the edge. It's kind of tricky.
So let's see, you've got a couple people on that Rygar grind.
Solomon's Key prequel to Fire and Ice, which
Yes.
was another big 20. A prequel where the character was stronger in the prequel than the sequel.
Yeah, you could at least jump in Solomon's Key, right? Which I don't think you could do in
Yeah.
Fire and Ice. Right. But they do play very similarly.
And you can shoot the blocks in more directions.
Yeah.
Fire and Ice is only down right and down left.
All right.
And a really close one between Gravinator and Bad Breaks. Basically neck and neck.
I'm taking a glance over at the Seawolf, and I see he's still on Cryon Conquest. I think he's been there for over an hour now.
Alright, both players finishing off Durago and taking that intentional death to warp back to that door.
Enemy is still struggling with Tom Sawyer, but he's on to level 3 now at least. Not as bad as Infinite Mystery, who is still stuck on Solomon's Key.
Solomon's Key, yeah. Oops. Jay Coper looks like scared of those bits. There we go.
That's right, Primal is also on Cryon Conquest. It's been there for about a little over 30 minutes now. Jay Coper trying to figure out how to approach this axe guy. It's with speed, unfortunately, is how you have to do it.
Yeah, you can jump and then come down and do a slash right before you hit the ground. Probably the safest way to approach in this situation. There's enough time, though, to just come walking in and then crouch and stab in between axe slashes. There's enough time for that.
That's what he's doing here.
Right, but the safer thing is to jump and then do a slash before you hit the ground.
Jay Coper here taking life 4. Interesting choice.
Yeah, it's probably a higher life level than we saw most people take.
Yeah.
Oh, a death from Ravinator back to the beginning of the tower.
Ooh, of the tower. Putting
with only 3 health, too. That's the worst part about this.
That's
3 health.
No fun, yeah.
Complete paucity of health drops.
Bad breaks with a good, that boss's name is Death Pigor. A good luck there.
That's right, yeah, only took 1 damage in that whole area.
Yep.
Well, yeah, Canonophone's right. That is kind of a boat. Oh,
Yeah,
using
you
that
kind of-
fireball. Block out that last guy. Nope, no, he's coming. Fireballs him. Fireballs everything. Fireballs for everything. You get a fireball.
You get a fireball. You get a fireball. Yep.
Trying to wrap his head around this. Can't approach the key from the bottom.
Yeah, this was a weird level. This took me a little while to get used to.
Bet he wishes he left that open, but he's able to get the other block up in time. Started to figure out it's got to approach it from the side.
That's actually maybe not the worst thing that could happen in that room. Now he has the, let's see. Yeah, he has the key. He's got his time back, so.
Bad Breaks is trying to kill himself here. Yep.
Jake Ober's approaching the hammer and he's down to his last life. He just died trying to get the hammer, and I hope he doesn't die again. Oh, he gets it.
He
Just
there.
barely.
Gets there. Moving on to Rygar.
On to Rygar. That's a good feeling.
Yep.
Bad Breaks found the health refill guy.
I have to say, it's amazing some of the patience and perseverance people show in these big 20s. Like I said, the one I participated in, I was at it for close to 5 hours, and even that by the end was like a... so... Mm-hmm.
Infinite Mystery just hanging out there, sizing up the situation.
It's just chilling. Yep.
Well, once again, Ravinator and Bad Breaks taking very different routes to get where they are, but that while they were pretty close to a wind pulley fumble there by Ravinator.
Yeah, the boss of Lapis there opting to go pacifist mode on Bad Breaks. Just turning the other cheek, as they say. I guess Ravinator misjumped. Jake Hofer getting the grappling hook.
Well, we got Bad Breaks coming into the final section of Rygar here. Not one of the more difficult levels. This is actually pretty straightforward. And Ravenator doing also that strat where you move Lapis's hitbox down. Very nice. Is Jay Coper looking up the tutorial?
That is
like
what he's doing.
There's nothing wrong with that.
He needs to figure out where to go.
Yeah, perfectly legal. I like it.
I can't remember if he included a section where he goes through the whole thing nonstop, or if he only did it piece by piece.
Tutorial watching strats in the middle of the race is legit. Alright, he thinks he's on his way now.
Bad Breaks entering the final farm here.
Yep.
Whose music is playing? I think we're just using a playlist derived
As far as I know, we're just using a playlist, yeah.
from the 20 games.
Yep, that's right. We don't have all the games in it, but most of them.
I have to say, none of the music in this Big 20 can match the masterwork that is the Rocky and Bullwinkle soundtrack, but there is some good stuff in here.
I literally feel bad inside when I hear it. And I'm not being hyperbolic. I mean, I feel something.
When you hear Rocky and Bullwinkle music.
Yeah. Like I'm almost like afraid of hearing it again. Well, that part's maybe a little hyperbolic, but
Right.
I do honestly feel bad listening to it. Not quite nails on a chalkboard. Something else. Something deeper.
It speaks to you, man. Gets in your soul, man.
Yeah, it speaks to me by saying really mean things about me. To my soul. Well, Bad Breaks is
Bad Breaks finishes
across
up
the finish
here.
line. 35th with a time of just over 7 hours, 7:01:49. I feel like we should probably get him in here to talk a little bit about things.
Yeah, I think he
I'd
mentioned
agree
he
with
might want to
that,
join
yeah.
us.
Yeah, for those who don't know, Bad Breaks is the one who organizes these Big 20s, picks out all the games.
He picked these games, so we'll see what he thought of them.
Yeah, let's try to get him in here if we can.
You know what it is? It's like if you ever watch like something really sad, like two lovers are about to be separated forever because one of them is dying, and you get that tightness in your chest, like, oh, just that bad feeling. That's what Rocky and Bullwinkle does to you. It's just sorrow. So the Seawolf struggling with Cryon Conquest here. He is in Act 3. So he's getting there. And the way he's dodging these enemies seems like he's been here before. I talked to him a little bit about this game before the race, and this was definitely one of the ones he was scared of. Did not get a chance to practice it very much, if at all. You need the air? Alright. Jake Hopper's looked up the way to go, on his way to Aruga.
He's on track.
Those overworld sections are pretty samey.
They are. If you don't know where you're going, like I said, I don't think there's anything super obtuse about it. Like, if you explore the overworld, you will eventually find everything you need to, but if you don't know where you're going ahead of time, yeah, you're gonna probably wander around a little bit looking for that next objective.
Seawolf is at the boss here. Can't zip into the wall here because of these spikes unless you bust out the broom, and that's pretty risky. Probably riskier than just fighting the boss.
Right.
These pro strats ducking under these missiles here.
I like it.
Question in chat, what's everyone playing? We got Mika Ravinator and Jake Hopper are playing Rygar. That's the last game in the list. The Seawolf is on game number 17, I believe.
17, yeah.
Cryon Conquest. And Infinite Mystery is in the back of the pack playing Solomon's Key, game number 9.
Looks like Seawolf has done it. He's beaten that boss.
Nice.
Round 3 clear, yep. But can now move on to Gremlins 2, I believe.
Bad Breaks comment in its entirety. Tiny Toons.
Good comment. Good comment.
So the Seawolf has completed his conquest of Cryon, is moving to Gremlins 2, another game he was worried about, rightfully so.
Yes.
Very tricky game. You can see him just killing absolutely everything here. We can check in on some of the other racers. I have not seen Rantron Bomb stream in quite a while. There was some speculation that maybe his stream just went down, but I think maybe he is an unofficial forfeit at this point. I don't know what SRL rules are for how long you can be inactive. Figbird also on Rygar, making his way through to Aruga, I think. Denzel Glovington is working on Gremlins 2. Primal, who was working on Cryon Conquest along with Seawolf, has been left behind, it seems. He's currently in the second world, I believe. So the Seawolf has pulled ahead, despite Primal catching way up there between the two of them.
Yep, and Ravinator now 36th finisher.
Yep, 7:07:21 is his time. So congrats to him.
An enemy is still working on Tom Sawyer.
Watch your stuff.
So I think we've really got 7 people left in this race now. Jake Hopper dipping back into the tutorial, finding out where to go next.
Well, better than wandering around a lot and then eventually
It
dying.
really is.
Just know where you're gonna go and then go.
Aw, McGravinator comment. First big 20 in the books, so much fun! Nice. Nice positive attitude, I like it.
Yeah. Okay, Infinite Mystery. Still working on Solomon's Key here. Got enemy with that Tom Sawyer action.
Fortunately, Tom Sawyer is the kind of game where once you beat a level, it stays beaten.
Yep.
So he has been steadily making progress, whereas Infinite Mystery keeps getting reset back to square one, which isn't quite true because you take with you all your knowledge and experience of
Right.
those levels.
This is a hard level. This is the only one that I had any kind of trouble with, but man, did I have trouble with this. It took me probably like 45 minutes just to beat this stage.
Jake Hopper trying to fight Aruga here is luring him into the wall, but it's not free. Your bounces can get lined up out of sync with his attacks in a bad way, and you're forced to either land beside him and give up a lot of ground towards getting him into the wall, or take some damage. We'll see how it goes for him this time. Doing a good job there, but now he's going to start getting hit. But, oh, the attack got canceled by the tree, I think, so he's almost there. You can't see it with the 30 hertz flicker, but he's actually flickering back and forth like crazy right now. There, that attack just suddenly comes out. Until you get him really stuck, it's still a threat. It catches him again.
Okay. Got Infinite Mystery trying to figure out what to do here. That's not it.
You can jump over that fire. Its hitbox
You can
is
do it, okay.
a little forgiving.
You can also hit the fire with a block, and it will become shorter and easier
Yeah.
to jump over.
Man, Tom Sawyer gets out of hand once you stop holding right. The Green Dragon just comes out of nowhere, snipes you mid-jump.
Yep.
Oh, was it 8-Bit Game Nerd who was playing tennis with Infinite Mystery back in Big 20 number 2?
Good old tennis.
Very possible.
What was the tennis of this match, or of this game list? What's the tennis here?
It would be a very simple concept that proved to be incredibly hard to execute on.
Totally Clue, yeah.
That's what I would guess.
Oh. I am with the game over on, I believe that was level 10. Just trying to figure out how to get that key, jump over that fire, but...
Alright, enemies reached a boss here. Seems this was the first time he got there, since he had no idea the boss was just gonna swoop right down the bottom of the screen like that. Crave Nation has endured the ravages of the Big 20 storm. Infinite Mystery's been on Solomon's Key, I think over an hour now. He's got these early levels down to a science.
He's got them down pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, Vert style, he's playing it blind.
Yeah.
I think IM usually goes in mostly blind, yeah.
Mostly blind, yeah.
There's a couple games where he just kind of had already played them. And he does play an awful lot of games, so...
He does, yeah.
It's to be expected.
In terms of the endurance factor, at least in theory, 20 games is nothing for IM. He's done games of, I think, like 60 plus.
I want to say I've seen him do 86.
Wow.
Yeah, so anyone balking at the idea of a big 100,
yeah,
it's right up his alley.
He's the person to.
Seawolf getting to some of the tougher levels in Gremlins here.
Yep. Yeah. Now we're seeing just how brutal this game can really be.
These conveyor belts move pretty fast.
Yep.
Oh, trying to get the most out of this balloon, barely makes it to the edge.
Alright, yep. Jake Hoper, meanwhile, in the corridor in Rygar.
If you're not just trying to survive, the goal here is to reduce lag. Thankfully, you get a set pattern if you're here at roughly the same time regularly. But in a Big 20 race, it's likely that you'll get that consistent. So this screen actually ends up being quite random and therefore quite a pain.
I think my maximum deaths in that room in practice was 10.
It's not an easy room.
Jake Coker seems to have adopted a mostly don't stop for nothing strategy here. Saw an enemy coming behind him, didn't care, just jumped up, let it boost him forward.
That is at least as good of a strategy as any other in this room, quite frankly. Yeah, no, that's not gonna work. He's trying to juke the enemies while he's on the pulley wire. That ain't gonna work.
Yeah, it's like getting between bases in baseball.
Yeah.
Doesn't end well usually.
No.
Top left and top right are in order: Solomon's Key and Tom Sawyer. I think the full name is The Adventures of Tom Sawyer.
Yes, I believe that is correct.
Solomon's Key is kind of a classic. Tom Sawyer is not.
That's a good way of putting it, yeah. As we mentioned, Solomon's Key years later got I don't know if it's a proper sequel, but it's kind of a spiritual successor in Fire and Ice. I don't know the plots of the two games to know if it's the same.
I think it's the same character. I don't know if anything else in the story is related.
Right, okay. Well, Manchula, I like the Rush song, Tom Sawyer, for what that's worth.
So unfortunately, Bad Briggs is having trouble with Skype, so I don't know if we'll be able to get him on the call.
Yeah.
But if nothing else, we can have him say some things in chat. And Twitch's new chat replay feature will let everyone who watches the VOD see everything he has to say.
That's right. Every Franker Z that you type will be forever recorded in history.
Every Kappa, every Craigasm will be there.
All the Pog Champs forever will be associated with this video.
So that I could be even more confused when I watch Twitch highlights and try to interact with a non-existent chat.
Yeah. They should at least let you type your messages into the replay chat, so you feel like you're
like you're interacting. Yeah. Let it be all over.
I can meme with these people from the past.
Right, yeah.
Right. I'd be like, well, why are they ignoring me?
Well, no one actually ever talks to each other.
No, they just sort of yell into the void.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's perfectly fine. I think there are some cases where the chat replay thing is actually pretty cool.
Well, we have enemy tackling the cloud level of Adventures of Tom Sawyer. but so far it looks like the cloud level's tackling him.
Yes.
Like I said before, this is, I think, the hardest stage in the game. It's certainly the one I spent about 45 minutes on this stage and 45 minutes on all the other stages put together. This stage was about half the playthrough.
Yeah, a lot of these swooping enemies are approaching
the enemies. Yep.
The bullshit territory. And like there, like, oh, you can duck under the bird, but oh, guess what? There's other enemies, so you can't stop moving.
Oh, yep. So you can't duck that long.
Yeah, we're getting a bit of a holding pattern here. I guess we can check in on some of these other guys. I don't think they're all on Rygar.
Is anyone else on Rygar besides Jacob?
Primal's still on Cryon Conquest.
Conquest, okay.
Denzel Glovington is on the game over screen for Gremlins 2.
Okay.
So he's duking it out with the Seawolf now. And Figbird, I believe, was on Rygar. Last I checked, if I remember correctly. Yeah, he's pretty far into Rygar, actually.
Huh.
Let's go take a look at him.
Enemy going top route to dodge some of these enemies. The dragons not only come from the top of the screen, but also from behind and in front to shoot you with things. It's frustrating me just looking at it.
So you're right, Figbird is most of the way through this Rygar run. He has left to do just Lapis and the final area.
Yep.
Seawolf making it through some of the trickier sections of I think this is the last level.
I think so. I think this is 5-1.
Yeah. Mediocrity or bust. Yeah, you are. We were going over this earlier that, if you play the Tom Sawyer game and you get all the way through it, you really don't even need to read the book at all. It is 100% faithful to Twain's vision.
Seawolf trying to figure out these conveyors.
Ooh,
Yep, guess what? That's an intended jump.
It's going the hard way.
Plop.
Enemies reach the boss here, camping out on the right side of the screen. Can he hit you with lightning from there? Doesn't matter.
I don't think so. There's several safe spots you can stand.
He's got the balloon, he's on the cloud.
Oh, it's time for the cloud shmup.
Seawolf gets to the boss of Gremlins.
Giant spy door. Again, if you played I Want to Be the Bashi, you might recognize Spy Door.
It's pretty creepy looking, man.
Really is.
It's the scariest thing with 2 frames of animation that I've ever seen.
Seawolf. Finishing up Gremlins 2, moving on to Zelda 2.
Oh, enemy gets tagged by one of those cannons on the auto-scroller boss. And that is a game over. He's gonna regret that quite a bit. Because that boss is pretty much free. Especially compared to the stage beforehand. He probably figured there was some BS waiting for him at the end of that boss fight. Probably didn't realize he was in a boss fight.
Didn't realize, yeah. You just figured it was more auto-scroller level.
But he's gonna get back there and realize just how close he was eventually.
Yep.
Wow. Well, Seawolf going for that magic container first. And it looked like he was doing some sort of setup to manipulate a 50 bag, and he got a 50 bag. So
Hey!
maybe that's what he was
Very
going for, and he nailed it. So that's cool. You don't really need a 50 bag in this goal. It's not really required, but I mean,
Yeah,
sure doesn't
why not?
hurt.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's just gonna do an all keys run for us.
There you go. Still waiting for the big Zelda 2 MTI % tournament.
Is that when you do 100% all keys, but you screw up one thing?
Yeah, it was. It's all items ferry through exactly one door.
Oh, okay.
Which a while back on my stream, Prez J Polk donated to have me play Zelda 2. I think he just specified 100%. He didn't specify all keys. And I way back, I used to run New Game Plus. So I remembered enough about one of the palaces to know that I essentially just said, you know what, forget this. I don't feel like navigating this entire palace, and I just ferried through one of the doors. So,
And it ended up being the only door.
yep, that was the one door I ferried through.
Well, enemy actually got right back to that auto-scroller boss thing.
Yep.
Jay Coper looking up more Rygar tutorial.
That tutorial, yep.
This is where
Fair.
I think this is where he goes into the pit skip in depth for like 10 minutes because people kept asking about it. So he's like, all right, here it is. Here's everything you want to know about the pit skip.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So not helpful to Jay Coper right now when he's just trying to figure out where to go.
Right, not helpful when he's kind of already done that section, but
Jay Coper Commander. I like it. That was a good tutorial. Looks like enemy got sniped by this boss again, but he still has that live, so he's going to try it again.
And Big Bird making his way up this tower. Probably going to be our next finisher. Number 37, lucky number 37.
Lucky number 37.
Mm-hmm.
McCravenator, yeah, we've been doing... we have a playlist of music from some of the Big 20 games. Alright, enemy. He's right there. He can't really do anything. Shoot him. He gets him. He's moving on.
yes, there we go.
Moving on to the scariest level in the game.
Is this also the final level?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Finally, new territory for him. If nothing else.
Yeah.
All these stalactites and icicles
Yeah.
that fall from the ceiling.
That was not nice, game.
They just all fall at once.
Yep.
Right as soon as you decide to go. That's Tom Sawyer. No pattern whatsoever. Nothing really. Nothing really. You can
die.
manipulate here. You just gotta get lucky and get through there and react maybe. But sometimes you can't even do that.
Hey, what if we put 10 bats on this screen?
Yeah.
Figbird doing some last minute farming here, getting the stuff he needs to take on the final boss.
Gotta get that attack in the cell.
I suppose you could just wait at the edge for them to fall. Or at least until they kind of thin out.
Okay, Figbird about to finish this run off.
Finish it up here.
Yeah, Die Hard uses Ode to Joy.
It's a Christmas movie,
The best Christmas movie.
pretty much.
Figbird has finished in 37th place with a time of 7:35:44.
Very nice. Congrats to him.
Another Ligar bites the dust.
Yep. In the movie. Yeah, as we've noted a couple times, the Die Hard game has a surprising amount of attention to detail in various aspects. My personal favorite is the number of different endings you can get. There's actually an ending for if you shoot Hans at the same time as he kills you. There is actually a separate ending that says you got Hans, but he got you too. I can't remember if it's a win or a loss. I think it's a loss because you died, but... So like with that kind of thing, it's kind of neat actually. I like how an odd amount of care went into the game in that respect, even if it's not necessarily a particularly good game, I guess.
Yeah.
I'd have to go with the separate health meter for your feet.
Yes. Yeah, that's solid too. Yep.
You don't see game mechanics used to represent story elements quite like that, even today. So, kudos to them for going for that. Almost avant-garde.
Yeah.
So that delightful snap pop sound is coming over the microphone of one Bad Breaks.
Oh, that can only be Bad Breaks. Hello,
Welcome,
Bad
sir.
Breaks.
Yes, hello.
35th, huh?
35th. Good enough. Good enough.
Good enough.
Good enough, indeed. Congrats. And shout outs to you for organizing
Yeah, thank you.
another Big 20 race.
It's fun. It's fun. I did wear it poorly though.
Yeah, I was gonna say Yogi is being nice here. Notice how he's not rubbing it in your face or anything.
Nah, I had no time to practice for this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did note that like about a week ago, you put up a stream whose title was something to the effect of, okay, starting practice now. Or first practice for Big 20 number 4 or something like that. Which
I actually felt pretty good in the beginning because I didn't game over on the Mario Bros, which I hadn't practiced. So. And then I game over on Karate Kid. So.
Yeah, that got a number of people.
And then I actually played Clue Land before Die Hard.
Oh.
So when I beat I beat Clue Land first try, then I beat Die Hard, then I had to go back to Clue Land.
Do it again.
Wait, really?
I came over like 3-4 times or something.
Nice.
Like I need to follow the rules, you know. Like play.
Yeah.
So I was like, dude, can I continue? No, I can't. Damn it.
Yeah. No, I had something similar happen to me in the first Big 20, although I didn't finish the game out of order. But I started, I think, Where's Waldo before I did Top Gun. Or maybe it was the other way around. And someone in my chat was like, what happened to such and such game? And I was like, all right, yeah. I don't know how. I just completely skipped over it in my list. So,
well, I kind of felt like, well, it's only for fun. Like I can just continue. But then again, like I set the rules, so if someone should break it, it shouldn't be me, right?
Right. Yeah. Just it's just for fun, but at the same time, it does kind of look bad if who set the
rules.
So.
And then I game over like 4 times
on the second time around. Yeah.
So then I was like, what the hell? Oh, whatever. And then I played Puss in Boots, and I actually haven't practiced that game, so I didn't know how to fight the last boss. So I actually gamed over there with all my continues. So.
Oh wow.
Yes, that was my start. It was fun.
Definitely the strongest boss out of any game.
Yeah, it's freaking. I don't know, why does the bullets do so much damage? Like, I have no clue.
So this is the 4th Big 20.
Yeah.
Talks of a 5th have been around a while. You're thinking like 6 months away?
I think we said we announced the game after like early August, I think. Like after all the SCDQs and ESA stuff.
Cool. So fans of what happened here today, you're going to have to wait a little bit there till August, but it is definitely on the way.
Yeah, I don't think you want to have these races too close.
Yeah.
The race is going to be burned out.
Yeah.
20 games is a lot of games to practice in one.
It's a lot of games. We had Jaguar King on, who got 2nd place.
Yeah, I heard.
And he was actually had a blast the whole month. He loved it. He loved being a part of the whole thing. And he said he was just completely fired up to do more. He was like, I want another one right now. I want to jump back in. And I was like, dang.
Yeah.
Because most people are like, oh, finally.
Yeah, well,
it's over.
If you want to learn
yesterday, go ahead.
Yeah, go on, MTF.
All right, no, I was just saying, in contrast, I was talking to Toad last night, who won this Big 20, and he mentioned that one of the things he was looking forward to after today was not having to play these games or the Big 20 anymore. So, I think that's probably the more typical reaction. It's, it's a blast, it's a lot of fun to, play all these games and participate in the race, but you really do need kind of a break from it for a while afterward.
Yeah, like the best thing with this 20 games is usually you want to pick up at least one of the games and continue to run it after. So.
Oh yeah.
But I can see that there's a lot of bad games in this. I think it needs to be those bad games in here. Like those games are never gonna be played if we don't put it in stuff like this.
So you're more so than the players. You're concerned about the games.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, I like it. I like that. Doing what needs to be done for these poor games, giving them the attention that every game deserves.
Yeah, right. It's pretty funny though. We can take like Rockin' Bullwinkle for example. Like no one would have ever played a game. I think Karma Dragon was playing that game a lot. Had a run up on SDA there, but I knew and he knew no one else was going to play that game ever. So why not put it in here and have people have to play the game.
And then take it and run with it afterwards.
Yeah, and
Dr.
a lot
Blues
of
and White Hat and others.
Yeah, that game got a lot of attention. It even ended up on ADDQ. So
yeah, that was pretty awesome to see. You're doing cool stuff here, Bad Breaks, with these races.
the thing is, we are running out of good games.
That's true. You do get some bad games, yes, but there are also good games. And there's only so many games on the NES. A little over 700, I guess.
Yeah, there's still a lot of good games, but it's actually hard to get a list now going with like games that people actually want to play, along with the crappy ones.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And the list of games that people like is also, it's small enough now that people are going to start guessing. They're already starting to guess.
Yeah, Yogi started that with the last one. So
Yogi did some pre-practice here. I think he had like 3 games of 4 right on this list. Right, Yogi?
Yeah, that's right.
Dr. Mario was the big one. What were some of the other ones that you guessed at?
River City Ransom and Bionic Commando.
Okay. As I think about it now, I guess Mario Brothers was kind of the logical next step from the Donkey Kong openers of the first 3.
Yeah, I actually looked up the Donkey Kong Jr. math.
Oh yeah, okay.
The thing is, you can't play 1 player on that game. You can only play 2 player.
Right.
So, but it's a kind of interesting game. You have to like add up its math.
Yeah, I played it for a little bit.
It's actually kind of fun.
It's kind of interesting, yeah.
But since it was 2 player and like I could have put it on the list, but it would mean like the second player was just going to stand still at the right, and it kind of felt boring or something. I don't know. And people were expecting that game coming up. So I had to change it up a bit. Mario Bros is a great game for this. 10 levels.
Yeah.
It's very easy to die on that game. Also, if you don't practice it. So let's see what's going to be on the next list. I have about half the list done already. So
You said that like you were just going to announce it right here.
Yeah.
And I was like, whoa!
Now we're going to see Yogi play that game. If I announce 1 game, Yogi's going to play that game until
the very next day. But nope, everyone's going to have to wait. Is there anything coming up for Best of NES between now and then?
Yeah, we have something going on here. Hopefully, we're going to do it after the SNES Superstars Marathon.
Cool.
SNES Superstars Marathon? What's that?
Yeah, it's a big brother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or little
Big.
brother or something, I don't know.
The big or little brother of it would be the younger brother of the Best of NES Marathon.
Yeah, similar
younger,
concept.
And yet bigger, because there are more bits. There's twice as many bits, as a matter of fact.
Yeah. I think actually it might even be like if you double the dimensions
Wait a
of the
minute.
screen,
what just
it's
happened?
actually
What just
4
happened
times
to
as big.
Seawolf there?
I
Did
don't
he just
know.
jump in a pit?
I don't know.
I didn't see it.
Where is he?
No, he fell down in a hole and he jumped out. What the hell? I've never seen that before.
Well, I have to check the video.
Yeah.
He fell down and I think he jumped in a pit.
No.
Oh, okay. Oh, someone. Oh, is it Enemy, maybe?
That was the Seawolf.
Oh,
Yeah, enemy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Tom
Oh,
Sawyer.
Tom Sawyer. So he did some kind of maybe wall jump.
He did a
On
thing. Yeah, he did a thing.
Did a thing, yes.
You're not supposed to do.
Nice.
What the hell?
Doing whatever he has to get through Tom Sawyer.
That's right.
So yeah, SNES Superstars is a thing. Top runners from SNES games, a whole bunch of them back to back, over 130 games in the marathon. So far, you can go to SNESSuperstars.org. Actually, I'll link the schedule. Is what I'll do.
Go ahead and link
That's
that.
going to
Sounds
happen
good.
March 11th. Not on this channel. It's going to happen on twitch.tv/speedgaming. But it's going to be...
It's too many bits for this channel.
Yeah.
Too many bits.
We got to...
break the channel.
Yeah. You don't want to... It's not compatible. So it's going to go on this other channel, Speed Gaming. But it's very similar to the Best of NES marathon that happens on this channel in November. But stay tuned to this channel after SNES Superstars, so around March 21st or so. Sometime after that, stuff's going to happen here on this channel. So you can follow this channel. There's a Best of NES Twitter as well, right? Official Best of NES or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. And the VOD for this will also be uploaded to YouTube under Official Best of NES. And that's so you can keep up to date on what's going on this channel.
So another thing is, since I don't know what happened at the top, can you tell me a little bit what happened in the race?
Toad destroyed everyone.
Yeah, Toad pretty much had his best run ever by like 4 minutes.
I don't even know that.
247.
Yep, 247. Yep.
And then second place was 257.
Yeah, Jaguar King 10 minutes behind him.
Yeah.
And then Yogi barely
just behind him.
that.
Yeah, after that they start coming in pretty close together, but Toad.
Well, it's another 10 minutes after Yogi before Darkwing.
So what happened to Yogi? You still hit Yogi?
Yeah.
Well, what was the game that cost you the loss?
Well, first of all, I don't think in practice I never came close to a 247.
Yeah, I don't think it was anything that caused you the loss necessarily. Toad was just that absurdly good.
If you factor
the second half.
If you factor in my best run and then account for the Dr. Mario seed, which I wasn't using in practice, then I had Then I had about a little under a 250 was my best. But yeah, his run was just crazy strong. And my run today was very sloppy. I died like several times on the last level in Gremlins. And
I actually added the games up here in this race, and I thought it was going to be kind of hard to get under 3 hours this time. Really good, those people who got under 3 hours.
Yep, 3 people all managed to do it.
Yeah.
What I really liked was how many people managed to get under 4 hours. A huge number of people. 16 people got under 4 hours.
Well, that's great.
And 26 people got under 5 hours, which is almost as many people as were in the very first Big 20, or at least who finished it.
Who was the first over a 7 hour?
That was Bad Breaks.
The winner in our hearts.
Just missed.
Yeah, I kind of heard. I know Kananaphone came into my channel and said like, first he said like, "Oh, Jay Cooper is 2 seconds ahead of you." I was like, "What? I need to change that." And then in Riger, I think it was McRavenator. We was like neck and neck.
Yeah.
They're pretty close. Yeah.
But he had a death.
I had to play that game in like a year, so I almost forgot where to go. And
we did see that. We did see you running around a little bit.
There were a couple times there where we were like,
I was
wait
like,
a minute.
I need to win.
Gravinator had an unfortunate death or two. One particularly in Lapis. You guys were neck and neck right there, and then he died, and you didn't. That gap pretty much never closed after that.
Okay, yeah. Well, I don't think you won't lose much time in Riger at the end there.
Yeah, it's really hard to.
Over half of the game, it should be kind of easy.
You were on Tiny Toons for quite a while, Bad Breaks. How was that?
What the hell happened there? I don't know.
Jay Coper, what are you doing? Incidentally, Jay Coper got knocked into a door and actually answered a question we had earlier, which is yes, the game actually does tell you where the floating tower is.
Oh, there you go.
It actually says above here there's a floating castle. So there you go.
Tiny Toon was one of the games I didn't play at all. I did a blind race 2 years ago, I think, with Yoka and Nidua, and I got like 2 hours. So I knew I could beat the game. I didn't think it would take that long. I think I spent like 1.5 hours in that game.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
You were not the only one who got tripped up
Difficult
by that
one.
game.
Yeah. That was
I kind of gave up after all the stuff that happened with Clue and so
Kind of checked out after that a little
Yeah, I
bit.
was just having fun there.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a game, Tiny Toons. Like, if you'd asked me, okay, what do you think some of the trouble spots are going to be? Having never played Tiny Toons, I would definitely not have guessed that game, but it's the one-hit kills, just again, you know.
The thing is, if I would have spent like 20 minutes to practice that game, I'd probably cut an hour from that right away.
Right.
But I was just gonna wing it, and I hadn't played Guerrilla where I just hold up and shoot it, like tip the game over.
Yeah, if there was one
I
game
didn't
you were
even
going to
care.
skip practice, that's the game you should have done. Yeah, I think it was Solfad who had his splits up from like the one run he finished. So yeah, at some point he was like an hour and a half ahead of his PB. So yeah, that's the kind of thing where if you were to do it again, you'd see those massive improvements.
Yeah, it's
He's into this downwards section here. There's not much of Tom Sawyer left to play. Look at him freaking out, attacking something. He's expecting a boss.
well wait a minute.
Oh, yeah, just keep moving.
Solom's key. So he went in blind for this one.
Infinite Mystery, yeah.
Yep.
He's been on Solomon's Key for about 2 hours now. He did get to level 10 at one point.
Yep.
But it's really giving it to him here. If it was anyone other than Infinite Mystery, I'd say he's probably getting a little burnt out at this point. But he's...
Yeah, 8 hours, that's a warm-up for IM, let's be honest here.
I think the best run I had was Crime Conquest, I guess. I did a reset though, but the run afterwards there was not much I can improve there.
Yeah, that was another tricky spot for a lot of people. The Seawolf was stuck there for over an hour. I think Primal might still be there. Primal.
The only game I practiced, the first game I was gonna practice was I started practice the first game was Crime Conquest. It was really good, and then I practiced Robo Warrior. Then there was some stuff I needed to do, so I didn't have time at all to practice the other games. But the thing is, I watched so many streams like at night when I went to bed. Mm-hmm. So you see all the strat, you see how to do it. You just have to do it yourself. But if you watch it as much as I did, you kind of know what to do. So it's kind of practice that also, watching all the streams. You still here?
Yep.
Yeah.
Still here.
Okay.
Just communicating with chat a little bit, and also checking in on Primal, who has made his way to... Oh, he's on screen now. Or maybe he always was, but he is on Gremlins now.
So everything may be running smooth? No offline picnics?
No, I think at some point
No.
we lost, like, all the streams went black for, like, 10 seconds or something. Very, very minor. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have been randomly having a hard time getting people's streams to load. Like right now, I can't get Primals to load. It loads on this other machine.
He's in this blind, right?
Yeah, he's mostly blind, pretty much. So he... the fact that he's gotten all the way to Gremlins is pretty darn good.
Is he on Gremlins now?
Yep.
Dang.
He was on Cryon Conquest for about an hour-ish, maybe a little longer. So
That's good to beat that game. I tried to play that game like blind. I got freaking wrecked. Like,
yeah.
so hard.
So here's Infinite Mystery. This is the 10th stage I think he's on. Couldn't quite figure out how to get around those blocks, so he takes a death there.
Oh, no. No.
Not out yet.
He's having some issues trying to work this one out.
Yeah, he's had trouble dealing with this fire.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think he knows you can put a block on top of it to make it kind of squish down.
Oh yeah. And you can shoot the fire so it get low. It's
Oh, there we go. Okay, it's over. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so he's not actually using the block on the fire. He's using fire on the fire. Trying to
Right.
fight fire with fire. It's
Using
not
the block
working out.
on the block above the fire, but he's not.
Maybe he did it once accidentally and he thought it was because he put it on top, but he actually fell too far.
Maybe.
And put it right on top. I don't know.
I think I saw him do it once, but I don't know if he made the connection.
And now he's just kind of sitting there. Maybe someone in chat is like, hit the fire with the block. I don't know. Oh, and then he jumps on top of the fire. He's done that before.
Yep.
That is another game over. Back to level 1 for Infinite Mystery.
Or Infinite Mystery.
Man.
Enemy's still working at Tom Sawyer. He's got to the mini boss a couple times, and the boss is not too far after that.
I actually had trouble with Zelda too.
Oh, we saw you got you went into Trophy Cave, and you were like, wait, do I have to go to Trophy Cave? Yes, I do have to go to Trophy
Yeah. right.
No. That was just to reset the spawn on the bat there.
Oh, okay.
Because I messed it up. But the thing is, I never practiced like the dark route. I'm pretty good at the game, like if you have the candle and shit.
Yeah, I see.
So I was kind of surprised it went that bad.
Yeah, we definitely made sure we had your stream up when you got to Zelda 2 because we wanted to see the high level play. And I mean maybe Fiesel could tell something was up, but I didn't think it looked all that bad.
There was some rooms were good, some rooms were really bad. I think. I was hoping for that. I knew I had a drop on the 6 counts on the last X guy there, so it was, and I think it was my last life, and I had like no health. So if that would have been a yard, that would have been a game over. So I got the 50-50 drop there, so that was good.
Well, we have Jay Coper about to finish off Rygar. Took him a little help from the tutorial to know where to go, but that's understandable if you didn't really spend too much time practicing it. It's not like it's obvious what to do next.
Right. Not at all.
Yeah, he's been making very steady progress. When he does actually execute on something, he's very rarely making mistakes.
Right.
It's just been a slow process for him.
Did Blackie join the commentary?
He did, yeah.
Yep, he sure was.
He was here. Yep.
It was great having him.
Yeah, no doubt. Seawolf taking the game over on Zelda 2.
Going for the 4-frame jump here. Enemy. And he missed!
Oh no.
The thing is, that is the hardest the hardest jump in the game. It's actually 4 frames. It's a 4-frame window.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That jump wasn't even hard until you told me it was hard. And then all of a sudden it felt hard.
Yeah.
Well, it's 4 frames. That's a pretty small window, though.
It's a small window. But yeah, it's interesting how you don't think about that until you really learn stuff like that. I remember a couple years back, Sinister One talking about the frame perfect Mike Tyson hits, and how he didn't know they were frame perfect until a Delicad who would work on the task told him. And Sinister was like, "What? No, come on, that can't be right. It's got to be like 2 frames or 4 frames." And he did more research and found out, sure enough, yeah, they're frame perfect. And it actually psyched him out for a little while, and he couldn't hit them because it was like, oh, just because he didn't know how hard it actually was to do. So,
Yeah, it's same thing with a lot of games. Like they say it's usually a lot of people say it's a 1-frame trick, but sometimes I feel it's not.
yeah, it feels easier than that. Yep.
It's easy to say it's a 1-frame trick when it's hard, I guess.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Well, Jay Coper is finished.
Jay Coper,
Officially our
38th place.
38th finisher.
8:03:03 was his time.
Yeah, I was actually I was watching him this morning. He was learning the last game, the Cryon Conquest. I think he might have got like 4 hours sleep or something. But that is really good.
Pretty soon we'll have the last 4 people all up on stream here.
Oh, Denzel still. What game is Denzel on?
Last I saw, he was on Gremlins, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's on Zelda now. Let me check in. Yep, he is indeed on Zelda 2. Looks like he just game overed though.
And that last stage on Tom Sawyer can be so brutal.
Mm.
The one with the clouds is pretty bad too.
That is my favorite stage though. Unless if you don't know what you're doing there, it's mostly I think it's the stage where most blind runners get stuck on. Didn't you play that, Fiesel? You played it blind for Tom Sawyer?
I did play it blind, yep.
I think
That's the one I got stuck on.
Yeah, that was the stage you got stuck on also. I think it's the one you should get stuck on. So.
It's probably the hardest level to learn, but once you know it, it's not so bad.
Yeah, it seemed like it was just a matter of knowing the right pattern to get through the platforming section, really. That's all.
Did anyone go for the teddy bear on the Tom Sawyer? The teddy bear one up?
The what?
Probably not.
I don't think so, no.
Ooh, enemy. Last minute duck there on the mini boss. Ooh. Lives to fight another day. He's at this top platform. He sought it out. Not gonna let him come in from behind. Oh.
Oh man.
So he's still got lives left here. Or no, but no, he's back to the start.
I believe this level has no checkpoints. Is that correct?
Is that it?
Yeah.
Yep, that's true.
Oh, the one up on the last level. Yeah, that's the one. So Fig Bird went up there. On the ice section, you can actually jump up on the blocks on the narrow path there. There's gonna be a teddy bear coming and throw a one up at you, which is useless because there's no checkpoints.
See, here's this corridor here where enemy barely manages to hit this crab.
Yeah, that's the corridor I'm talking. You can jump up on the blocks there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and there's gonna be a teddy bear coming down the stair and throw one up at you.
Yeah. If he gets too close, you just can't hit him anymore, and he'll kill you.
Crab, yeah. So enemies getting to this mini boss pretty consistently here. Oh, the attacks are not high enough to hit the boss up there, but it still hits your hitbox. Sawyer's hat gets singed there. Back to start.
So did enemy join this kind of blind, I think?
Yes, he has been very much blind.
I haven't seen him
second last for quite a while.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised when he joined there. I saw him in the SRL, IRC.
He was having a heck of a time on what? He got stuck on Solomon's Key for quite a bit.
Yeah.
Where Infinite Mystery still resides.
Yeah, he's still kind of struggling there. All right.
That is probably one of my favorite speedruns, the Solomon's Key one by K2.
Oh yeah, he's done some really awesome things with that game. It doesn't look like a very good speedrunnable game at first blush, but then you give it a try, and you realize just how much is going on.
Yeah, he usually optimize the games. The games he plays really like to the seconds.
Yeah.
Mrs.
He runs,
MTI
like,
says hi, by the way.
He's the only one I know that runs Ikari Warriors, the first one, and he runs the second one also.
So I'm actually, what is the actual solution to this room? Okay.
You drop a block on that fire.
Yep. Oh, okay, and then you can
away.
walk across it temporarily. Is that it, or?
No, you can shoot the fire.
There, got him.
The fire gets slower.
Yep.
Oh, am I that far behind? Well, there we go.
Yep.
Oh, you can watch.
Oh wow. Oh yeah, let me.
No, I'm not that far behind. It's like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Well, this one is like 2 seconds. So,
Oh.
wait, no, Fiesel gave it to you. Yeah, you're watching the right one.
Yeah, you got it.
But I think there's still a bit of variance. Right, yeah, you jump from one side of the fire to the top of a block. Kind of have to make use of your ability to make a block from further than one tile away.
Mm-hmm.
So, was it Yogi, Toad, Jagger King from the start, or was anyone else getting up there? Getting close?
Oh, yeah, I think it took a while
Andy
for them
was-
to separate.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Andy
and-
was
and-
making good pace.
Okay, yeah.
He fell apart on Rygar, actually. He was in
Ah.
4th place going into Rygar by a good chunk, and his Rygar did not go well at all. And of course, Darkwing Ducks went very well, and
Yeah.
Canonophone as well, almost keeping pace with Darkwing Duck. He started out ahead in Rygar, and we all thought like, well, yeah, but Darkwing Duck is really good at that game. He's gonna start to catch him, and it wasn't until the very, very end when Canonophone got screwed over by some Mind Point drops that Darkwing Duck actually passed him up. So those two finished, looks like 37 seconds apart from each other, 4th and 5th.
Darkwing
Yeah,
was
that
behind
sounds
both of those guys and ended up passing them in like the later half of Rygar. He really made some great time
Yeah.
during that game.
Where did Game Glitch guy? I had high hopes on him.
No, he wasn't here. Oh wait, no, there he is. He was 11th place.
Oh,
We didn't get to see what he did though. Here's one of the-
What's his stream name?
it's Stoned Moose.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He was on there. Yep.
yeah, we had him up for a little bit.
Right, I don't know if
in
we saw
front of
the
the,
ending though, did we?
we might have. There was a couple people who snuck in all at once,
Okay.
caught us off guard, caught us sleeping.
Yeah.
All right, enemies going to town on this mini boss. I think it's dead and he doesn't know it.
He's got a lot of world records in some of them obscure games on the NES. He's the one that got the sub for The Dream on Rocky Bullwinkle, 359.
Nice. All right, here we go. Final boss for enemy. Don't think he's seen this guy before. Get shot.
Of course.
He's probably like, "What the hell is this?"
Like, what
and
just
then
happened?
suddenly an arrow.
Dude,
and-
I have never seen anyone die in that one.
Oh, that's really funny.
Seawolf is back in Death Mountain here. Danzel's making his way through with the lights on. Has one magic container, no heart container. And he's about to level up something here. Gets a jar instead of a level up. We actually saw the Seawolf. It looked like he manipulated a 50-point bag in the heart container, or the magic container cave at the very beginning. And he actually did it too. Seawolf has racked up a 334 here, and he gets to the hammer.
All right.
So another one enters Rygar. I feel like I may have missed a couple people's streams that they came in. I've been linking everyone's streams in chat as they come across the finish line.
I heard was there a tile?
Yeah, there was. 33rd and 34th? No. Where? Oh, just with a 3:45.54, we have a tie for 14th place between Itch 3A and Flocious.
Great.
And those guys are coming in right after Dassault. So those guys all came in about a minute of each other. And I don't think we had any of them up on screen. They were totally under our radar. And then all of a sudden, bam, bam, bam.
Yeah.
I was surprised how good it went for me on Gremlins 2, actually. I took it really easy and like tried to kill every enemy. It went so smooth. I didn't game over until the last boss. So
yeah, we saw that.
I was really scared. Like I thought it was gonna be like 1 hour or something.
We definitely pointed out when you were doing a lot of like jumping in, spawning an enemy, attacking a couple times, and then coming back on the back half of the jump, trying to zone them out a little bit.
Yeah, I took that really slow because I really wanted to finish that game because I knew if I finished that game, it's a walk. It's a walk. So since we had so many, how many were like 49 people?
I think it was 49, yeah. Sounds about right.
Anything unusual happen? It usually happens when like 50 people play 20 games. Something weird going on.
Someone had the Lamb of Leg Black Screen of Death in River City Ransom. I can't remember who it is.
That was Nis3. Nissy.
Yep.
Yeah. He used the lamb leg on the same frame he died, I guess. And the game did some weird things and kind of soft locked on him.
Okay.
He's got a highlight of that actually. He posted that in the Skype for the Big 20 race, so you can go track that down there. We put it in chat for him. And then Jay Coper.
See Wolf with a glitch through the wall.
Oh, enemy, why? He was setting up for the 4-frame jump, except he forgot the crucial part of he forgot the jump.
The thing is with that jump, the last 2 frames, sometimes they eat the last one will always eat your input, I think.
Oh really? Oh wow.
But the second pixel at the edge will sometimes eat your input and sometimes. It's kind of weird.
Nice game, Bad Bags. Nice game.
Yeah, good game.
You ain't seen nothing yet, boys.
Oh boy.
Thing is, I think with Tom Sawyer, if it wasn't for that 3.5 minute auto-scroller, it would be a pretty decent speedrun. It's fast paced. It's actually kind of good controls also.
Yeah. I think actually just trying to move your character around, you actually have pretty good control. The difficulty with it comes from the fast pace, actually. Like you said, you move fast, enemies move fast, and your attacks have this arc to them, so you're trying to line up shots while moving quickly on fast-moving things, and that can get out of hand.
And if you want to speedrun the game, it's the worst. The worst stage is with the candles and those stalactites and the ice taps. Like,
the random.
If you run the game, you only hold right and like hope for the best. And like the candles, there's no time to react. You're just gonna die there. I don't know how many times I lost the runs on the last stage. Like all the ice stabs fell down one time. Like all of them. When I was in the middle of, there was no way out.
All right, so I think we got the top 4 remaining on stream, and then Infinite Mysteries working his way through Solomon's Key. I'm going to try to keep an eye on him, and if he gets to level 10 again, I'll shout it out. Actually, he is on level 10. Still looking unsure of how to proceed with this fire. He's just kind of standing there trying to figure it out, trying to see it.
Yeah, I watched an old K2 speedrun of it, and yeah, I don't know that I would necessarily come up with that particular solution, but I don't know if it's the intended one, but...
Oh, he do a block under and jump over the fire?
Yeah.
I think that's the fastest one, actually. It's kind of rough.
Yeah, like I said, figure there's probably another way to do it, but...
So when are you coming back to Big 20 MTI?
Oh man, good question. It's hard for me to find any time to do anything nowadays. So I've been working 2 jobs, so...
Okay.
That'll do it.
Yup, making the mad money, so...
But joining the commentary side of things isn't so bad.
Yeah, that I can handle. I can kind of fake my way through it. So
you had things to say.
I did, yeah.
No,
it was fun.
I quite enjoy the commentary aspect, actually.
Yeah.
Being able to be a part of things without having to pull my hair out over speedrunning.
Grinding some of the games, yeah.
I get stressed out over stuff like that.
I think one thing in this Big 20 races is that people, like, they start to practice maybe one of the horror games, and then they, like, go on with the next 15 or 16 or something, and then, like, then you have to remember the games you practice first.
Right, yeah. Yeah. It's hard to remember kind of what you already did.
Yeah, that's the thing. So it's kind of good that people doing the full attempts, going for the good times there, so then actually can practice all of the games. It's so easy to forget when you concentrate on a couple games and like, that game is easy, but then when it comes to the race, it's not that easy anymore.
Right, it's actually not that easy, yeah.
Forget half the strats.
Yeah. Or just you think a game is going to be easy, so you don't practice it, and then it turns out, that's actually... like the Mario games in the first Big 20. I think probably some people slept on those, and it turns out they're actually pretty difficult if you haven't played them recently.
Yeah, that was Mario 3. I remember Yogi went in. I think you had first place there on Mario 3. I think you went in first in Mario 3. Thinking you did. I don't think you practiced that as much as the other ones.
No, that was back in the first one.
Yeah, the first.
We didn't really know what to expect, so I kind of ran out of time.
Will you ever have obscure long RPGs? I might have last game. Dragon Warrior beat level 30 or something.
Oh, I win! I so win.
MJ loves the grind.
I love the grinding.
And grind for days.
Yes.
How long would it take to get level 30? That is max level, right?
That is the max level, yes. Oh, you'd be at that quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, the way at which you get to actually increase the rate at which you get XP a little bit, because once you get really overpowered, you can go to the super dangerous areas and kill the crazy dragons and stuff, and that'll go a little faster than you do in a speedrun, but not fast enough to make anything fun.
Did you know that Tom Sawyer is a spin-off from Dragon Warrior?
Oh, really?
Yeah, have you seen the metal slimes in the cloud?
Right,
Oh,
yeah.
Yep.
Same universe.
There you go.
Tom Sawyer must be really strong then. He crits those things every time.
There is actually another Tom Sawyer game on NES.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's an RPG. It's made by Square.
Yeah, it's made by Square. That's
Wow.
right. I remember because it has the portrait of Jim in that is like horrifically offensive. It is awful. It is like, Square, what are you doing? No.
Oh, man. Wow, Primal getting to the end of Gremlins here. It's got lots of health for this boss.
Dude, I had such a weird pattern with Spotty. He went down and like stayed down there. What the hell? Oh, he's doing the same thing for her.
Died, does not have any more lives. So he's back to 5-1 here. But at least he knows what he's up against now.
There was no Surgrif in this one. The Hall of Fame. We should make a Hall of Fame for just for him. What was it like? 39 hours straight.
39, I believe, is the number.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Some kind of memorial, maybe. Enemy's almost speedrunning this level at this point. It's pausing in a couple places, but really just moving through a lot of this stuff.
See if he beats my time in Tiny Toons. I don't know what my time is. I wonder if Les Graf is working on gonna do the spread the doc again with all the times.
Oh yeah, that is a lot of work, but that was really
yeah, that is a lot of work. It's pretty cool. I was thinking if I had some good time there. I don't think so.
Not even the Zelda 2.
No. Dude, I can't believe I picked Clue Clan before Die Hard. And the thing is, I actually beat it the first time, and then
I know.
You beat it the first time, and then you had to do it again. Yeah.
and I game over 4 times. No. That is also a game that I thought was pretty easy. Like, you don't have to practice, but I think you actually have to practice that game.
Clue Land?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a
Yeah,
tricky
the
one.
controls do not come easily. You need to make sure you know how to move around in that game, or you're pretty much helpless. So Primal's trying to mash this boss down, and he's going up top to try to dodge him, which is, it sucks to be stuck at the bottom of the screen, so that makes sense. But then the boss goes right back up to the top.
Yeah.
So that's another
Good
death.
try, but the boss was ready for that particular strat.
Yep. I don't think his thinking was flawed there. Just didn't work out.
Primal is probably one of the better blind players I know.
Yes, for sure. Always does well in Mystery Tournament.
Yeah, he's like every blind race we made, he's like winning with over like half an hour every time.
Okay, enemy confirming. Okay, and then the jump. There we go. He made it. All right.
Let's see if he can figure out this boss before he just gets shot. Yeah. The
Okay,
Seawolf
didn't get-
slowly making his way to Sagila. Rygar. And Denzel is there with him now in Rygar.
Hey, I did a bug jump. Third try though.
Oh yeah, so many people went for that. We were so surprised.
Yeah,
Like,
surprised.
I think the top 3 guys, Toad, Jaguar, and Yogi, all
Oh,
did
they
it.
went for it. I know Yogi was gonna go for it because he nailed it like every time. You did go for it, right?
Yeah, I got it first try.
And yes, enemy has done it. Enemy has beaten Tom Sawyer.
The end.
Yes, exit the warrior.
It was a dream the whole time. So like every time you die, you like wake up from a dream, and then you beat the game, and you.
And you also
from a
wake up
dream.
from a dream, but you wake up from a dream in which Becky Thatcher kisses you, I guess. So, cool.
And now you have an awkward boner in class.
Yep. That's why he had that shocked face there.
Yeah. So that is the end of Tom Sawyer. It might also be the end of Gremlins here. Primal going nuts on this boss. We'll see how he reacts to the boss when he charges down at him. If he charges down at him, he's just going crazy here. All right.
Doing the jumps. Okay.
You got to play very defensive to stay alive there.
Oh no. Ugh. Oh, I jumped into the spider leg claw thing.
That thing must have been very close to death.
Yeah.
A couple hits, probably. Conan will never be in a big 20.
Looks like enemy does not know there is a hold button to run in Tiny Toons, so
Right.
it's doing a walking speed.
This is gonna be fun.
It's going to be hilarious when he finds out just how fast you can go in that game when you start doing slides and stuff.
Speaking of that, we actually did a blind race of Little Mermaid a long time ago, and I was like, "How is everyone so at me?" It was the same thing. You can hold
Same thing. The button you hold. Yep.
You hold the swing freaking faster.
We had a player on SGL actually more than once. They went the entire week practicing, not knowing you could hold a button to run.
Yep. I actually had something similar happen, but it was because I set my controls in my emulator and everything looked good. But for whatever reason, down, even though it looked good, did not actually take in the emulator. So for Super Turrican, I had no idea that you could like crouch and go into this ball thing that moves.
Right? Yeah, it goes
like
super
the night
fast.
before.
It drops like 1,000 bombs. Super
Yeah.
useful speedrun tech.
Yep.
Didn't know it existed.
Yep.
Enemy's actually listening to our commentary, so he now knows there is a run button.
Okay.
Now this is where I should tell him to try what is the slide? Is it down and jump? Or is it just down?
You actually have to get a little momentum, and then you press down.
Yeah, and then after that you can jump out of the slide and keep your super slide speed.
The thing is with this, you can't hold right. Once you crouch and jump, you have to only hold down. You can't hold.
Right.
It's kind of weird.
It's very awkward.
Yeah.
And then if you lose your speed for whatever reason, you need to start holding right again because you can't just be holding down. So he knows about Elmira, it looks like. He knows you don't attack her. You just run away.
Dude, she grabbed me one time. That is like the worst. It takes you back from the beginning. Oh my god, from the beginning of the stage.
Yeah,
like
it
from
sucks.
the whole world, the whole level.
All right, Primal, let's go. Wow, throwing
Yes,
some
there we
diagonal
go.
shots there.
Yeah, he got it.
You got it. Yep.
It's an interesting boss because she's really easy, but the penalty for failing her is really bad.
Yep.
So Yogi, was it a fluke this time, or?
It was a bunch of flukes. But no, Toad was just too strong.
Yeah.
this time. His time was better than my. A couple
Some of the
minutes
best.
better than my best. Yeah.
That's crazy, dude. I when I see him play like Bionic Commander, he was like out of everyone's league in that game. He
Oh yeah.
smashed that game.
Yeah, he had a lot of fun with Bionic Commando. I think that was actually his favorite game in the Big
Yeah.
20. So it does make sense.
And he's really strong in like Guerrilla War, which is a game I don't like at all.
Yeah, I think there was wasn't there like 8 records world records beaten?
So
in
yeah,
the
that's what I heard. I think like 8 of the
Puss in
20.
Boots.
So we can go over the games here. Well, those are last year's. Mario Bros. New record? Yes, I think so.
I don't know.
Probably phase
They're-
10.
I would guess I would
A
guess
phase
phase
10
record.
record.
Phase 10 record kind of by default. Yeah.
North and South.
Nah, that's a tough one.
No.
Yeah. Karate Kid.
I believe so. Yes.
Die Hard was a yes.
Die Hard's
Die
a
Hard
yes.
is-
Clue Clue Land is kind of just stage 5, so I don't know if
Just
that
stage
counts.
5 by default, yeah.
Puss in Boots.
Yeah,
I would imagine, yeah.
Yeah, my Toad.
I actually Toad beat the record. Game Goods guy had a record, and Toad beat the record.
Oh, wow, okay.
And,
I didn't know a record existed for that. Okay.
and then Game Goods guy took it back. I actually submitted. Me and Cool Kids submitted a race on that for ESA. So
Okay.
Nice. Look forward to that. River City Ransom is a yes, though not necessarily by someone in the race.
Yeah.
no, the record got beat a couple days ago.
Yeah. It's curiously backwards, so it's like Yexarl
Yelzer.
Yeah.
Yilsrig. He's got it now with a new strat. Dr. Mario is just the first 5 levels, so that's a little weird.
Yeah.
Solomon's Key is also just partially the stage. Same with Snake Rattle and Roll. Tom Sawyer. New
That
record.
would be me.
Yep.
That would be me. But
Okay.
but I have the record, but no one beat it. I was hoping because I don't want that record.
All right. So it's a no, I guess.
I guess that's a no.
That's
We got Tiny Toon Adventures. I think Joka still has that.
Yeah.
That's a
I think
really,
that's
really
beatable.
strong run.
No,
You think it's beatable?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I hear
probably
something.
agree.
Maybe by Indy, maybe not me.
I see. I see. He
Or
said
Enemy,
that
it
record.
Looks
for-
like Enemy got might take it right here.
Oh yeah, right here. With the pure walkathon.
The walk strat. Walk only world record?
Robo Warrior. I believe we did have a record.
I believe so, yes.
Oh, for the first ball. Oh, for the whole game?
Oh, I don't know. Did someone keep going and do the whole game?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't think so. Oh, we were talking to Chess here. We should probably have like a first boss category. It's a really fun category. It's only RNG though.
Yeah.
What
Gorilla
war
War
is
is a yes, I think.
Yes, Toad beat the Whitman Prize record, and I think 4 or 5 days ago, Whitman took it back. So.
All right, we got Bionic Commando. That is PJ's run.
That's going to be a tough one.
Yeah.
If anyone can do it, it's Toad, because I as good as Toad's play, he's a contender to take that record. Actually, PJ's run is stupid good,
But Toad can do it.
just depends how much time Toad puts into that game.
We got Metal Storm. I know White Hat took that record, and he was in this race, but I don't know if he did that recently
Yeah, he took the record during the
during the month. Okay, cool.
He actually
That's
did. I think he do four frame perfect warps in his run, which is crazy.
Yep, out of 5.
4 out of 5 frame perfect.
Not too bad.
It's,
Not too bad.
It's just crazy. Oh, wait, what is his time? It's under 10 minutes. No,
Sub 10. Yep.
yeah, it's,
Wow.
it's one of the craziest record now. I think lately.
Then Cryon
You
Conquest
crushed that record. Yep.
is
Toad
just
Toad,
awesome.
Toad took the Cryon Conquest record.
Also,
did he?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. I'm sure. Yep.
Uh,
I'm just going to
Gremlins-
jump in here with a quick
Yeah, yeah,
update.
do
Infinite
it.
Mystery has beaten Solomon's Key.
Oh,
He is on to Snake Rattle and Roll.
He's done it.
This is not a drill.
He got past the fire.
Yep.
The
Through
thing
the
is,
fire
if
and flames.
if no one knows who's Infinite Mystery is, he's known for doing like 30-hour streams, so he ain't
Yes.
giving up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
as I noted a little while ago, 8 hours. That's a warm up for him. So-
Yeah, that's that's nothing.
So Toad took Cryon Conquest. I believe that was number 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Gremlins 2, I think, also got beaten.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That was a pretty well optimized run before that too.
Yeah,
Really.
and did improve his. Where he had the record before, but he did improve his time
Okay.
during
Yeah.
the practice.
Then we got Zelda 2, which is just Hammer, and Rygar, I don't think got improved.
Don't think that got
The No
Hey,
Wrong Works
I-
story.
I'm pretty sure the record got beaten in Riga.
Yeah?
Yeah, Darkwing took it.
Darkwing took.
Oh, so that would be the 8th game there. 8 games out of 20 got records, and the other ones mostly just didn't have beat the game as
Yeah,
the
they
goal.
just didn't have beat the game as the goal. Yeah.
So there's an event we're gonna have. I'm not sure when we're gonna start to this. It's you can scroll down in the bio here. It says beat the record.
Oh yes.
A concept where we as community choose a game that is quite short, quite beatable, and give it our best shot at beating the current standing time. So the idea is there's a lot of unoptimized records.
Sure.
So the thoughts were we're gonna pick like start with the shorter ones, like 5 to 10 minute games,
Mhm.
and have let's say we have 20 people playing the same game until someone beats the record. Let's say it takes 3-4 days. That's still gonna be about, I don't know, 15,000-20,000 attempts on that game.
That's a lot. 20 people's a lot of
and
people.
records will be beat if we. So we haven't been planning to start this for a long time, but we haven't found. There's so much things going on now, like marathons. There's every month there's something. So you just need to find a spot to start it up. And we've been had a lot of interest too in that kind of concept also.
Yeah, a ton of people who did this race. The biggest and funnest part about it was learning the same games as everyone else. So
Yeah.
you get a feeling like you're a part of something.
Yeah, and when we start beat the record, we're gonna keep like everyone's time. Like I don't know if once one beat the record, we move on to the next, and we're gonna like keep track of everyone's times. Move on like on a leaderboard, and I'm pretty sure there's a lot of records gonna be beat if we start that. Most of the records, I think. Unless we put Qbert up, then no one,
Oh boy.
no one's gonna play.
Yeah, then it's over. That's it.
Actually, Mother Brain is picking up Qbert
He is picking
Oh,
it up.
after this.
I know he was struggling a lot with that game for his quest there, beating all his NES.
So there is a second NES Qbert runner.
That brave soul. So we got Primal making his way through the first palace here in Zelda.
Yep.
I'm not sure if he even knows where to go, really.
No, I was thinking. I wonder if he know what to do.
He's just on the lookout for a hammer somewhere.
He's just like, yep, I go everywhere till I find a hammer.
Comes across the candle. Is that a hammer? It kind of looks like maybe. No, I don't think it is.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is a game where flutes look like plungers, so
That's
at
true.
least the hammer looks like a hammer.
Let's see if we beat the first boss here. It's good.
We have seen someone beat the first temple.
Okay.
Get the experience.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna get the candle, why not?
Yeah,
Go all
I
the way.
mentioned that if you're already in there and you already got the candle, it's probably just as fast, and if not, certainly a lot easier to just go ahead, beat the palace, take the levels, and all that good stuff. Yeah, Weapon noted that.
Oh, denied.
No, it looks fine here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And now, see, it when the local your messages have no delay, and everyone else's has like a little bit. So sometimes that happens. I can tell you
Yeah.
it got messed up on
Looks
everyone
like
else's
it could. Yeah.
That's it's the worst when you're doing one of those games where someone's playing music and you have to be the first one to guess it.
Yup.
Because you type it in, you're like, yes, got it. And you're like gloating in chat. I recognize the Diablo sound by that one chord at the very beginning of the song. No, I'm so good. And then guess what? 3 people beat you to that.
Yep.
Sorry.
Feels bad, man.
It's too bad you can't use the zapper with the emulator and like screen.
Oh yeah. You would have to have some kind of you would have to have a CRT monitor. I
Yeah,
guess.
So yeah, it's true, I guess.
because if it wasn't for that, Duck Hunt, that's a top contender. I guess
find it interesting that,
mouse.
Yeah. Emulate. That's like so. There's like you can. Ooh, we're getting a Sigilla pit jump there from Denzel. Doesn't quite get it. Between emulator and console, there's really not too many differences. But then you get into Super Scope and the Zapper and stuff, and suddenly you're talking about mouse versus a weird aiming gun thing, and then you end up with, I think, some pretty real differences between console and emulator, and that's kind of sticky to
Could have put that
figure out.
in the big 25, the last game, Beat the Game, Gumshoe, and that game probably took the longest when I was a kid to beat.
Oh, yeah.
You know what game it is?
It's like an adventure game.
No, it's the game you see a guy and you shoot with a zapper to make him jump.
Oh,
Okay, yeah.
It's so freaking hard.
oh, I'm thinking of Nightshade. I think.
Nightshade's an adventure game. That's a lot of fun. I like Nightshade a lot.
It's a cool game. I feel like it's got a couple flaws that can get in the way of having fun with it, but it does some special things for sure.
Would be fun throwing King Quest 5 in for the blind runner.
Is that on NES?
Yes.
Oh man.
I want to say they took out a lot of the worst BS in terms of the ways to screw yourself with zero feedback to that effect. But yes, it is on NES, and it is. It works about as well as you would expect.
I don't know how the hell did they get that game on NES?
They destroyed it. They cut it into tiny pieces and mushed them all together and jammed it into a cart.
Could have put a Larry or something. Much better.
Yeah, well, for one, you get rid of all that voice, all the voice work, and that'll go a long way. I think the original version actually didn't have any voiceover. It was
that's right.
another edition that.
Oh, enemy
had it.
He's looking for a hug.
Yep. He just needed a hug.
He's gonna. No.
I think that's the first time that's happened to him. See you later. So now he knows.
Yep.
Okay.
Don't do that again.
Seawolf is getting to the end of Rygar here.
Yeah, it looks like Seawolf's gonna be finishing.
Denzel
up
did
shortly.
eventually get that pit jump, so he's on his way to Sigilla.
He got full health, but he can still die here. No, he made it.
Primal's beaten the first palace. He's gone into the town there. I'm pretty sure he grabbed the jump spell.
He's grabbing everything he sees.
Yeah, I just can't tell if he knows where everything is or if he's just stumbling into all of it.
Mhm.
So we get a final boss here from Seawolf.
Yep.
Oh, there we go.
And that is it for Seawolf.
Seawolf is
there it
finished
is.
in 39th with a time of 8:46:37. Throwing his hands up in ASCII form.
So, Fiesel, you used to run Rygar. How did people do on the first boss there?
The first boss, I saw some pretty solid strats, but a lot of people were making it more complicated than it needed to be, but kind of a hit and run tactic, and that's pretty dangerous. I mean, you might just want to bite the bullet and learn to jump over those projectiles. But
A lot of
weren't
people
doing
have
that.
died on that. I think that's the hardest boss in the games.
I think so too. We think we came to that
were discussing
conclusion.
that, yeah. Especially under speedrun conditions. Where, you know,
I mean,
it's
even
just
normally,
a much longer fight than it necessarily would be
Sure.
if you know.
if you
Did
powered
anyone
your
go
guy
for
up.
the glitch, get him stuck in the door thing?
A couple people, yeah.
A couple people got him stuck on the wall. Yep, a couple people did.
I think Denzel did that actually. Someone in chat was like, "What the hell is he doing?" And then all of a sudden, guess what?
Yeah. So some sucker punching there going on. I think it's kind of hard to get him into that. I usually die when I try to do this.
Yeah, eventually your jumping gets synced up with his attacks, and you're right on top of him when he attacks. It's pretty hard to deal with.
Oh, jeez, use that run button, enemy, please. Wow. Making that more exciting than it really needed to be.
So Primal seems to have an idea of what he's doing here. He found Begu pretty quick.
Oh man, I saw it. That was like a frame away.
Yeah.
You got a good.
Elmira made the effort there.
Oh, he's trying to do a skip here. He's going to go ahead and give up on it now that he's killed the enemy.
I think enemy thinks those wings are bigger than they are on that duck. It would be kind of cool to have might be too many games. Like have a blind Big 20. Holy shit. That would be something. I think 20 games would be too much, maybe.
That might be too much, and that would be very hard to pick the games for.
Hard to pick the games, hard to enforce. I do like the idea.
I think didn't we talk about that a while back? Fees like have 10 games or something. Fine.
We talked. Yeah, we did, but I don't know. We ever came up with anything.
No.
Just an idea.
I think 20 games would be too much. 5 games would be probably. Considering blind races can take like 2-3 hours.
Well, it depends what game you pick. If you picked 10 games that were each like, half an hour blind, maybe, but 45 minutes blind, you could do 10 of them.
Who knows? That could be something actually. Oh, just figure out can't jump on barrels. But I would see like if they're little longer games, three games maybe. I don't know, 5 games tops.
You could probably find 5 games that are beatable blind in one sitting.
Yeah.
Probably.
It's a pretty cool idea, but it like you say, it depends on the game.
Yeah.
You can't have like Metroidvania's games on.
No.
Yeah, well, I mean, something like Tiny Toons, where it's just like, here's a stage, it's self-contained. Once you get to the end of it, you're done with it. There's no way you get
something
lost.
like that, platformers or something similar.
I think for Tiny Toons, that's I'd say it's about 1.5-2 hour blind.
Yeah, maybe a little long.
Yeah.
I remember me and Nadua and Yoko, we did that blind race, and we all got stuck on the last level for like half an hour, an hour maybe. Just on the last stage, I don't know why. Maybe we are just bad. I got a new PB in Tiny Toons in half an hour today. So it's something.
Very nice. I'm not totally sure I am fully grasps the mechanics or the point of snake rattle and roll here.
You eat
Got to the
Pibblies.
3rd level.
He's on the 3rd level, yep.
He knows that much.
Yep.
I know Cananophone and Andy did super good in that game in practice. I hope they continue to play that game actually.
He's trying to go straight to the door.
He's trying to go straight to the door, but he hasn't hit the
it's not
switch
open
yet.
Oh,
Even if he gets up there, that's not gonna work out too well for him.
Fiesel, is there runs of all levels in that game, or is it only 90%?
Snake Rattle and Roll.
For Snake Rattle and Roll?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Warpless run.
Okay.
It's probably the better category.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yep. Yeah, luckily you cut this goal off before the game
Right.
before the game really earns its reputation. Although there is that one jump in stage 4, probably about halfway through the level, 2/3 of the way,
If you want.
where it just seems like the inputs you have to make do not correlate with what's on the screen visually at all. It's that kind of big jump down and a little bit to the left, or left and a little bit down. And there's like a random up input you have to make in there too, if I remember right.
Did you ever run Snake Rattle Roll with 2 controls, Fiesel?
I did. I beat it with. Well, I almost beat it with 2 controllers. I beat it with one hand and 1 controller, but.
Okay. There was someone in the chat that was asking.
One hand controller. Yeah.
One hand.
Thought it was you.
I think someone saw Fees playing it and decided to pick it up, and they ended up coming back a little bit later and was like, I've been playing with 2 controllers. It's pretty crazy, but it's cool.
Yeah, you can score some big time savings with 2 controllers, actually. There's a lot of games where you add a second controller.
Yeah, okay, I see. Yeah, you can stand on the door and you can get the other guy.
Well, you can the snakes will weigh in heavier if you have 2. You don't have to eat as much. It's like an extra snake segment because of the head of the second player.
Oh.
So there's fewer pibblies, and also because the pibblies are worth different point amounts to different snakes, you can, eat the optimal one, like the pink ones with the pink snake and the blue ones with the blue snake.
Yeah.
Not a lot of 2-player games where it's actually faster, just because of lag usually makes 2 players slower, but in this game it is faster.
Primal looks like he's getting pretty close to the hammer here.
He's certainly on his way. He seems to have stumbled into the right spot.
No.
Yeah, he knows. He knows the route at least. He doesn't know exactly what route through the forest to take to get to Bagu, but he knew exactly where Bagu was.
Yeah, I know we know the route because I know he was watching us when me and Jane did the 1-player 2 control. No, 2-player 1 controller.
Yeah.
You say?
We got Denzel over grinding a bit here. He doesn't even need to be grinding still, but he is, just to be on the safe side in terms of tone. It'll make the final boss go a lot faster.
Denzel grinding tons.
Yeah.
He joined this race really late, so.
Yeah, he did. He did not get much chance to practice. He's not going in completely blind, but there's a couple of games where he might as well be.
I think he said he learned Rygar 2 days ago or something. 1 day. Last night? I don't know.
Oh, you can game over in Snake Rattle and Roll, can't you?
Yep.
Sure can. Limited continues. Start again from the beginning.
Start with 2. I think you can acquire. I think it's 1 more in this goal, but 2 more or 3 more total throughout the.
That's correct. There's a continue here. There's a continue in the second stage. No, the third stage.
Third stage, I think.
Yep,
yeah,
that's it.
The
And there's a
worst
few
part
later
is
in the game.
Puss in Boots, Fiesel. Puss in Boots.
What about that?
After 3 continues, you can pick continues. You can pick continue. But you start over. But you can still press continue.
Oh, but it doesn't
Did you
actually continue?
start over?
I figured it out today.
Oh wow.
That is kind of bad, actually. Bad programming. It's not a good game. Anyways.
It's really not.
Yeah,
Also,
yeah, well, like Cananaphone said, it defaults on start, just like Carnov.
Oh nice.
I believe Auto Blues pressed start when they tried to continue on Carnov on that race.
Oh, hold on, Primal. An axe catches him in the back there, and he is out of lives.
Oh no.
Oh.
So once more to the
Starting
start.
again from the very beginning.
So close.
He is 334 though, which is some pretty big levels compared to what other people were doing this goal with.
When you go through the entirety of Palace 1, you'll end up pretty healthy that way.
He decides to go left to save 1 frame there.
Very smart. Corona King asks, who got first? Toad22484 got first, once again picking up his 3rd Big 20 victory by a whopping 10 minutes over 2nd place, which went to Jaguar King, newcomer to the Big 20 race. We had a little interview with him, and he said it was not having the EverDrive, the power pack, that kept him away from doing the 20 games. It's just kind of too much of a hassle, and he didn't like playing on emulator. So as soon as he got one, he said, this next time I'm in. And he went hard. He practiced like crazy, brought his NES to work and stuff.
Oh.
Yeah. So it was really great to hear. He was just having so much fun that he went all the way with it. So he got second, and right behind him was Yogi the Monk in 3rd place.
It's really good, like, when it pays off, when you do put in all that practice and you like finish top 3. It must be pleasing to get a good spot.
Yeah.
You can practice all these games for like so long, and there's a couple small mistakes, and you die late in a game and game over. And it's all lost, so.
Even in like Snake Rattle and Roll, you get hit there, and bam, there goes a minute.
Yep.
Just from getting hit once.
I saw people getting like crazy time, like 2 minutes, 2:05 or 2:06 or something. I didn't think that goal was that short actually, like 2 minutes. So what? Any game you're gonna continue run, Yogi? List. I know you beasted Toki from the last list.
From this list, nothing really jumps out at me. Maybe might learn some Zelda too. I don't know.
Oh.
Maybe have another go at Rygar. Maybe beat Dr. Mario.
The funniest thing is all the 50 people here, the 49 people that joined the race. Let's say 30 of the people did the Hammer Dark. That is probably 80% more that knows how to get the hammer in the dark than the people on the Zelda 2 leaderboard.
Oh yeah. It's not really that much different, I don't think.
Yeah, it's...
Especially when you approach it like as a speedrun, because in a speedrun you typically try to route out what you're going to do in every room anyway. So having an idea of where you're going to move, where you're going to jump, where you're going to attack doesn't make too much a difference whether or not you can see the background or not.
Yeah, and a lot of the things you can see anyways, just you can see it walking on the ground in the dark, or or it's just literally visible already, like the orange guys.
Yeah,
sure. I still can see the bots in the dark. I have bad vision.
Yeah. So I remember some people were saying like you could totally see them, and like I'm like a little bit, kind of.
Oh, you can see them. You still know where they're gonna go. It's really hard to read them in the dark.
I guess.
Yeah.
Enemies still working on this purple stage here. Run smack into a wall.
Oh yeah, I did that first time. I flew into a wall and I got like pancaked there. I have never seen that before.
Yeah, I didn't realize that was a thing. That sucks.
You can actually jump over that entire stage. It's pretty tricky, but if you can jump on the treetops.
On the whole stage?
Yep, the whole stage.
Is that in the record? I don't think so.
No. It saves like 2 seconds.
No.
Oh, I think he that's like the one mistake in his run. He points it out in the tutorial. He goes over it, but he says it's not in the record run.
Yeah, you must have just missed it.
Infinite got an extended tongue here. I'm not sure if it's gonna help. Nope.
It is good, I guess. Oh, I am, please.
So this is the last 4 players, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
Oh wait, Rentrum Bomb, is he still on there?
Oh, his stream hasn't been up for a long time.
He says there's a title on his stream that says that he had to go to work, but he's going to finish the race later.
Okay.
Okay.
The thing is, I think they're gonna take it down from SRL, right?
Yeah, they're probably going to
they probably will.
disqualify him, I would think.
I don't think you're allowed to leave and come back later for a race.
I know there was one that made that he played for like 15 hours, went to work on the first one. Apparently can't do that.
IM gets pancaked there. Slips off again, so once more he has to try to get past the foot.
I like the little jump back he does there, Fiesel, Primal. After he hit the... No, you don't do it. Did it on first.
He wanted nothing to do with that jar. Could have... Oh, he doesn't have the life spell. Okay.
How many lives do you have? Do you have 2 lives?
Come on.
I feel like he maybe lost a life. But maybe not.
Yeah, the controls in Snake Rattle and Roll are actually kind of slippery, even not in water or on ice. And then you add the water and the ice physics, and it's all over at that point.
I always get like panicked when I end up in the water and try to get to to the next like solid ground.
It messes with your jumps, right? When you're in water, you can't just jump out of it very easily.
I think so. Yeah.
Is he gonna go for this?
He gets it. Amazing.
Amazing. Level 3
even think about
completed.
Yeah, he's like, screw this fucking this water thing.
Yeah.
Let me just do this turnaround jump. Enemy's trying to figure out how to get over the wall here.
Okay, he's in there.
Primal's so close to completing this goal.
Well, he's just got... this might be the last gate, or is there one more after this?
No, he's done.
Just get over him.
Just gotta get past him.
Okay, you got it. Yes. If I had a hammer, I'd be Primal 85.
Had a megaton hammer,
that duck run.
I would beat this Zelda goal. I would beat this Zelda goal.
So the good thing with this big 20 races, I'm seeing a trend here. Obviously, we're burning a lot of good games every time. So.
Yep.
It's gonna be worst game every time. And the thing is, we get more and more people that joining.
Yeah, I'm psyched to see how many people joined this time and how many people followed through as well. Very few forfeits.
How many forfeits?
4 so far, and then Rantron might end up being a 5, but
Guess,
not
yeah.
by volition,
Yeah.
perhaps.
We're burning it.
I think Rocky and Bullwinkle is to blame.
5 unused Mega Man games. Is that a fact? It's a gap.
Put all 5 of them, beat the whole game.
Mhm.
Just make the big 20 as monstrous as possible.
It's so hard when you pick the games. Like one game, if you pick like the wrong game, no one's gonna. Like it's a thin thread. Like Rocky Bullwinkle, that was like maybe if people gonna join if I put this in. It's so bad. It's so terribly bad. I don't know.
Well, Rocky and Bullwinkle ended up becoming like a whole thing, so I think that was, in the end, I think that was a good pick.
In
But
the end,
it's really hard to say at the time.
there's always some game that's gonna make some people like, I'm not doing this. I'm not gonna do this. There's always gonna be that game.
For 11 out of 20.
So which is the worst game so far in all the big 20s?
Kicks.
Empty. That was fast. I was gonna ask Empty.
Yeah, that was really. I was like, geez, 80 games. Oh, I wonder what. And the kicks.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was actually out for a minute. What was the question?
The worst game of the 80s so far. Rocky and
Wow.
Bullwinkle is pretty bad.
Rocky and Bullwinkle is great. You shut your mouth.
It hurts me.
It is
in a weird way.
It's actually playable.
It's actually a fun speed game.
It's a good racing game, though.
Yeah.
Kicks is just not good to race at all.
If I remember correctly, the one that like said, you know what, I'm not wasting my sanity on Big 20 number 2 was actually Circus Charlie, specifically the end of it. So I'd probably have to say that one.
I need to tell a story about Rocky Bullwinkle.
Okay.
Go for it.
It was at ADDQ this year in the practice room. And Whitehead, Auto Blues, and Jimmy Poopins were playing the game. They were racing the game. They did like 15, 20 races. and it had like the volume pretty high. And after every race, they turned up the volume. And you had the music from the TV simultaneous. It sounded fucking terrible. Like people were trying to practice it. The only thing I heard in was the beep, the sound of 3 Rocky Bullwinkle at the same time.
I forgot there's a couple stinkers in the first one. Where's Waldo? And Top Gun.
I would say, yeah, Top Gun was kind of pointless, although I don't know if it was a bad game. Actually, I shouldn't say that, because during the actual Big 20, I failed to land the plane first time again. So, you know. So clearly I should just shut up, but...
Also, I think in terms of trying to do what it was trying to do at that time, Top Gun's probably an okay game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm dissing Where's Waldo. It doesn't even work. I'm gonna upload that video. Where's Waldo? He's right here. No, he's not.
I have to find this ACMLM Here's Waldo hack that you were talking about. It was ACMLM.
I think it was. Someone.
I remember, didn't you commentate on the Big 20 MTR with the Rocky Bullwinkle?
Yes.
And I was so surprised you knew the plot of the whole game. I was like, okay, why does he know that?
Right. Well, during Mystery Tournament 7, I similarly commentated on an Inspector Gadget SNES race. Not for my knowledge of the game so much as for my knowledge of the Inspector Gadget cartoon, I think is mainly why I was there, so. But yeah. I don't know. I tend to have a mind for useless trivia like that. What can I say?
That is, I love it. I freaking love it.
Yeah.
Isn't there a Game Boy thing going on here? Coming up? Or I think they call it like the Tiny 10 or something.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that is a thing. I'm not sure if it's.
I don't know if there's one scheduled currently, but yes, that is something that's happened. I think a couple times now.
Yeah, I think they did at least one of them, and I just saw Enemy got hugged.
Yeah. He's not feeling great right now, I'm sure.
Mm. There was also a Master 15 along with
that was what I would think.
Master System games, which that was fun to watch as well.
Yeah, that was on the ESA channel, I believe. No, that was on Speed Game.
I think that was Speed Gaming, yeah.
Yeah, for the Master 15 it was.
Yeah.
Eyes on Denzel Glovington as he smashes Ligar in the face, attack and assail, tabbing over done for everyone to see. His final time's a 9:14:06. We can also see his comment. Yeah, there it is being typed out for you guys. If the resolution's all borked, like it is on my screen.
Yeah.
He says, wow, what a long haul, much harder than expected, crazy experience, congrats to all racers and commentators. Oh, thank you.
It was a good...
Been fun. Shout outs to all the runners. Like, this is, relatively speaking, commentating is kind of the easy part of this, so...
Yes, I can agree. As someone who has both done a Big 20 before and has commentary for them, boy, is it ever easier to just sit back and talk about these games rather than put in all the time to learn them and play them. So as fun as it is for to be a part of it in this way, definitely need to give the shout outs to the runners. They are the ones who truly make this happen.
Here, and another shout out to Bad Drakes as well for organizing the whole thing.
Come on, I have 7 hours. Come on.
Are we going to commentate as long as IM is going to play? I don't know. We might see out Primal here. He's been on the last game.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. Probably see out Primal, and then...
It has been a rather long day.
Yeah.
Yeah, 9 hours. Shout outs to you guys that keep running.
These guys have been playing for 9 hours, man.
Yeah.
Come on. I played for 7 hours. Come on.
For a half hour, I went and got some pizza. Like that's the level of tension involved in doing commentary.
Yeah. Yeah, likewise, I ducked out for dinner for about 15-20 minutes, so... I do think we've actually stayed with this race longer than we have some of the other Big 20s.
I think in part
just
around 8 hours or something, so 7, 8 hours.
Yeah, I think in part just because of the way, the finishers happen to be staggered such that there is always someone at least on Rygar, you know.
Yeah. There's always someone that's about to finish.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the bright hand, that's nice to always have someone coming across the finish line, someone new to talk about. It also means that you end up just showing Rygar for the last 5 hours.
Right.
Because that's the last game and everyone's on it as they finish. So there was a stretch there where we were seeing quite a lot of Rygar.
There's a lot of Rygar, yeah.
Thanks to Enemy and Infinite Mystery, we got to see some new games towards the end. Some of the people who came in late get to see some of these other games.
Yep.
So if anyone wonders why we didn't have like Zelda 2 for the last game, we did have Zelda 1 for the last game, but we didn't have Zelda 2. That was only. It felt like a kind of anti-climax, get the sword and that's
right,
it.
yeah. You did not actually finish the game, yeah.
Yeah. So I really want. I actually had Zelda 2 as the last game, but I actually wanted to have complete a game. And what game does it better than the dub animation?
Yeah, that stupid Recolor Rainbow never looks as beautiful as it does after the
At the end of a multi-hour race, yeah.
Color Rainbow and a pigeon.
The bird, yeah, there you go. And then you hit A, and you get the congratulations screen that, if you look carefully, is just one long run-on sentence with no punctuation.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's strong too. So yeah, good ending. Good ending.
Yeah, but it kind of felt like on the slow one. It was just a minute walk to go and grab the sword, and it was there's no credits. There was no nothing. It was just a sword.
Mm-hmm.
So that is the. If anyone wonders why we didn't have the Zelda 2 last.
Right, that makes sense.
I think I saw a tweet from Prez J Polk who said he didn't like Rygar as the final game because you had infinite continues.
What does Prez J Polk like? I'm not sure he even like ice cream, so.
Ouch, the burn.
The shots are fired.
You can do that though, because you're both Zelda 2 guys, so
Yeah, I can. Yeah,
just say whatever.
I have a
That's
time
what
on the leaderboard, top 10, so I can say.
Yeah. Until he beats your time, you can say whatever you want about him.
There we go. Okay.
Oh, enemy slips into this gap here. No wall jumps to get out. And just a pancake into that wall.
I'm not sure Primal necessarily knows where he's going here, so...
He dealt with Iruga very well, so I think he knows at least a little bit about Rygar.
Yeah.
But we've seen a lot of players get lost here, bad breaks included.
Mm-hmm.
All these overhead sections look quite similar.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, now he's going to the right place.
I wonder how many games were totally blind for Primal. This is a crazy time if there's 10 games blind.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. It's tough to say. A lot of people were talking about how, you have these people who really practiced everything and that's super impressive. So they finish in 3 hours. And then there's people who finish in 5 hours. In comparison, people will go kind of well, what the hell? That's not very good. But the idea is that you have no idea how much time they really practiced and what their goal was and what they're aiming for. And so it turns out maybe someone's 5 hour time was actually super impressive for having never played several games before. And you just kind of don't know unless you sit down and ask them about a lot of that stuff. I wonder if we should make more of an effort to find out who's going in blind on what next time.
Yeah, it's going in blind I think it's crazy for 20.
I think so too. I can't believe people do it.
That's madness.
We were saying that I don't think we've seen anyone jump in on all 20 games blind more than once.
Yeah.
No.
They do it that once and they're like, oh shit, okay. Ooh.
I know extra guy, he had 18 hours. Was that the one before?
Let's look.
He said he had played about 4 games before, I think.
Yeah, one thing I will say about the Master 15 is they did point out the last game was Ys on the Master System, which takes about a minute if you know how to do it, and takes probably several hours if you don't. And they did make a special note that, hey, this is a really, really bad idea to try and play this game blind.
Oh, it was the Ys.
Yep, Ys.
The 21-second speed run.
Yep.
RPG.
Yep. I don't know the exact particulars, but it's a code execution wrong warp thing where you get the screen into a specific position and you go into the shop and you buy an item And you try and buy that item a couple more times, and then suddenly, boom, ending. So...
Extra Guy had a 16-hour time in Big 20 number 2. Notice his name absent from Big 20's number 3 and 4.
Yeah.
Though Infinite Mystery has gone in mostly blind.
Yeah.
More than once. Finished with 17 hours in the second one. And 9 hours in the first one.
He's trying to make that jump. I don't think that's possible.
And he skipped out on 3. Yep. Can't do that. You can do once you get up there, you can curl around.
Yeah.
And jump to that spot with the water. But
yeah.
Till then, nope.
This is where the isometric perspective can kind of mess with you a little bit.
It looks like the Primer knows where to go, though. I don't know what he's doing now.
Yeah, he's got a curve, I think, up and around to that.
Oh yeah, I messed up. I thought I had that thing I could slide on the rope, but I didn't have it. I think. You're right.
Yeah, that's right. Now that I think about it, I remember you like just messing around on the rope.
Like,
what the heck is going on? Yeah. All right, Primal's in the correct area now, but
what an area he's in.
Yeah, it's going about as well as it usually goes.
I say it's the hardest screen in the game.
I agree, absolutely.
Yeah.
So he's trying to latch onto this thing.
Yeah, okay, I think he figured out that you can just walk off and you'll latch onto it.
Oh, man.
And then predictably gets knocked off.
Yep.
So enemies got to a new place here, I think, in Tiny Toons. Infinite Mystery is resetting once again on Snake, Rattle, and Roll.
Yeah. Ooh, excuse me.
So this was 1990, I think. I bought 2 games at the same time: Rygar and Cobra Triangle. Is that a cat?
That is a cat. That's my cat, Mario. Yeah, that's Mario, huh? You're being loud, Mario. He can hear you from over here. It's not even like he was that close to me. He's just being very chatty. Okay.
Dude, no, don't tell this story again. I don't know.
Well, now you have to.
My story.
I don't know.
I don't know.
No, I told about the Rygar Cobra Triangle.
Okay.
But Rygar was unbeatable because it was PAL.
Oh, yeah, the PAL version, which, essentially what it does is it divides your tone in your last by 4 and makes that your maximum, but does not adjust anything else to compensate for it, which makes things a little bit trickier.
Impossible. Possible game.
Possible game.
I'm not going for the jump.
No.
Nope.
Nope. He's just, he walked in the pit, and the guy was like, nope, go back the way you came, and he was like, oh, okay. So...
Oh, I didn't see enemy figure out how you can slide there. That's good.
Oh, did he?
I think he did slide under that ball there. Spike ball.
Primal struggling a little bit with Sigilla's Lair.
You might be a little confused on how to actually navigate it, which is...
Yeah, it appears a little non-linear.
it is simpler than it seems. I will say that. I definitely remember when I was, probably 6 or 7, my family and I just getting outright lost in this lair.
Yeah.
It's really not that complicated, if you don't know where to go, but...
Right. Well, there's a couple levels worth of dead ends in the first section. I mean, you have to know when you come into the cave, you just go straight to the right. Don't go down anything. Go straight to the right, and then once you get to the second part of the cave, there's really no other ways to go. It's only one thing you can do.
Right.
So just getting that straight right is the tricky part.
That's actually the tricky part. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, enemy gets that boss down.
And that guy tells him right there, continue straight in the top. So.
Yep. Gets the key. Oh, the first frame. Nice. I don't.
Moving on to level 4. Still 5 and 6 after this.
Yep.
The hardest stage in the game is the last stage. Also.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if like for a kid, it's better if you had like 3 health in that game. I think one health is kind of brutal.
Yeah, I think so too. It would be a much better game with just a couple more hits.
Yeah.
No, I like the one-hit games.
Clearly.
Yeah. Primal thinks about it. I think I just go up again. Not something.
He's thinking about that pit jump.
Would be crazy if you do it and he didn't know it was possible.
Yeah. We were talking about that earlier. If he just does it without realizing how tricky it actually is. Hold on one moment.
An enemy is kind enough to put up the second boss of the Tom Sawyer.
The old croc duck.
That is the station enemy is on now, Yogi. That is probably the worst hitbox I ever seen in a game. Those things coming up in trash cans. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Holy crap!
You just have to go fast, and then it's no problem.
What game did you think you had the best time in?
Probably Mario Bros.
Oh, did you wing it?
Mario Bros? No. I had strats. Also, I had it didn't work in the race, but I had strats for Clue Clue Land to get the levels that I wanted.
Dude, please don't talk about it.
Like if you hit start at a certain time, you'll usually get all the same levels.
Oh, on Clue Clue also.
Yeah.
we're back to the sound cues.
Yep. Like my target is usually you get the smiley face and then the crosses, and in, what was it? In level 4 you get the 5 boxes.
Do you want the hearts on the first stage or?
No. The smiley face. Smiley face is the best.
Infinite Mystery is moving on to Tom Sawyer.
Unbelievable.
Very nice.
Okay.
He seems to know a little bit about this game because he's attacking like a madman.
Yeah,
He knows that's the best way to proceed through the game.
Yeah.
Infinite catching up to enemy. Yeah, that is actually true.
I always wanted to jump over these jumping guys, and they always just kill you if you try.
I remember first time I figured it out to run under them. Holy God.
It was like, oh, that's big.
It is actually the reason that Tom Sawyer is in this race is actually Insult's fault. If you want to blame someone, blame Insult. The story goes, Pro Jan was visiting Insults in Canada. They had he used to have a marathon, a charity marathon, and he had a double copy of Tom Sawyer. And then I played, and he gave one to JN, and I was visiting JN, and I should play it there, and somehow I stole it from him, the card. No, it ended up in my bag. I didn't know I had it. But then an Insult said, you should run this game. I thought he was joking. But apparently
He probably was.
Yeah. And then I said to the only NES gamer that runs these kind of games that kind of enjoys them is Auto Blues. And I said, you should look up Tom Sawyer. It's a good game. I was joking. And then he started to run the game, and he got a really good time. Then I somehow wanted to beat that time, and I did. So that's the story about Tom Sawyer ending up in the Big 20.
Yeah, a cart of insults made its way halfway around the world.
It got stolen.
And eventually made its way into your life.
Yeah.
Which then became the trouble of 50 other people's lives for a whole month.
That's it.
Nice.
It made it into the vault. The Bad Briggs vault that he swims around in, full of games.
Yeah, you think it's me as like that Scrooge McDuck, right? But instead of coins, it's cards.
NES cards.
Yep.
Yeah.
He breaks like all his Famicom consoles. They're in there too. He just dives in and shatters.
I remember I had a stream like 1.5 years or 2 years ago. I made a rain with cards. Like I poured like 3 or 4 Famicom cards on my head or in the couch or something. And then when I tried to walk away, I like slipped on them. Like,
well, yeah, that makes sense.
They
covered the floor in cards.
It was like 400 cards I poured over my head. I had a big box. Oh man. Uh-oh. Oh, Infinite. Let's see if Primal knows the grind here. We do.
Yeah, it seems like he hasn't played any of these himself, but he has seen videos and stuff.
Yeah. He don't know where the spot is, so you haven't practiced this. You can see that. Poor Primal. I was gonna pick him up at the airport, ESA 2014. And I was there, and I like called him, "Where are you?" "I'm here. I'm right here." I was at the wrong airport.
Oh no!
Like an hour drive away, and I like, "I'll be there in 15 minutes." Oh. Yeah, he had like a trip, like 20-hour trip or something, and he was sitting on a bench there. Ad breaks. "Are you at the wrong airport?" "Yes, I'll be there in 15 minutes." Took like 1 hour 15 minutes to get there.
Oh boy.
That was hilarious. I think this was the stage I got enemies in Tiny Toons. I think this was the stage I got stuck the most.
This one and the last one are both.
Yeah, this one and the last one. Those were the biggest. Infinite taking the gator.
Yep, doing a pretty good job.
Yep.
Kind of sucks that he's so big that he covers up a lot of these whirlpools.
Yeah.
So what would be your favorite games here on the list?
On this list?
I'll start with you, Mythic.
Okay.
Hey, favorite game on the list?
Are we talking just like casually or just speed run or?
Let's say watching, not playing.
Okay.
Watching? Oh,
Yeah,
that changes it. That changes it. Oh man. Bionic Commando looks pretty darn good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my pick. The grappling hook and all the movement stuff you can do in that game. For a speedrun watch, Bionic Commando is my pick.
It's a good pick.
That's a good pick, yeah. I actually think Tiny Toons at a high level is pretty fun to watch.
Yeah.
With all the running and sliding and... So I think that would have to be one of mine.
I agree. It's fun to watch actually when people trying to beat it. What about you, Fiesel?
Frantic unmute.
Yeah.
Still here.
Oh wait, he might not. Yeah. Oh wait, no, I scrolled it over. He's
eating corn dogs.
Yeah, he's doing
Of course.
something. Metal Warriors, he says.
Okay.
All right.
And I can't tell if that's a joke or if he meant to say Metal Storm.
Metal Storm. Yeah.
Storm. Okay.
Yeah, that. Okay.
I think we had Metal Warriors on SGL recently, and that's what's done it.
Okay.
I've done the same thing more than once. This cast.
It's a that card is crazy expensive nowadays. Metal Warriors.
Metal Warriors. Okay. Metal Storm was also like
It's also pretty expensive.
almost
right?
100,
Yeah.
I think.
Almost like 200 now.
Dang.
Best games: River City Ransom, Solitude, Bionic Commando.
If I had to pick my favorite game to play from this list,
Yeah, it's a little different. Well, I used to speedrun various categories of both Rygar and Zelda 2. So those would be the two most obvious ones. River City Ransom is a lot of fun to just play.
yeah,
I've
that's
never
where
tried
I'm.
speedrunning
That's
it.
what I'm leaning towards. Either that or Zelda 2.
Yeah.
And in terms of just what I think of them as a game, all aspects considered of it as a game and as a speedrun. I think maybe Bionic Commando comes back on top.
Yeah, I
My
never.
favorite game is on the list is Robo Warrior. Actually,
Huh.
No, I'm not with you on that one.
I did. I did submit it to ESA like with no video. I said I'm gonna try not try. I'm gonna beat the record. Gotta beat.
It's kind of risky though with a random game for a marathon, right?
Yeah.
You think you can come up with ways to get around that stuff?
Yeah, it's for this category it was random, but for the whole race it's not that random.
Oh,
You just
is it one of
get into more basements and like.
Oh, okay. Is it one of those things where it all just kind of averages out over the course of the run?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just use some audio cues at this, like mesh start.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll find a missile.
Yeah. The Yogi strats.
The thing is, I did try out the audio cues, and it actually kind of worked, but I don't know how big the frame window is for it.
The problem in that game is there's 2 times you have to hit start at the beginning.
Yeah, I did it on the first. I took the audio cue on the first screen, then I just mashed second.
Oh, Primal's actually in SRL chat asking for a heads up on where to go next. He got the armor, and he just straight up doesn't know where to go.
Wouldn't it be fun to like take on a detour?
Do whatever you want.
Yep. You're gonna go back to the start.
If you were so inclined.
Just ask him in the Primer, are you at the wrong airport?
Let's see. I think he's in the right place. Or did he get this already?
Oh wait, he has to go.
Did he not? Did he somehow do his grinding and then not kill Durago? No, he's in the right place. Okay.
Is that where you get the armor when you beat Durago? I don't know. I don't know.
I thought you got the coat of arms when you beat Durago. But maybe that's Lapis. I guess we'll find out here.
I remember there was a bit of confusion here with Darkwing. Actually, was calling the armor the coat of arms or something.
Oh, okay.
And that was throwing people off. Yeah, I don't have connections to. I think I can kind of connect the areas to the bosses, but I can't really connect the bosses to the power ups. I don't know them very well.
It's the armor and the coat of arms that I don't remember which is which. The rest of them I could tell you.
The boss enemies on it, dude. I had so much trouble with that. Holy crap! Until I figure out you can stand on the left side and like kind of take it safe. That was the worst boss for me. I would say the best speedrun on the list is Bionic.
I'd probably agree.
The most impressive one.
Yeah, I think like the coolest one from like a technical perspective. Yeah, probably Bionic Commando.
But I think it also gets points for like just as a game. That's a pretty unique mechanic that is they go all the way with it, right? Because they take away your jump, so they force you to use this grappling hook in all sorts of ways. And I think the level layouts work with the grappling hook very well. And just the overall kind of aesthetic of the game, I think, is pretty cool. Hitler at the end is something for sure.
That's the thing, definitely. Yep.
Yeah, I think Bionic Commando.
I would say if the developers saw what has been done with that game and like how you can abuse the mechanics in that game, they would drop their freaking jaws.
They would probably love it too. Like,
yeah,
that must feel so good to make something like that and then see just how much people like the thing you made and how much time they put into it and the things they're doing with it you couldn't have imagined.
A short time ago, by the way, Primal went into the legendary fight door.
Fight.
Yep. There's among the various gods or whatever they are that give you advice in these doors, there's one that just says fight.
Wasn't it like Hoda Ruby that started playing like doing all the crazy stuff in the Japanese version of Bionic Commando.
I think that's right.
Probably.
Yeah, when is Hoda Ruby coming back?
What's he been up to?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've seen Ohan streaming some Mega Man 2, some Rockman 2, I guess.
Yeah, but that's not Hoda Ruby.
He's not Hoda Ruby. They are different people.
We demand Hoda Ruby. The comeback.
Yeah, I don't know where Hoda Ruby is or some of the other Japanese runners. I think Ohan might be the only one I actually follow on Twitch, but who was it? We had two go to HEDQ, right? Ohan and
Beko.
Ohan. Oh, I don't know.
Bicord. Beko Red. Yeah.
Yeah, they had the room, 2 rooms. They lived 2 rooms from me, but let's say our room wasn't in their interest.
Okay.
It's pretty rowdy in there.
Yeah.
That's my understanding.
Or was there much beer breaks going on?
Yeah, they strike me as more quiet
Yeah.
Yes.
and reserved.
Very much.
But yeah, I think it was Fiesel had the record for this game, for Bionic Commando, that is, and
I remember watching Fiesel play that game.
he was building off of something. Maybe he can tell us at a later date, but after Fiesel came Hoda Ruby, who added some really crazy stuff to it, and then PJ built off of that as well, and that's kind of where it stands.
It's gonna be fun to see if Toad picks the game up and really go for it. Because the Bionic Commando, as of now, that's only screams PJ. So
Yeah.
fun to hear.
Oh, question in chat: did we ever reveal the new logo submissions for Best of NES?
No. We actually haven't got that many submissions. I think we only got like 4 or something.
So get those in. Even if, I guess it's fair to say, like, even if you're not like an artist, so like you would be mocking up something pretty rough in Paint or whatever, but you could submit something like that as a sort of an idea for a logo.
Yeah, we can get
And
like a.
they can take that and run with it.
Yeah,
So put some submissions in. Looks like Fiesel has one for us right now.
Oh, is that the downstabbing me down? No, I thought it was the other one. It was the Garbaggio.
Yeah, Garbaggio Ghosts.
I
Yep.
thought it was me downstabbing Fiesel with a sandwich or what? I can't.
And a double KO. Ty does not go to the runner. He is back to the start of the stage. Infinite Mystery making some pretty sweet progress through Tom Sawyer here.
Here's Tom Sawyer here.
And every time enemy dies, Infinite gaining ground.
Yeah, they were pretty much tied back at Solomon's Key, but Enemy broke free of that game and earned himself a big lead that is now drifting away from him with Tiny Toons here. Tom Sawyer also a big reason why that lead is where it is now.
And Primal is a little bit lost here, I think.
Yeah, I think he's a little confused about where to go next. He's going to do the boss refight tower back in kind of the second area of the game.
Oh.
Yeah, he kind of took, I guess you'd call it the intended route, it seems, through the game.
That's not what the intended.
Speedrunners, we don't have time for that.
Primal taking a moment to poll chat to figure out where to go next. Mr. Cab's in there helping him out.
Okay, yep.
So what does he miss? Did he not kill a boss or something?
Yeah, there's a area he hasn't visited yet. That playing the game casually, this is actually the order you would do the game in. But in normally in a speed run, you do this area that he's about to go to before the area that he just did.
Oh, Toad is doing Bionic Commando. It's a rough speedrun.
Yeah.
I mean, on top of being very, execution demanding and all that with the grappling hook, like, obviously, but on top of all of that, there is a, what does the math work out to be? There's like a series of 50-50s you need to win, basically, and you need 3 out of 8 or something to get the truck skip.
I know there's, is it a 10% chance to get one of the truck skips?
Oh boy.
Yeah, so you can finally execute very well.
6 out of 10.
6 out of 10.
Okay.
So that's not so bad, but still, you lose 4 of your runs to nothing.
I think that is also at the very end, like 12 minutes in or something.
It's pretty late in there, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's a tough test to go on and challenge PJ's record, because his record is usually pretty strong.
They're pretty solid, yeah. He's he tends to be the kind that just does all the grinding right at the start, so that when he finally completes a run, it is a darn good run.
Yeah.
I've noticed that's how he tends to do things.
Yeah, he'll reset over everything.
Yeah.
Until he finally gets one that has nothing worth even resetting over with, even a little bit.
Yeah. And there's like...
Yep, go ahead.
I'm trying to figure out how to... There's not like the normal progression in terms of like PBs that there is with a lot of other runners. It's just like he has nothing and then boom, he has an incredible record. Yeah. Because he just goes for that. He goes from A to D basically, like right off.
Yeah.
It's kind of like K2 also. K2 1, 2, 3. He usually do like theory tasks with splits, and
then he competes against those.
Yeah, he runs against those splits, and as soon as he do a mistake, he resets.
Dang. Yeah. I couldn't do that. I hate resetting. Like everyone hates resetting, but it's not. I don't mind like making a mistake or whatever, and what I hate about it is just kind of breaking up the flow of gameplay. So I won't. It takes a lot to get me to reset. I will just keep going. Yeah. So I put in a lot of time to Kabuki, but I never actually got a very good PB just because I would very rarely reset. I would just keep playing it through.
Right. That was because you skipped that ladder jump there on the first stage.
Yeah, I still do that. I think I would mess around. I actually fired that game up last night. I couldn't sleep, and I was like, oh, whatever, I don't know. So I started looking at new stuff, and it was on emulator, so I don't know how to feel about it, but I messed around with the ladder jump a little bit, and I got it took me like 20 tries to get it the first time, and I was like, I don't know. Wow. It's not.
It's super easy.
Then you run it. Mira. I was playing around with different routing with that game, actually. Using a bunch of sub-weapon ammo on certain bosses, and then seeing if it was worth it to find ways to get it back or save it or whatever. There's a lot of little routing decisions I need to look into and do some pretty precise timing on. But in the end, I could find out, you know what, it's not faster, but it's good to at least exhaust those possibilities.
I really like the Batman style of the sub-weapons in the game.
The ammo for all the guns?
Yeah, and even the same button is to select for the... I really like to have that select. No, it's start button, right?
Yeah, Kabuki select. You got to reach a little further.
Oh, it's select. Okay.
But Batman is start. Yeah, that took some getting used to when I was doing that for the tutorial.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but I'm like you. I don't like resetting. And part of that might just be because I'm a crotchety old man in the speedrunning world.
Sure.
Where, practicing runs by doing runs was, the accepted method a lot more, say 10 years ago than it is now. But I don't like resetting, and I don't like the concept of grinding out small sections of a game over and over. Like, I enjoy the end result of a good speedrun, but the process of getting there honestly kind of bores me to tears, and I'd rather not have to do it. So, there are people like, say, Zost or, whoever, or a lot of your gods of individual games who can do that, who can just sit and practice a 10-second section of a game for an hour at a time. And I cannot do that. I don't enjoy it. I would rather just do the run, kind of mistakes and all.
The best thing is to have a bad split on the first stage. That is the best thing.
Because then everyone after that, you start out with that green split.
Yeah, if you have
Right.
a record, you know you're going to be on a record pace every time.
There you go.
Every time.
Every time.
Oh, enemy wants this heart, but it actually flies higher and higher. It's gone.
No.
Dick move.
Oh man, he got lucky there. No, he didn't get lucky. I had a little delay, so he didn't get lucky. And I'm kind of laughing at Infinite Mystery handling with the dragons here.
Hey, Aimless Waves. You're looking at the tail end of the Big 20, number 4. Yep. We've done 4 of these now, but it's 20 games back to back. A big race here. Most of the people are finished. You're looking at the last 3 here. Yep. The reason they're all playing these different games is because that's the game they're on in the list. Rygar, the one that Primal is on in the top left, that's the very last game. So he's almost done his race. But Enemy and Infinite Mystery came in
here as well.
Yeah, they came in blind on a lot of these games. Didn't really know what was going on, what they were in for. Did not practice them. So they're fudging it out here, trying to work their way through these games for the first time, basically. I don't think we're going to follow their journey through the other 10 games that are awaiting them.
Yeah, I imagine what we'll do here is, because we've been going here for about 10 hours now, which is crazy. But I imagine once Primal finishes up, what we're going to do is we're going to raid one or both of Enemy and Infinite Mystery, and then we'll sign off here. But it's been a lot of fun. Yeah.
Rantron Bomb is back from work. Gonna start finishing his run.
What game?
He left off, I think, on at least Cryon Conquest, maybe Gremlins. So he's pretty far out there.
Exactly, probably finish up before too long.
Maybe we can swap him with the net.
Oh, but no, then he's gonna be a perfect bridge between Primal and these other guys. We can't. We have to draw the line in the sand somewhere.
Yeah, we have to do it somewhere, unfortunately.
4 forfeits. I thought Rantron Bomb was going to be our 5th, but I think he's back in time before the SRL cops shut him down.
Yeah.
So he could finish here if he wants to. He's ahead of a couple people.
Yeah. But yeah, Zero No One in chat was talking about accidental world records. I was watching Big John do NES Open 3 course. And it was funny because similarly he had splits up. And he was upset because he thought he choked it away on the 3rd course. And then he looked and realized he had actually been running against his sum of best splits. And so when he turned it to what he was actually supposed to be running against, it turned out he did have the record by a couple seconds. He was like, oh, whoops, I was running against sum of best. Oh, look, guys, we just world recorded. That was a terrible Big John impersonation, but you get it.
Good luck, skinny white guy trying to do an impersonation of Big John.
Yeah.
It was spot on that time. It was
Oh, man.
Actually, it was fun. We got Blecky doing impressions while he was doing his 12-hour challenge.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
I think I heard that.
Yeah, he was doing okay.
Did he get the sub 5 minutes on the Mario?
I don't think so. I think 506 was the best he got that I know of.
505 thereabouts, which is still pretty impressive.
Yeah, and he's not done. I think he's going to keep going until he gets the sub 5.
Darby is going super hard in the game now.
Yeah, I see him streaming all the time.
Every night, like 4 or 5 hours every night, just doing that 4-2, 4-2, trying to get the warp, saving. What is it?
The 2 bumps. instead of the 3 or whatever.
But it's 18 frames or something.
Yeah. I know Andrew G also has gotten back into Mario 1 in a big way. He was trying to decide whether to improve his personal best with some of the safer strats, or to just go straight into world record attempts, going all out.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And I think Cosmic got a
game.
457.
Yes, he did too.
Yep.
He's I think he's officially 3rd now. Blubbler's still 2nd, Darby in 1st, and Andrew G is 4th. But if Andrew G is playing that game, I expect Andrew G to make a bit of headway eventually. He hasn't been the #1 guy in Mario for a while, but god damn it, does he have the experience behind him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Primal wrapping up the grind here.
Yeah, Primal doing a final grind, although honestly, he's probably strong enough. He could just go ahead and straight up kill Ligar.
Probably, yeah.
Without attacking the sail, but...
Just, Captain America, that guy.
Yeah.
Run in there and give it to him.
That's right. Crush communism. That's what Captain America does, right?
I know the time is 5 in the morning in Italy now. Is it 4?
In Primal Land? Okay.
Primal. He's probably happy.
Really gonna be happy to be done here. Yep. Stealing himself, enters the door. Oh, going a little fast with that attacking assail. Uh-oh. Wonder if he...
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. He should be fine though.
Yeah, just it's so hard to approach this boss if he's doing like 1 billion damage with all of his hits.
Yeah.
The thing is, when you mash the attacking assail, you're gonna screw it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. You gotta kind of keep a rhythm to it. And it's gotta be fairly slow too.
First words out of his mouth, "Oh my god, never again." But he is across the finish line in 41st with the 10:04.57.
The man that never wears underwear beats the game.
Okay.
No, it's just an Italian thing. I think.
Okay. Can't assail. Yeah. Mr. Cab now informing him that he cannot attack an assail during the iframes.
Okay.
So
Primal is done. Enemy and Infinite Mystery are making their way through the back half. And let's see. Let's check in on.
Yeah, let's do a quick last check of.
What is the name? Rantron.
It's something Tron Bomb. Yeah. Rantron Bomb. Yes, it's their SRL name anyway.
And 48 entrants in this thing.
Yep. And Rantron Bomb is also their Twitch name as well.
It's not showing me his stream. I don't know if he's live. I'll just go directly to his stream.
Okay.
So what do we think here, guys? Should we... I know Infinite's gonna go for a long time, but it feels like Enemy is closer to the...
He's a little further ahead, yeah.
Yeah.
He might have earned that little raid, don't you think?
Well, I think both of these guys earned it.
Yeah, definitely.
And I'm pretty sure whoever finishes first is gonna send them
to the other way.
person.
Yeah.
Okay, so Rantron Bomb is live, and it looks like he's on Gremlins too.
We got a sapper here. That's.
I like that. Can we get some hot ROB action? Then maybe the power pad. In the other two.
I wonder if Enemy would finish this in the nearest 5 minutes. If we can get a NES Max.
Yeah.
the
one advantage
with the worst D-pad all time.
Yes, Primal entering his comments, never again a best of NES blind, but it was fun. That tends to be the prevailing sentiment among the brave few who try to do one of these things blind.
So I actually think we should go see Rantron, and then when he's done, everyone should go to the next person and just go down the line that way.
I would agree with that.
Although if he's just got him up here.
Yep.
And he got Mr. Higgins.
Yeah, that's his split girl. Master Higgins. Doing his 2-frame shuffle there.
The shuffle there. Yep, that walk. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Infinite Mysteries made it to the last level of Tom Sawyer.
Not sure. I think he's expecting there to be a boss here.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm like, what is he doing? And then I realized, oh yeah, okay.
No, he's not giving up, is he?
Ooh. Ugh.
Enemy got one block down.
It is true. We could do that. We could throw up some kind of multi-Twitch. Either multi-Twitch or Speedrun TV. Khadgar, one of those services. With the last 3 runners here. Last 3 racers.
Oh yeah, you mean we can throw it up on the...
Yeah.
Yeah, that could work. And leave the thing going.
Yeah. Let's see here. Gosh, so we have... I got that right. I'm not sure I got. Should probably just do this.
And then we got 1 block left. 1 block.
I got it right. Cool.
Man, that must feel good. I know I felt good beating that sucker.
So moving on to level 5 here.
Yep. So for if and when we do drop this stream, there's the multi, I guess you'd call it multi-Twitch, speedrun.tv of our last 3 competitors here.
Oh, so if Enemy doesn't know what's going on in Wacky Land here, he could be in for some shit, because basically I think this loops infinitely until you collect...
Oh, right, this is the one
the,
level that, yeah.
What's his name's? Is he just like...
Go-Go's. Yep,
Go-Go?
Go-Go. Oh, there's your NES Max.
Oh, no. What is that?
That is the NES Max, one of which I used to own. I don't know if it made its way to MTI Condo, the various moves that I did. Out of my parents' house and then out of the apartment into the condo. But
Those turbo buttons, though.
yep.
That must have seemed like the coolest fucking thing when you were a kid.
Oh yeah. Okay, I think Enemy is kind of starting to figure this out. The dodos.
Oh, actually, he is listening to the commentary last I heard, so
Okay, that is true. Yeah.
could be possible he just heard us say exactly what to do.
Yeah.
Still, though, much easier than level 4 and the level 6 he's going to have to deal with soon.
I just got back, and the first thing I see is a NES Max. Oh, wait.
Yep.
I believe people only bought that thing because it had turbo on it.
Yeah, man.
It had turbo, and it was in Nintendo Power, I think.
I actually have. I actually traded a cassette tape with 10 Commodore 64 games that I burned. That I
Yeah.
Nice.
for an NES Max controller.
Not sure who made out worse there, to be honest. But
Oh, man. I still have it.
very nice.
Enemy TV taking a moment to chat with us.
It's actually a little playable if you skip the red thing in the middle and press
The disc.
press the disc. Oh man.
Enemy having a rough start to this level. It doesn't mess around, man. Right off the bat, there's an enemy that spawns right next to you. A chandelier that kills you with a massive hitbox, and the lights go out.
What was it? Another accessory that was cool. The speed. That was it called? Oh man! You put the controller into a plate, and you had so you can play with your index finger.
A plate?
It was speedboard.
A speedboard?
I need to Google it.
Speedboard?
NES speedboard, I think.
Yeah, okay, let's take a look here.
It's the worst thing ever.
Wow, okay, yeah. But, alright.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And it says in the commercial, I remember, it makes you play at super speed in the top of your fingers or something.
Huh.
Wait, it's just a board.
Yeah.
Yep.
You could just tape it to a table
Can
or
we
a
get
piece
it
of
up?
cardboard.
Can we get it up, Fiesel? The speedboard, the NES speedboard.
The NES
It's actually
speedboard.
a official release, and it's actually pretty expensive. It's like $50 on eBay or something.
Jesus.
It's just a plastic when you.
$50 piece of plastic.
Oh man.
Hey, FizzNab69. Welcome. This is the Big 20 race. Unfortunately, you missed most of the action. Out of 48 entrants, we're down to just 3 people left here. But the idea was that 20 NES games were raced back to back to back. So that's why these guys are all playing different things. You can find the list of games at thebestofnes.com/big20, I think. I'm just going to type it. We'll see if it's right. And then I'm going to click it. Yeah, that's right. So you can see the list of games there. There it is. There is the NES speedboard.
Oh.
And the S has like speed lines on it. Zoom, speedboard.
Speed. It goes fast.
And the ad was like this: the fastest way to play on your Nintendo entertainment system puts the speed at your fingertips. I want one of those. I need it.
You'd be the coolest guy at school if you showed up to
Oh, yeah.
HEDQ 2017 with a
The NES
speedboard to race some stupid NES game.
Oh man. I can't believe those are like 50, 60 bucks now. You know how to use it. You put the thumbs under, against the little thing there
under the text.
Yeah. Under the text, you put the thumbs there, and you
use it like a keyboard.
Yeah, the fingertips. Get insane speed out of it.
Which is actually how a lot of people, well, not a lot of people, but some people, particularly speedrunners, actually do kind of the controller that way.
Yeah, they actually, like, as much as we're making fun of this thing, yeah, that,
I don't know how it works with left hand, like with the D-pad.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I think most people use a thumb for the D-pad, but the idea of holding the controller that way has merit. But buying a $50 piece of plastic when you could just hold the damn thing, and if you really wanted to, you could get a piece of cardboard and some tape.
It doesn't say Speedboard on it.
It doesn't, though. You could print that out and tape that on there yourself.
But it's not the same thing.
It's not. It's $50 cheaper.
It's beautiful. Did you ever see that Nintendo lock?
Yeah, I did see that. Yeah.
Can we have the what was it, the advertising? Do your homework, or to put the Nintendo lock. No. Oh, that okay, almost. There was actually a combination lock that you put into the toaster.
Yep.
And they did advertise it's like you can play more games until you do your homework or something.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So the idea was to keep kids from playing Nintendo. Yeah. Also, blast icon. I'm trying to find some independent confirmation of that. That's not Wikipedia or another wiki. That the Speedboard was endorsed by NASCAR's Kyle Petty. Allegedly, but I can't. I'm trying to find it. It's not...
I don't even know what this is that Fiesel's pulled up here.
So that is what is the thing?
It's kind of like
the U-Force, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, yep. I've heard that before, but I've never seen it.
It was a hands-free kind of deal.
Yeah.
See what we got here. Oh.
Ah.
Featuring self-setting combination, huh? I'm not sure that's the best thing, but alright.
You can see it in action.
Oh, baby.
In that second picture.
I think I just found it. Oh, shit. Okay.
Oh, there it is. It's beautiful.
Homework first.
I almost forgot about that one. Wonder how. I think those should be pretty rare, though.
Probably.
I think so.
Just looking at the packaging, I'm guessing they didn't make too many of those.
Imagine when you
Nintendo version of the
when
club.
you come home from
basically.
school and your parents put that thing on there.
You'd like you'd be like, "This is stupid," and then it would actually work, and then you would get really mad at it.
Yeah.
They was like, okay, fine, I just get a top loader, whatever.
I bet there was one kid with a top loader whose parents bought that lock.
Yeah, and it didn't work.
So if you had parents that were savvy enough to get a lock for your video game console, they were probably pretty cool parents. You probably came out okay.
Yeah.
I actually...
You didn't like it at the time, but they probably did what was best for you, if, you know.
I actually own the weirdest controller ever
I'm
made
not surprised.
at NES. I call it the chicken controller.
Yeah, so I saw that. You tweeted a picture of a
Yeah.
whole bunch of swag.
I got
And
it.
the most bizarre looking controller was at the top of it, and I could not understand what I was even looking at. It was like some kind of eldritch horror or something.
I think Konami made it. I can't remember.
Really? Huh.
It's for the Famicom. Let me see if I can find it. It's the weirdest controller you will ever see. I think it's called a coconut or something.
Oh, so enemy is found out here. If you run out of slide underneath these spikes, you are pretty much boned.
Yep. That went well for him. Alright.
I did find it.
Oh yeah, all the dust getting in there because the lock pries open the thing.
Yeah.
Do your homework or your console is going to get ruined.
That's right.
Oh,
No idea what the code is.
Yeah, the code is best offer takes.
It's got to be only, what, 10,000 possibilities?
Yeah, there you go. Start,
Just get to work, and then you get yourself an NES.
The most obscure controller you gonna ever lay your eyes on. I hope Fiso can get it up here. I did send it to him. The coconuts.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe we should just use that as a logo. The
lock?
Yeah, the lock. Do your homework.
yeah.
The 4-frame jump didn't make it.
Best of Net says, all the best players on lock. There it is. There is the chicken controller.
Yeah, okay.
What is going on? Why?
Yep.
Why?
So what is the deal?
What
with
is the
this
thing on the top of the buttons? What is all of
Yeah,
that?
what is the
for?
point of
Dude,
this?
you can move that thing. That thing is it's a pachinko controller.
Of course it is.
Okay,
It's
so
a
is that like a
pachinko-
Of course
trigger?
it's a
Is that-
pachinko controller. What does that
like
even
shoot
mean?
the balls up? Is that it?
I don't know. I haven't tried it yet. I'm gonna try it in like a couple of weeks on stream. I have never tried it. It's so freaking weird.
The D-pad looks like a regular NES D-pad.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
To
the pad looks
Hey.
fine. The buttons they look fine. Okay, select and start are in a little bit of a weird place, but that's okay. And then you have the I think if I remember the brief bit of like pseudo pachinko that I played, I think that's like the trigger to launch the balls into the play area.
I don't even know if you're gonna stuck your right thumb into that little hole under that red thing and like press A and B with your palm or something?
You work
Well, you
that.
did those with your fingertips, like the speedboard, right? It's an iteration on the speedboard.
Okay, so this is like Speedboard 2.0 is
Yeah, yeah.
what okay.
This time it has pachinko.
The thing is, I own one of those brand new in box, and I'm gonna try it out in a couple of weeks.
Brand new.
I-
It's awesome.
I can't even. Maybe
I don't-
maybe you put your thumb on the buttons and your hand reaches all the way around behind it. You give the controller the reach around, get your fingers in there.
Well, the thing is,
Like
however,
those
if
triggers.
you put the thumb in that little hole under the red thing there,
Yeah.
you can pull it all the way around.
Oh, so
Yeah.
that's how that's gonna happen then. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
So then you would do that, then let go and snap back onto the buttons, I guess.
I don't know. I
don't think you're supposed to do that while you're pressing buttons. That's an advanced technique. It takes Claw to the next level.
It looks like a chicken, though, doesn't it?
It looks like a chicken. As soon as I saw it, I was like, oh yeah, chicken.
And I'm gonna take every Famicom Pachinko record. That's like 15 games or something. I think I have all of them.
Take all the. Those games need speedruns.
Yeah.
You're the only one who could possibly do them. The cross section of people who do speedruns with the cross section of people who have this controller think it's just you.
That is the weirdest controller I've ever seen in my whole life.
Yeah, there are some weird controllers, but
No. There's some weird, and then it's that one.
that might be the weirdest controller I've ever seen.
Yeah. All right, I'll be right
Pachinko
back.
slider thing. And then it's like Coconuts Japan is what it says in the bottom.
Yeah, and it's like an official Famicom. It's an official controller.
Of course it is.
I don't know why.
Because the Japanese love pachinko.
They do. They really do. I don't know any more obscure accessories now. That's about all I had.
I'm learning a lot today.
I know that rock and roller, that thing is. Jeez. I tried one. It's impossible to play it. The NES rock and roller, you know what that is?
Nope. And now I have to. Well, Fiesel's on it. That's what I guessed it was, and I cannot believe I was right.
I know White had tried to play Marble Madness with that.
You become the directional control pad.
Oh, Roller Rocker. I forgot what it's called. Dude, that thing is so bad. I tried it one time. It's so.
They had a toy like that. It was just like a ball and a disc, and you hopped around.
It's like the red skater on there, like different shoelaces.
Oh yeah. One shoe was green on the bottom and purple on the other.
Oh man.
Those jeans with the washed out cuffs there that are all rolled up. And he's got the controller. Look at the way he's holding the controller in his hand. Just fish the thumb over the buttons. No D-pad input. That's because he doesn't need it, because he is the controller.
One of my favorite is the Famicom, the thing. It's a boxing game, and I think it's called Family Boxer, and you get like you can blow up a big thing you can box with. Oh, let me see it.
Oh, there was a segment on GiantBomb.com. They do a lot big live show every year where they just do stupid things. One year featured. So someone had the idea of you dip Oreos in nacho cheese, and like apparently it's not the worst thing ever. It's actually okay. I don't know whether that's true or not, but that's what he claimed. And so testing that theory forward, he thought, well, what if other things taste good in nacho cheese? So they taste tested Sour Patch Kids in nacho cheese, not good. Hershey's chocolate pie and nacho cheese, not good. Most things not good with nacho cheese, it turns out. But one of the things they did on that show was they rigged up, they took like a dance pad, and they used the inputs for that and put them inside 2 boxing gloves. And then they rigged that up to A and B on the controller. And then they had him play Punch-Out by punching someone in the head with these boxing gloves, and it was actually doing A and B inputs to punch in the game. So, Tom Sawyer, The End, Infinite Mystery, is now on the same game as Enemy, though he is quite a lot of game back. We saw how long it took Enemy to get this far. Perhaps Infinite Mystery will also take that long to struggle, so maybe they're not as close as they appear, but they definitely seem closer than they did an hour or so ago. And Rantron Baum this whole time has been working on Gremlins. He's in the last stage, I think. Yeah, it's the last stage. He's been making slow and steady progress through that. Similar to Bad Breaks, he's stopping to kill everything as it comes on screen, because if you let it live, it's probably going to kill you in a couple seconds.
I took it easy.
Took it safe. Took it smart.
Yeah. I didn't want to spend 1.5 hours on Gremlins, so I figured out that I could stop and take it slow.
This jump with this platform is pretty ridiculous.
You don't have to speedrun anything, right? Everything, right?
I can't believe that you, of all people, are advocating a lack of speed. I don't believe it. The bad breaks, they work sometimes, these breaks. Yeah, Sugar Frosted, this is live. The commentary's gone a little off the rails, as we've been at it for about 10 hours. Starting to lose focus on the players just a little. Oh my god, there is the boxing. Oh, Jesus.
I want one of those.
Oh, that looks really wrong for some reason.
Imagine being an adult or like being too high for that thing.
If I walked into someone's house and they had that
box in the head
in their room,
like hammer fists,
I would just immediately assume it was some kind of weird sex toy and leave the room. Like I wouldn't take a second look at it. Oh god.
Oh man. Those are pretty expensive also, if you find one that works. I have the boxing game, I don't have that stupid doll. I have the best thing. Oh man. I don't know if I can find it.
Yeah, could you imagine someone walks up to the couch on AGDQ and like Punch-Out's playing on the TV, and then they just like pull out this thing and just start like inflating it, like and just slowly inflate this fucking stupid thing.
Oh man. Like, I know that this is stupid. Darbian showed me like a thing. I think someone said if Darbian would take the record, someone was gonna buy this thing to him. It was like people that had been in an accident and was in like a wheelchair. So you did like you control the thing like blowing in a pipe or something. It was officially released. Holy shit! I don't know if I can find it.
I don't even know what we're looking at this time. I think I don't know what the advantage of putting these things on top of the buttons is, except if maybe they were automated to repeatedly go up and down to hammer on the buttons.
What is that?
I feel like you plug your sewing machine into that, and then it just starts rattling on the buttons. That's my guess.
What the hell is that?
It's also kind of like one of those, what is it, things you do Morse code on? Sonograph? But yeah, the beep, 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 beep. It's like 2 of those on your controller.
Yeah. Morse code on NES? I don't get it.
A, B, 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 A,
Yeah.
A.
What is that?
Telegraph. Right, thanks.
Oh,
Right. Mario the cat is still being chatty, by the way. So if that's what you hear.
Meow.
Yep.
That's him doing that.
Yep.
Enemies riding the elevator here with Plucky. It's not much easier than just climbing with Furball.
Not going very well for him, no. So meanwhile here, Rantron Bomb.
Who wins the Big 20?
Spy
The
Door.
big winner was Toad, 22484. The time of 247.
Yep.
Rantron Bomb getting to the final boss of Gremlins there. Gets taken out, but he's capable of getting there. Unfortunately failing there, you go all the way back to the start of what might be the hardest level. Also, yeah, if you've got a fear of spiders, that boss probably triggers some things.
Yeah. Is a rather substantial spider.
I don't even really have a spider thing, but when I see that thing, there's a part of me that just bleh. Do we have to stay up till everyone's finished? No, we don't have to.
no.
We were gonna call it, but then Rantron came back, and he's all the way at Gremlins too. So I think we're gonna mess around with funny pictures.
I was gonna say, yeah, you'll note the quality of the ratio of informative commentary to goofy pictures and terrible NES controllers has skewed heavily toward the latter in the past hour or so. So,
Also, I am joined by MTI on commentary.
hello.
And Bad Breaks as well has jumped in here at the end.
yeah. We had fun.
Yep.
I finished 35th place. 35th place.
35th, yep. Solid performance.
Well, at least everyone's having fun, so
Yeah, at least everybody enjoys it. I certainly enjoyed it.
we'll keep going then.
Maybe next time we're gonna do a best of 20 NES controllers. Who knows?
You play the same game, but
Play
with
the
20
same
different
game.
controllers.
Yeah, there you go.
And then the final boss is the rock and roller.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Gotta play Tetris.
Have we
with it.
put a picture of that up yet?
Yeah, we had the box cover.
We did have it. Okay, cool.
Yeah, that was something.
Yep, that is a thing that existed. Oh, enemy. Why?
I will play the next Big 20 with the pachinko controller.
Oh man.
You have to figure out a way to bind the weird launcher thing to like an actual button in the game, so you have to actually do that.
Right.
That, or you put the pachinko game in the Big 20, and then everyone has to go get that controller.
Yeah.
Bad idea. Don't do that.
Rock and roller. Yeah.
And the Power Glove, of course. We haven't mentioned the Power Glove. We've been trying to dig a little deeper and find the stuff no one knows about.
Yeah.
But eventually we do have to talk about the Power Glove.
Oh yeah, you have to. The speedboard. I understand the idea behind it. like the theory I'm guessing is that you can mash faster with like your index and middle finger, or your index finger or your middle finger than you could holding the controller with your thumb. But
it even says it puts the speed to fingertips.
yeah,
Yeah, also just kind of dividing the job of hitting two buttons between two fingers rather than one thumb has
Right.
has some advantages.
yeah.
Pachinko marathon in like a month. Let's do it. What do I have to get? 1 billion points?
You have to get 10,000 metal balls.
Yes.
I don't know how it works. Like you shoot like 20 small.
Yeah, and they bounce around and lights happen and
They bounce around, and then, you know, sometimes they just disappear into the back of the machine, and then other times you get more pachinko balls or like tickets or something.
yeah,
I've
well,
actually,
see, it can't be gambling because it's illegal, right? So what happens in pachinko is you buy to play the game, and then when you play the game, they give you just like some metal balls. You're like, okay, well, you know, that's weird, but now I got these metal balls. And then you go down the road, and there's a place where you can trade metal balls for money. So, yeah, you're gambling. It's just a stupid loophole that they've been making use of for years and years.
right.
So this is how I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna find a good sound cue, and then I'm gonna take bets.
I'm sure Twitch would love that.
Yeah.
Someone operating a live casino on their servers.
Yeah.
Pachinko casino.
But it's similar. It sounds like it's kind of similar to how a lot of like sweepstakes giveaways in the U.S. If they run them throughout North America, they'll be like, and Canadian residents must answer this simple math question because, like, for whatever reason, straight up sweepstakes are illegal in Canada. But I
Yeah.
guess if you put in that question, somehow it becomes a contest of skill.
Yes. You
So
have to answer a skill testing question.
yeah.
And then most places don't check to see if you actually answered the skill testing question.
Oh really?
Yeah.
That I did not realize.
Yeah. I got shocked, actually. I was in a McDonald's, and they did one of those.
Okay.
You scratch the things, and so actually we realized that we went to the same McDonald's so often that we realized that they kept getting the same pattern on the card. So we would just always scratch the same things. We're like, another pie for me, nice. And so they eventually started making us actually fill out the skill testing question.
That's great.
And we got a boss fight going on here.
Yeah.
Yep.
He knows he can stand on the punch glove. That's a big advantage.
Yep. That's good.
Though the punch glove gets the best of him there. Back to the start of the level. Meanwhile, Infant Mystery is making progress here.
Yeah, he's catching up once again.
But yeah, the skill testing questions would be like a math thing, and then throw in like order of operations.
Yeah.
So it'd be like 2 times 5 plus 3.
Yeah.
Like something like that.
Yeah.
And so people would be like, well, no, I should have flipped it. I should have did it 2 plus 5 divided times 3, so that you actually get tripped up. But
What's that, like
you actually have to know order of operations.
I'm bad at that. I would never get a pie.
No pie for that.
No pie for bad breaks.
Same with John Wayne. If he threw out that 7.5,
No pie for
no
John.
pie
Wayne.
for you.
Nope.
But yeah, you'd have to answer something like that.
Yeah.
Troyan, that's a good game. That is a fantabulous game.
Yep. That was it was in one of the big 20s. I believe number 3 is that.
The credit music in that is one of the best on the
I don't think I know it. I probably heard it before on Rainwave. And just don't
I believe we played the credit music on Troyan for the Best of NES Marathon 2015.
I wasn't actually watching that too much. I was either asleep or doing it.
No, you were doing the beautiful speech there while we were playing the Troyan music.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't go back and watch. Well, that's wonderful then.
Yeah.
Yeah, the difference between the players is Rantron actually practiced, and the other two jumped in cold. And then Rantron would have been done a long time ago, but he actually went to work for a couple hours and then came back.
Which sadly probably gonna disqualify.
I guess. I mean, if
I
you don't
guess
say anything, I won't say.
I guess not from our side. Not from our side.
Yeah, if SRL finds out,
SRL might do
that it's not a thing.
It's fine with us. Like I could pass out playing game and wake up. Oh shit! Like who knows?
Yeah, Ness Cardinality fell asleep for a minute during his Dragon Warrior run. Does that not count now? Where do you draw the line?
Did you see that MTI?
I didn't. Was that when he was trying to do the series in 24 hours? Or was
No.
this
It wasn't the Best of NES Marathon. He was grinding and he was like, right in the menu, he fell asleep.
Yeah, no, he was in like the middle of battle, so the chat was joking that the monster cast sleep on him. But he had said earlier that he's like, I have actually passed out speedrunning this game before. There's just that game is like a goddamn lullaby. Just the music
and he had like the graveyard shifts, and he had been awake like it was like 20 hours.
Yeah.
Well, that's right, because he had like multiple graveyard shifts, didn't he?
Yeah.
All the graveyard shifts. So
He fell
for
asleep.
about a solid minute, he fell asleep, and we were debating, like, I think there was like a Skype call, but because he was the only one, I think it was on his end, so I don't think we could just like jump in and yell in his ear to wake him up or anything.
Right.
The thing was, for the whole marathon, we had given him the stream keys, like just to make it easy. So he was streaming the whole marathon on his own.
Yeah.
Side. So we didn't know what to do there.
Oh,
we
yeah.
Can we, if we fall asleep, can we get this marathon going? Or
We actually had someone who knew him in real life text him and like try to contact him with his phone.
Right.
Yeah, I think I made a highlight of it when I fell asleep there. It was right in the menu. It was just nothing happened, and then we heard snoring and.
NES sleeper.
That was.
Yeah. It lasted just long enough.
The chat blew up. I must.
Yeah. If I hope does the rechat thing work like
retroactively? Oh,
That'd be
dude.
amazing.
That
Because it lasted just long enough for it to be hilarious,
Right.
but not so long that it actually was like a problem.
Right. Yeah.
It was about 1.5 minutes or
Yeah.
2 minutes maybe.
And the first 30 seconds is realizing, like, wait, what's
Like, wait, why is he not?
stream? Is the stream not? And then you hear the like,
Yeah.
Ranchron is done with this horrible spider. He's moving on to Zelda 2, game number
You
19.
got the lazy spider. No. Almost.
Yes, and also Enemy has finished Tiny Toons. So
Yeah.
we're moving on to the next game.
Mr. Catching up like a horse.
Okay.
Horses run fast.
Yeah, they run.
Yep, they do. Yep.
So, like, yeah, works out.
I could have said anything like a fast car, but I went with a horse.
All right, that's fair.
They're pretty fast.
They are fast, yeah.
I say a cheetah is maybe more known for speed. But
Right,
yeah,
cheetah's
checks out.
not built for long distances, though.
Right, yeah, this is definitely a long distance race that these guys
Yes.
have. So horse is probably accurate. You
Yeah.
might find the long distance with speed.
Right.
Actually, horse might be the most apt animal, so maybe I shouldn't be giving him
Yeah, I know.
stuff for it.
I kind of feel bad now. Yeah, you're like,
I love this horse discussion.
I'm just getting started, man. Let me tell you about geldings. And manes. They have shoes, you know.
Yeah.
You do indeed.
You could say.
I really hope Enemy is not doing Robo Warrior blind.
You could also say if you bet on one of these guys, you bet on the wrong horse.
There you go.
was that bad?
That's good.
I like it. I like it.
The delivery could have been a little better, but it's
You could have been more confident with it, but yeah, I like it.
Camel is top tier for speed and stamina. Stamina I get. I didn't know camels were very fast though.
They are fast, though.
Okay.
I think actually moose or elks are faster than a horse. Also.
I know moose are very fast.
Yeah, there was a
They're very
crazy king in Sweden, like in the 18 I think it's 19th century for you or something. He actually tried to take moose out in battle. He was
Battle moose.
yeah. No,
Nice.
because he was trying to outrun the enemies with mooses.
With meese. No, it's not. It's not. The plural's moose, but
It's
really
moose,
should,
right?
Should
Yeah.
be meese.
Oh, let's just say elks then. The Canadian elks.
Maybe an elk, sure.
Yeah,
It's
moose.
true story.
I believe it because moose are they're huge and they're strong and probably pretty fast when they charge. All I know is if you hit one with your car, you're done because their bodies, their legs are so light, so all their weight is way up high. And they're actually super tall, like a moose, not lengthwise, like just height from the foot to the top of his back.
I got
It's
something
like a meter and a half.
I got something that rhymes with moose here. That
Ooze?
enemy is doing Robo Warrior blind, and that is bad news.
Noose.
Yeah.
He's gonna want a noose. When
Yeah.
he figures out you have to get this chalice in order to beat the level.
Yeah. I think he knows. He has an idea of kind of what to do here. It seems.
Yeah, but
And he blew himself up with his own bomb.
Yeah, I don't know if he knows about how that damages you yet. Maybe he definitely figured it out there.
Yeah, I think he just realized it.
He also seems to know where the chalice is as well, so we don't have to worry about him completely not knowing anything. Because that would have been a heck of a blind run.
Robo Warrior is probably one of the hardest games to run blind here.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I think it's the hardest.
I think so.
I would
It's-
agree with that.
It's pretty
yeah.
unfair. Nothing indicates, you need this thing to beat the level. And it's not hidden in a very particularly special place. Just kind of in the middle of nowhere.
And then you're gonna run out of that thing you walk on water with, and you are back to the beginning.
Yep. Or you just straight up run out of bombs.
Right. And that even goes like just for this goal, and I think this goal stops before the game gets like really obtuse and just obnoxious with what you have to do, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Or just late game, you just happen to need a ton of supplies just to get through.
Even the record run ran out of bombs at the end, so
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. Is
Oh, looks like enemy. I don't think he actually got the chalice. Got the water.
nope, skipped it. He's gonna loop.
Until he hears us talk about it.
Oh yeah.
And then
Yeah,
you're gonna
that's
see him
true.
suddenly backtrack.
Oh wait, you don't need a chalice.
Oh, you don't?
oh no,
Okay.
or are you just messing with him now? I can't tell.
Well, he's chosen to go forward.
It's a
Oh.
bad.
Yep, he's seeing the start of the level again and immediately starts trying to go backwards. God damn it, he says.
It's probably better to start over.
Probably, yeah.
This was actually called Bomber King on the Famicom. Also.
Yeah.
That's a pretty okay name.
Yeah.
I like it.
What's the game order? I'll go ahead and post the list for you. Oh, we're already on top of that. Nice, Big Bird. Also, if you go to the site, you can see the past 3 Big 20 races as well. This is the 4th time we've done this.
Yep.
And number 5 is hoping to happen around August.
Yeah, I think we announced in the games early August. So. Race should be early September. If I get my month right. It's September after August, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So he's trying to find the chalice here. He's like, is it under the water? He knows it's close.
It might be there.
Maybe he will bomb one tree to the right and then find the chalice.
You need to put 20 bombs in.
Just stop. Just stop.
Oh no! Enemy, you have to bomb the
row
right,
of trees. It's the
right
leftmost tree on that row of trees in the middle.
The shrubberies.
Yep.
No, back.
We're looping.
Get
it on the second loop, he says.
So much, he's going to do it a third time.
I'll get it on the second loop. Good enough.
He's like, God damn this 15-second delay.
Oh man, this game is so unforgiving.
So, yeah.
Oh, he's just going to lay down. Just take CP time for Robo Warrior.
I believe this is the first game that the Mexican runner asked for hints in his.
Oh yeah, I can believe it.
I can see that.
He got through Legacy of the Wizard on his own, didn't he?
Yeah, that was
what? Yeah, 17 hours, but he did it.
Yeah, he did it all by himself.
I couldn't believe it when I heard that.
Was he doing it blind? Did he play it?
Yeah, totally blind. He beat
17 hours.
17 hours. Crazy.
Frankly, that is a damn good blind time for that game.
It is. It is.
Everyone said he's not gonna beat it. It's gonna be the end of Nestmania. But
yeah. There was all kinds of games where people were like, "This is the one. This is the one. You can't beat this one. It's gonna be the end." And then he just kept going.
I had two games he was gonna get stuck on.
There it is. He's got the chalice. Possibly accidentally. But whatever case, he's got it now. Yeah, game over there for Rantron as he was working his way through. I think Palace 1 was where he was at. Oh, when he got the candle, so I think that might have been a Death Warp, actually.
Okay, yep, that makes sense. I know he's going for the magic container here. Okay, yep.
I think that would give him enough to cast the life spell.
Yes. That would the extra container would give him 80 magic points, and it costs 70 at magic level 1 to cast life. So.
Wonder if he remembers where Chalice is. Doesn't look good here.
Well, he blew himself up.
Yeah, this is bad. Bad news.
Rule number 1 of Robo Warrior is don't blow yourself up.
Yeah, don't blow yourself up. But
Yogi is on the record as saying the hardest part about Robo Warrior is not blowing yourself up.
Not blowing yourself up.
It's kind of makes sense in like real life also. Don't stand too close to a bomb. That's
Yeah,
You're right. Video games
that's
teaching
lessons
us
for life
important
right there.
lessons.
it's not even in a video game.
Just
Don't stand to a bomb.
yeah, in general, don't be near explosives.
Yeah. Unless it's firecrackers, those things are funny.
Well, you probably shouldn't go too close to those either. You can enjoy them from afar.
He got this now. He got this. He knows about the double up thing in the pond there.
So a death there from Rantron in... What is that? He's not in Deathman. Oh, okay, he's killing himself again.
Those robot things with the 3 legs are vicious. They take about half your health with one missile hit. Those are the worst enemies. The thing bouncing, the robot-like whatever it is. Oh, he got a missile. That is.
Let's see what he's going to do with it. If you know where to go, you can use it to get somewhere you want to go very quickly.
I would bet he's not going to use it before he dies. You're going to take it.
Well, he's got 1 health left, so...
Yeah, so probably a smart bet.
Oh, but you got a health refill? I didn't know that was a thing. Shows how much I know.
Oh no. Oh, there's a twist. There's a twist. You need a key here.
Seems like he's spotted this rock here in the background. I don't know if this is the spot.
He got no bombs left, right?
Oh, he
Yeah,
does. He has no bombs because that's the kind of game this game is. You need
But he got
bombs
missed,
to move, and then you run out of bombs. Oh, he has missiles, so he could missile enough trees to get some bombs. We'll see. He probably doesn't even realize that missiles blow up things like bombs do.
You can shoot enemies to get bombs also. It's a grind. That's what MTI likes.
Yeah,
Bomb.
there it is. There goes the missile. No drops. Great. Just great. Firing another missile takes it a whole row. At least he gets some bombs to work with here.
There's a lucky bomb right there. Oh man. He doesn't know where the key is. The key is on the... Okay, I'm not gonna lie now. It's on the...
Incoming lie.
It's on the top row that's not bombed to the left.
I think that's right.
Yeah, that's right. Or it could be all the way down. I think he's going for the top row here.
I think he's 1 row off.
No, one up. You have to go 1 row up.
He's got it.
There we go.
He's through. Now he's looking at this weird shop thing, and he's like, "What the hell are metals? What am I looking at?" He wants bombs. Can't have the bombs, so he's gonna move on.
Okay, we are not through yet. There's about 6 more levels.
All with very specific things you need to know.
Yeah.
Um,
Good thing is, you don't need to pick up another chalice at any point. You just need to find the key at the end. So that's a good. That's
I think
good.
there's one more chalice, but it's like on the only way you can go in the middle.
Is it?
I think one of those is a chest.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. There's one more. There's one more.
Yeah, I can't believe that the only way to progress through this game is to use these bombs. Like, it's an exploration-based game where you have a limited ability to explore.
Or, yeah.
It's gonna be interesting to see where he decides to bomb to the wall. I'm surprised they haven't found a basement yet. So.
Yeah, he wouldn't be hurting for bombs if he had found one.
Uh-oh. 6 bombs. What are you gonna do?
He's gonna hope that one of these is a secret.
You need to place 3 bombs at a certain spot here.
Well, he's only got 2 left.
And it was not that spot, I'm guessing.
So now he's out of bombs. And he just probably just has a big ol' heavy sigh, shake of his head. Who was the winner? Toad. Toad22484 was the winner. He's the winner of 3 out of 4 of these things.
Going for the missile. Let's do it.
So, did anybody happen to catch what happened on Rantron Bomb stream? It looks like he just started completely over. On Zelda 2.
Oh.
He had levels also.
Yeah, he had levels, he had the candle, not...
Maybe the cat...
Hit the reset button.
Yeah, always possible.
Yeah, there's no a game over is not a completely reset situation. You get to keep some things.
Poor enemy. What are you gonna do? This is the bad thing. There's not even those flying things, so you can't even you can't even get bombs here.
Yeah, I think he's screwed here.
Yeah, I think you just have to bite the apple and start over.
Yep, that apple.
No, there's a skelly bird.
It seems to be stuck though.
You need 3 bombs. Oh, there's another skelly bird, but it's too low. You need to bomb the 3rd from the top. 3 times. Ooh.
So if you can't kill yourself... Oh, wait, there's an enemy. Kill it, or die to it, I don't know. Do one or the other. Sweet freedom.
What are you going to do for fun is to use everything you have in your inventory, then reset.
That's right. You
there you
put
go.
those 6 candles...
Maybe using everything in your inventory, you might come up with something.
It's true. That's true. You could put those 6 candles around you in a circle and try to summon some form of demonic help to get you over this wall.
If they only played with that chicken controller up there, he would have been past it.
Yeah, you flick the trigger that releases a bomb onto the screen that bounces around and blows up all the trees. So we're seeing another reset from Rantron. He does not have to do this deathless. Or even 1 credit clear or anything.
Yeah, I'm a little confused. What do you... Why he's resetting, or why he thinks he has to reset.
No, enemy, come on, shoot! I don't think he's figured out you can shoot.
No, he's shot some things.
Yeah,
I think he's going for the death here rather than the ammo.
Oh, I wonder if he's going for more bombs, because he has 1 bomb right now. 2 bombs, okay.
No, we don't know. Like, you can shoot with A. With the A button, enemy, you can shoot. You have a gun.
I feel like I've seen him shoot some things.
I thought I saw him shoot some stuff.
I don't think you know.
Well, he's got 3 bombs now, so if he wants to try to guess the spot, I was gonna blow up these trees and hope for bombs in these trees.
Nope.
I did tell him the third from the top.
Yeah, basically that gap there in the trees on the other side.
Oh, he wanted to die. That's okay. I see.
Yeah, at this point, if he had reset, we probably would have beat that first level again by this point. But you don't know that before you have to make the decision.
Yep.
So he committed to it. His decision was die. It's not panning out for him so good. Come back, kill me. All right. Down for the sleepy time reset here.
The good thing with Game Over is that when you game over, all the bombs reduce it to half, but if you have 0 bombs, you get 10 bombs.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, he's got 1 bomb, so that's the worst thing to happen.
Yeah. You can reduce it to a half of a bomb, I guess.
Yeah, just a firecracker, actually. So I've lost the commentary stream here.
Oh, we found a basement here. This is. Should put some light on it. We use a torch or. Those bees here look like the Hudson bee is actually random items, so you can actually get missiles from those.
So this underground section he's in, the only reason he can see around him is because he picked up a candle. If he had found his way here without one, he would see the sprites, but he would not see the ground, and he would not see any of these power-ups.
A good thing to know is every basement you enter is when you leave it's going to be on the same row. So if you don't know that, you're going to wander around.
Yeah, the stairs always are, and the exit stairs are always on the same row as the entrance stairs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So even
Which
if you
I
get
didn't
stuck
notice.
here in the dark, you can use that to find your way out.
At least he's shooting some stuff, getting some bombs. Also. We might see 99 bombs.
I'm going to go ahead and guess that he passed over the exit while the candle was out and looped around. Yeah, it did freeze for me, MTI. So I just closed it and opened it again, and voila.
Okay. Alright, I will reload. See what happens here.
And he just trudging through the darkness here.
And with that, I'm gonna have to call it night because it's almost 7 in the morning here.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
It's 6:21 here in Sweden.
That's really something. So thanks for
Yeah.
thanks for a lot of things really on top of hanging out with us.
Yeah.
Doing some
No
commentary.
doubt.
I'm happy with my time. 7 hours, something. 35 plays, not bad.
All right.
Yeah, and thank you for running this beautifully.
Nah, this is the easy part.
And all the racers.
That's the hard part.
Of course, yeah, that's the hard part, is the racing.
I'm gonna go to bed and listen while you guide enemy through all these horrible stages.
Yeah. All right.
I've even though I own Robo Warrior, Robo Warrior, I've barely played it. I don't think I ever got past the first stage myself. So,
anyways, it's time. Thank you everyone for thank you every beautiful people that be watching this.
yes.
For supporting. And goodbye.
Good night, Bad Breaks.
Good night.
Enemy is once again down in the darkness. He's down low. I think the stairs are down there as opposed to somewhere else. There we go. So now he's got a bunch of bombs, maybe some missiles. I actually don't know the fastest way through some of these stages.
Yeah, I got nothing for.
So if someone wants to pop into enemy's chat and maybe help him out a little, I think he might appreciate it.
Yeah.
So Rantron bomb there,
Looks like
jumping
he's,
into the lava once again.
Yeah, going for the game over. Okay, continuing. Yep. Sure. I'm not sure that's actually faster from there, but
I
guess
don't
to
think it
stop
is.
your lives. Figbird, he has enemy TV on Twitch.
You can also find him at Retro Gaming Live TV, I believe, is the full channel. One of a number of people there who helped create a Retro Gaming 24/7 channel on Twitch. Lots of other Big 20 competitors are a part of that. Yogi for one, I believe Toad as well.
Yep. Mario, you are becoming a Big 20 celebrity, Mario, because you are so loud. Mario is my cat. People who weren't here earlier.
Meow.
Yeah. Meow, meow, meow. That's him.
My roommate has a cat, and so in that sense, I too have a cat.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Very similar meowing, almost chirping.
Yep.
So there's a solid wall here. You may be thinking, how do I get past this solid wall? The answer is somewhere in that wall is probably a bombable block.
Yep.
Can you guess which one? Because
Nope.
I can't. Although he is seeing something suspicious up on the top wall here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh. Yes, you found one of the kind of hidden bonus areas here.
So he gets this lantern. I'm pretty sure you can't beat the game without that lantern. And this flotation device here, also another big help.
Yeah.
There's two things of water that are quite wide, and you can get away with using the boots to get around a one tile wide thing of water, but you just keep calling it thing of water.
Mm-hmm.
If it's wider than that, then you do have to use a flotation device. The fastest route calls for using two of them. Who knows what we'll see these players take to get where they need to go.
Yeah, Noctis. Noctis is probably correct. My cat has two humans.
Yeah, Infinite Mystery is getting to the part of Tiny Toons where it gets real.
Yeah.
Stage 3 here. Or 4. So someone tried to point out the correct spot in this wall, I guess. He seems to have chosen a spot to bomb.
Let's see here. Yep. Well, he's made his choice now. There it is.
Got it. In there. Moving on. Exploring this planet?
I don't really know. Bed breaks. Aren't you supposed to be in bed? You have some chat help. Okay, that's good.
If TMR needs chat help,
Yeah,
you don't feel too bad about asking for chat help.
that's right.
He's got 7 missiles. Putting that missile to work. Bed breaks.
Bed breaks.
I like it. Though of course we have been doing this for almost 12 hours now, so
Yeah.
what I find funny and what actually is funny are getting further and further apart.
No doubt. No doubt.
Man, these garbage cats are 10 times worse than the moles that throw wrenches in Mario 3. So Rancheron once again back with 111.
Yeah.
I hope he's doing whatever he's doing by choice and
Yeah.
not out of misinformation.
Yeah, it seemed like he was on his way toward doing whatever it was he was doing.
I wonder if he just wants to get a 1 credit clear or something. I don't know.
Yeah, just out of personal, just out of the principle of the thing. I don't really know.
Oh, he wanted that P bag.
Yep.
It's not easy to get it without downstab.
Mystery here through 4-1.
Enemy is back at the start of Robo Warrior. I wonder if someone in chat told him, yeah, look, you missed something you really want. So just go back. Maybe one of those flotation devices, I don't know. Another death in Palace 1 there for Rancheron. We'll see what he does.
Yeah, let's see what he does here.
He's backtracking. He's not killing himself in this lava, so there's that.
Yep, okay, take an attack too, sure.
And then taking the death.
Now we take, okay.
Did he get the candle? I think that's what he got, and now he's trying to death warp back to the palace?
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. I'm a little confused. This is where he's done this, and he's then reset a couple times after that. And I don't know why.
Oh, enemy didn't have his lantern anymore. That's what he needed.
Okay.
Infinite Mystery playing it super safe. And rightfully so. This level is just filled with, well, literal garbage, but also figurative garbage.
Yes, both.
It's through the door.
Okay, yeah, looks like, oh, no, the miss. Okay, it's fine. Watching Infinite Mystery here try to...
Yeah, I think he's gonna be okay.
Like,
Wow. The timing.
Yeah. That was some
Snagged
solid
by
timing.
Elmira, back to
Sorry.
the start of the level.
Yep.
Feels bad, man.
Bible thump. Alright, so we got enemy now in 2-1. I almost want to look up an FAQ on Robo Warrior just to see if it really does get even more stupidly obtuse, like I remember reading like as a kid. Because I feel like this was either in like an old Game Players or maybe in one of those, if anyone remembers the How to Win at Nintendo game series. I feel like Robo Warrior might have been covered in one of those. And I just remember it being like stupid later on. Perhaps incorrectly, but